Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 23. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 23. Martin and his partner take possession of their estate. The joyful occasion involves some further account of Eden. There happened to be on board the steamboat several gentlemen passengers of the same stamp as Martin's New York friend Mr. Bevan, and in their society he was cheerful and happy. They released him as well as they could from the intellectual entanglements of Mrs. Hominy, and exhibited in all they said and did so much good sense and high feeling that he could not like them too well. If this were a republic of intellect and worth, he said, instead of vapouring and jobbing, they would not want the levers to keep it in motion. Having good tools and using bad ones, returned Mr. Tapley, would look as if they was rather a poor sort of carpenters, sir, wouldn't it? Martin nodded. As if their work were infinitely above their powers and purpose, Mark, and they botched it in consequence. The best on it is, said Mark, that when they do happen to make a decent stroke, such as better workmen with no such opportunities make every day of their lives and think nothing of, they begin to sing out so surprising loud. Take notice of my words, sir. If ever the defaulting part of this here country pays its debts, along of finding that not paying 'em won't do in a commercial point of view, you see, and is inconwenient in its consequences, they'll take such a shine out of it, and make such bragging speeches, that a man might suppose no borrowed money had ever been paid afore since the world was first begun. That's the way they gammon each other, sir. Bless you, I know 'em. Take notice of my words now. You seem to be growing profoundly sagacious, cried Martin, laughing. Whether that is, thought Mark, because I'm a day's journey nearer Eden, and am brightening up before I die, I can't say. Perhaps by the time I get there, I shall have growed into a prophet. He gave no utterance to these sentiments, but the excessive joviality they inspired within him, and the merriment they brought upon his shining face, were quite enough for Martin. Although he might sometimes profess to make light of his partner's inexhaustible cheerfulness, and might sometimes, as in the case of Zephaniah Scudder, find himself too jocose a commenter, he was always sensible of the effect of his example in rousing him to hopefulness and courage. Whether he were in the humour to profit by it mattered not a jot. It was contagious, and he could not choose but be affected. At first they parted with some of their passengers once or twice a day, and took in others to replace them. But by degrees the towns upon their route became more thinly scattered, and for many hours together they would see no other habitations than the huts of the woodcutters, where the vessel stopped for fuel. Sky, wood, and water all the livelong day, and heat that blistered everything it touched. On they toiled through great solitudes, where the trees upon the banks grew thick and close, and floated in the stream, and held up shrivelled arms from out the river's depths, and slid down from the margin of the land, half growing, half decaying in the miry water. On through the weary day and melancholy night, beneath the burning sun, and in the mist and vapour of the evening, on until return appeared impossible, and restoration to their home a miserable dream. They had now but few people on board, and those few were as flat, as dull, and stagnant as the vegetation that oppressed their eyes. No sound of cheerfulness or hope was heard. No pleasant talk beguiled the tardy time. No little group made common cause against the full depression of the scene, but that at certain periods they swallowed food together from a common trough. It might have been old Charon's boat, conveying melancholy shades to judgment. At length they drew near New Thermopylae, where that same evening Mrs. Hominy would disembark. A gleam of comfort sunk into Martin's bosom when she told him this. Mark needed none, but he was not displeased. It was almost night when they came alongside the landing place, a steep bank with an hotel like a barn on the top of it, a wooden store or two, and a few scattered sheds. "You sleep here tonight, and go on in the morning, I suppose, ma'am," said Martin. "Where should I go on to?" cried the mother of the modern Gracchi. "To New Thermopylae." "My, ain't I there?" said Mrs. Hominy. Martin looked for it all round the darkening panorama, but he couldn't see it, and was obliged to say so. "Why, that's it!" cried Mrs. Hominy, pointing to the sheds just mentioned. "That?" exclaimed Martin. "Ah, that! And work it which way you will, it whips Eden," said Mrs. Hominy, nodding her head with great expression. The married Miss Hominy, who had come on board with her husband, gave to this statement her most unqualified support, as did that gentleman also. Martin gratefully declined their invitation to regale himself at their house during the half hour of the vessel's stay, and having escorted Mrs. Hominy and the red pocket-handkerchief, which was still in active service, safely across the gangway, returned in a thoughtful mood to watch the emigrants as they removed their goods ashore. Mark, as he stood beside them, glanced in his face from time to time, anxious to discover what effect this dialogue had had upon him, and not unwilling that his hopes should be dashed before they reached their destination, so that the blow he feared might be broken in its fall. But saving that he sometimes looked up quickly at the poor erections on the hill, he gave him no clue to what was passing in his mind until they were again upon their way. "Mark," he said then, "are there really none but ourselves on board this boat who are bound for Eden?" "None at all, sir. Most of 'em, as you know, have stopped short, and the few that are left are going further on. What matters that? More room there for us, sir." "Oh, to be sure," said Martin. "But I was thinking—" and there he paused. "Yes, sir?" observed Mark. "How odd it was that the people should have arranged to try their fortune at a wretched hole like that, for instance, when there is such a much better and such a very different kind of place near at hand, as one may say." He spoke in a tone so very different from his usual confidence, and with such an obvious dread of Mark's reply, that the good-natured fellow was full of pity. "Why, you know, sir," said Mark, as gently as he could by any means insinuate the observation, "we must guard against being too sanguine. There's no occasion for it either, because we're determined to make the best of everything after we know the worst of it, ain't we, sir?" Martin looked at him, but answered not a word. "Even Eden, you know, ain't all built," said Mark. "In the name of Heaven, man," cried Martin angrily, "don't talk of Eden in the same breath with that place. Are you mad? There! God forgive me! Don't think harshly of me for my temper." After that he turned away and walked to and fro upon the deck full 2 hours. Nor did he speak again, except to say good night until next day, nor even then upon this subject, but on other topics quite foreign to the purpose. As they proceeded further on their track, and came more and more towards their journey's end, the monotonous desolation of the scene increased to that degree, that for any redeeming feature it presented to their eyes, they might have entered in the body on the grim domains of Giant Despair, a flat morass bestrewn with fallen timber, a marsh on which the good growth of the earth seemed to have been wrecked and cast away, that from its decomposing ashes vile and ugly things might rise, where the very trees took the aspect of huge weeds begotten of the slime from which they sprung, by the hot sun that burnt them up, where fatal maladies, seeking whom they might infect, came forth at night in misty shapes, and creeping out upon the water, hunted them like spectres until day, where even the blessed sun, shining down on festering elements of corruption and disease, became a horror. This was the realm of hope through which they moved. At last they stopped. At Eden, too. The waters of the deluge might have left it but a week before, so choked with slime and matted growth was the hideous swamp which bore that name. There being no depth of water close inshore, they landed from the vessel's boat, with all their goods beside them. There were a few log houses visible among the dark trees, the best a cow-shed or a rude stable, but for the wharfs, the market-place, the public buildings— "Here comes an Edener," said Mark. "He'll give us help and carry these things up. Keep a good heart, sir. Hallo there!" The man advanced towards them through the thickening gloom, very slowly, leaning on a stick. As he drew nearer, they observed that he was pale and worn, and that his anxious eyes were deeply sunken in his head. His dress of homespun blue hung about him in rags. His feet and head were bare. He sat down on a stump half way, and beckoned them to come to him. When they complied, he put his hand upon his side as if in pain, and while he fetched his breath stared at them wondering. "Strangers!" he exclaimed as soon as he could speak. "The very same," said Bock. "How are you, sir?" "I've had the fever, very bad," he answered faintly. "I haven't stood upright these many weeks." "Those are your notions, I see," pointing to their property. "Yes, sir," said Bock, "they are. You couldn't recommend us some one as would lend a hand to carry 'em up to the town, could you, sir?" "My eldest son would do it if he could," replied the man, "but to-day he has his chill upon him, and is lying wrapped up in the blankets. My youngest died last week." "I'm sorry for it, guv'nor, with all my heart," said Mark, shaking him by the hand. "Don't mind us. Come along with me, and I'll give you an arm back. The goods is safe enough, sir," said Martin. "There ain't many people about to make away with 'em. What a comfort that is!" "No," cried the man, "you must look for such folk here," knocking his stick upon the ground, "or yonder in the bush towards the north. We've buried most of 'em. The rest have gone away. Them that we have here don't come out at night." "The night here ain't quite wholesome, I suppose," said Mark. "It's deadly poison," was the settler's answer. Mark showed no more uneasiness than if it had been commended to him as ambrosia, but he gave the man his arm, and as they went along explained to him the nature of their purchase and inquired where it lay. Close to his own log house, he said, so close that he had used their dwelling as a storehouse for some corn. They must excuse it that night, but he would endeavour to get it taken out upon the morrow. He then gave them to understand, as an additional scrap of local chit-chat, that he had buried the last proprietor with his own hands, a piece of information which Mark also received without the least abatement of his equanimity. In a word, he conducted them to a miserable cabin, rudely constructed of the trunks of trees, the door of which had either fallen down or been carried away long ago, which was consequently open to the wild landscape in the dark night. Saving for the little store he had mentioned, it was perfectly bare of all furniture, but they had left a chest upon the landing-place, and he gave them a rude torch in lieu of candle. This latter acquisition Mark planted in the earth, and then declaring that the mashon looked quite comfortable, hurried Martin off again to help bring up the chest. And all the way to the landing-place and back, Mark talked incessantly, as if it would infuse into his partner's breast some faint belief that they had arrived under the most auspicious and cheerful of all imaginable circumstances. But many a man who would have stood within a home dismantled, strong in his passion and design of vengeance, has had the firmness of his nature conquered by the razing of an air-built castle. When the log hunt received them for the second time, Martin laid down upon the ground and wept aloud. "Lord love you, sir," cried Mr. Tapley in great terror, "don't do that, sir, anything but that. It never helped man, woman, or child over the lowest fence yet, sir, and it never will. Besides its being of no use to you, it's worse than of no use to me, for the least sound of it will knock me flat down. I can't stand up again it, sir, anything but that." There is no doubt he spoke the truth, for the extraordinary alarm with which he looked at Martin as he paused upon his knees before the chest, in the act of unlocking it, to say these words, sufficiently confirmed him. "I ask your forgiveness 1,000 times, my dear fellow," said Martin. "I couldn't have helped it if death had been the penalty." "Ask my forgiveness," said Mark with his accustomed cheerfulness, as he proceeded to unpack the chest. "The head partner a asking forgiveness of Co., eh? There must be something wrong in the firm when that happens. I must have the books inspected and the accounts gone over immediate. Here we are, everything in its proper place. Here's the salt pork, here's the biscuit, here's the whiskey. Uncommon good it smells too. Here's the tin pot. This tin pot's a small fortune in itself. Here's the blankets, here's the axe. Who says we ain't got a first-rate fit-out? I feel as if I was a cadet gone out to Indy, and my noble father was chairman of the board of directors. Now, when I've got some water from the stream afore the door and mixed the grog," cried Mark, running out to suit the action to the word, "there's a supper ready, comprising every delicacy of the season. Here we are, sir, all complete. for what we are going to receive, etc. Lord bless you, sir, it's very like a gipsy party." It was impossible not to take heart in the company of such a man as this. Martin sat upon the ground beside the box, took out his knife, and ate and drank sturdily. "Now you see," said Mark, when they had made a hearty meal, "with your knife and mine, I sticks this blanket right afore the door, or where, in a state of high civilization, the door would be, and very neat it looks. Then I stops the aperture below by putting the chest agin it, and very neat that looks. Then there's your blanket, sir, and here's mine, and what's to hinder our passing a good night?" For all his light-hearted speaking, it was long before he slept himself. He wrapped his blanket round him, put the axe ready to his hand, and lay across the threshold of the door, too anxious and too watchful to close his eyes. The novelty of their dreary situation, the dread of some rapacious animal or human enemy, the terrible uncertainty of their means of subsistence, the apprehension of death, the immense distance, and the hosts of obstacles between themselves and England, were fruitful sources of disquiet in the deep silence of the night. Though Martin would have had him think otherwise, Mark felt that he was waking also, and a prey to the same reflections. This was almost worse than all, for if he began to brood over their miseries instead of trying to make head against them, there could be little doubt that such a state of mind would powerfully assist the influence of the pestilent climate. Never had the light of day been half so welcome to his eyes as when awakening from a fitful doze. Mark saw it shining through the blanket in the doorway. He stole out gently, for his companion was sleeping now, and having refreshed himself by washing in the river where it snowed before the door, took a rough survey of the settlement. There were not above a score of cabins in the whole. Half of these appeared untenanted. All were rotten and decayed. The most tottering, abject, and forlorn among them was called, with great propriety, the Bank and National Credit Office. It had some feeble props about it, but was settling deep down in the mud past all recovery. Here and there an effort had been made to clear the land, and something like a field had been marked out, where among the stumps and ashes of burnt trees a scanty crop of Indian corn was growing. In some quarters a snake or zigzag fence had been begun, but in no instance had it been completed, and the felled logs, half hidden in the soil, lay mouldering away. 3 or 4 meagre dogs, wasted and vexed with hunger, some long-legged pigs wandering away into the woods in search of food, some children, nearly naked, gazing at him from the huts, were all the living things he saw. A fetid vapour, hot and sickening as the breath of an oven, rose up from the earth, and hung on everything around, and as his footprints sunk into the marshy ground, a black ooze started forth to blot them out. Their own land was mere forest. The trees had grown so thick and close that they shouldered one another out of their places, and the weakest, forced into shapes of strange distortion, languished like cripples. The best were stunted from the pressure and the want of room, and high about the stems of all grew long rank grass, dank weeds, and frowsy underwood, not divisible into their separate kinds, but tangled all together in a heap, a jungle deep and dark, with neither earth nor water at its roots, but putrid matter, formed of the pulpy offal of the two, and of their own corruption. He went down to the landing-place where they had left their goods last night, and there he found some half-dozen men, wan and forlorn to look at, but ready enough to assist, who helped him carry them to the log-house. They shook their heads in speaking of the settlement, and had no comfort to give him. Those who had the means of going away had all deserted it. They who had left had lost their wives, their children, friends, or brothers there, and suffered much themselves. Much of them were ill then. None were the men they had once been. They frankly offered their assistance and advice, and leaving him for that time went sadly off upon their several tasks. Martin was by this time stirring, but he had greatly changed, even in one night. He was very pale and languid. He spoke of pains and weakness in his limbs, and complained that his sight was dim and his voice feeble. Increasing in his own briskness as the prospect grew more and more dismal, Mark brought away a door from one of the deserted houses, and fitted it to their own habitation, then went back again for a rude bench he had observed, with which he presently returned in triumph, and having put this piece of furniture outside the house, arranged the notable tin pot and other such movables upon it, that it might represent a dresser or a sideboard. Greatly satisfied with this arrangement, he next rolled their cask of flour into the house, and set it up on one end in one corner, where it served for a side-table. No better dining-table could be required than the chest, which he solemnly devoted to that useful service thenceforth. Their blankets, clothes, and the like, he hung on pegs and nails, and lastly he brought forth a great placard, which Martin in the exultation of his heart had prepared with his own hands at the National Hotel, bearing the inscription Chuzzlewit and Co., Architects and Surveyors, which he displayed upon the most conspicuous part of the premises with as much gravity as if the thriving city of Eden had a real existence, and they expected to be overwhelmed with business. "These here tools," said Mark, bringing forward Martin's case of instruments, and sticking the compasses upright in a stump before the door, "shall be set out the open air, to show that we come provided. And now, if any gentleman wants a house built, he'd better give his orders afore we're other ways bespoke." Considering the intense heat of the weather, this was not a bad morning's work, but without pausing for a moment, though he was streaming at every pore, Mark vanished into the house again, and presently reappeared with a hatchet, intent on performing some impossibilities with that implement. "Here's an ugly old tree in the way, sir," he observed, "which'll be all the better down. We can build the oven in the afternoon. There never was such a handy spot for clay as Eden is. That's convenient, anyhow." But Martin gave him no answer. He had sat the whole time with his head upon his hands, gazing at the current as it rolled swiftly by, thinking perhaps how fast it moved towards the open sea, the high road to the home he would never behold again. Not even the vigorous strokes which Mark dealt at the tree awoke him from his mournful meditation. Finding all his endeavours to rouse him of no use, Mark stopped in his work and came towards him. "Don't give in, sir," said Mr. Tapley. "Oh, Mark," returned his friend, "what have I done in all my life that deserved this heavy fate?" "Why, sir," returned Mark, "for the matter of that, everybody as is here might say the same thing, many of 'em with better reason perhaps than you or me. Hold up, sir, do something. Couldn't you ease your mind now, don't you think, by making some personal obserwations in a letter to Scadder?" "No," said Martin, shaking his head sorrowfully, "I am past that." "But if you're past that already," returned Mark, "you must be ill and ought to be attended to." "Don't mind me," said Martin. "Do the best you can for yourself. You'll soon have only yourself to consider. And then God speed you home, and forget me for bringing you here. I am destined to die in this place. I felt it the instant I set foot upon the shore. Sleeping or waking, Mark, I dreamed it all last night." "I said you must be ill," returned Mark tenderly, "and now I'm sure of it. A touch of fever and ague caught on these rivers, I dare say, but bless you, that's nothing. It's only a seasoning. And we must all be seasoned, one way or another. That's religion, that is, you know," said Mark. He only sighed and shook his head. "Wait half a minute," said Mark cheerily, "till I run up to one of our neighbours and ask what's best to be took, and borrow a little of it to give you. And to-morrow you'll find yourself as strong as ever again. I won't be gone a minute. Don't give in while I'm away, whatever you do." Throwing down his hatchet he sped away immediately, but stopped when he had got a little distance, and looked back, then hurried on again. "Now, Mr. Tapley," said Mark, giving himself a tremendous blow in the chest by way of reviver, "just you attend to what I've got to say. Things is looking about as bad as they can look, young man. You'll not have such another opportunity for showing your jolly disposition, my fine fellow, as long as you live. And therefore, Tapley, now's your time to come out strong, or never." Chapter 23 Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 24. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 24. Reports progress in certain homely matters of love, hatred, jealousy, and revenge. "Hello, Pecksniff!" cried Mr. Jonas from the parlour. "Isn't somebody a-going to open that precious old door of yours?" "Immediately, Mr. Jonas, immediately." "Ecod!" muttered the orphan. "Not before it's time, neither. Whoever it is has knocked 3 times, and each one loud enough to wake the—" He had such a repugnance to the idea of waking the dead, that he stopped even then with the words upon his tongue, and said instead, "the 7 sleepers." "Immediately, Mr. Jonas, immediately," repeated Pecksniff. "Thomas Pinch," he couldn't make up his mind, in his great agitation, whether to call Tom his dear friend or a villain, so he shook his fist at him pro tem. "Go up to my daughter's room, and tell them who is here. Say silence, silence. Do you hear me, sir?" "Directly, sir," cried Tom, departing in a state of much amazement on his errand. "You'll excuse me, Mr. Jonas, if I close this door a moment, will you?" said Pecksniff. "This may be a professional call. Indeed, I am pretty sure it is. Thank you." Then Mr. Pecksniff, gently warbling a rustic stave, put on his garden hat, seized a spade, and opened the street door, calmly appearing on the threshold as if he thought he had, from his vineyard, heard a modest rap, but was not quite certain. Seeing a gentleman and lady before him, he started back in as much confusion as a good man with a crystal conscience might betray in mere surprise. Recognition came upon him the next moment, and he cried, "Mr. Chuzzlewit, can I believe my eyes? My dear sir, my good sir, a joyful hour, a happy hour indeed. Pray, my dear sir, walk in. You find me in my garden dress. You will excuse it, I know. It is an ancient pursuit, gardening, primitive, my dear sir. Or, if I am not mistaken, Adam was the first of our calling. My Eve, I grieve to say, is no more, sir. But," here he pointed to his spade, and shook his head as if he were not cheerful without an effort, "but I do a little bit of Adam still." He had by this time got into the best parlour, where the portrait by Spiller and the bust by Spoker were. "My daughters," said Mr. Pecksniff, "will be overjoyed. If I could feel weary upon such a theme, I could have been worn out long ago, my dear sir, by their constant anticipation of this happiness, and the repeated allusions to our meeting at Mrs. Todger's. Their fair young friend, too," said Mr. Pecksniff, "whom they so desire to know and love. Indeed, to know her is to love. I hope I see her well. I hope in saying welcome to my humble roof, I find some echo in her own sentiments. If features are an index to the heart, I have no fears of that. An extremely engaging expression of countenance, Mr. Chuzzlewit, my dear sir, very much so." "Mary," said the old man, "Mr. Pecksniff flatters you, but flattery from him is worth the having. He is not a dealer in it, and it comes from his heart. We thought Mr. Pinch," said Mary, "Mr. Pinch would have arrived before us, Pecksniff." "He did arrive before you, my dear sir," retorted Pecksniff, raising his voice for the edification of Tom upon the stairs, "and was about, I dare say, to tell me of your coming, when I begged him first to knock at my daughter's chamber, and inquire after Charity, my dear child, who is not so well as I could wish. No," said Mr. Pecksniff, answering their looks, "I am sorry to say she is not. It is merely an hysterical affection, nothing more. I am not uneasy." "Mr. Pinch! Thomas!" exclaimed Pecksniff in his kindest accents. "Pray come in. I shall make no stranger of you. Thomas is a friend of mine of rather long standing, Mr. Chuzzlewit, you must know." "Thank you, sir," said Tom. "You introduce me very kindly, and speak of me in terms of which I am proud." "Old Thomas!" cried his master pleasantly. "God bless you!" Tom reported that the young ladies would appear directly, and that the best refreshments which the house afforded were even then in preparation, under their joint superintendence. While he was speaking, the old man looked at him intently, though with less harshness than was common to him, nor did the mutual embarrassment of Tom and the young lady, to whatever cause he attributed it, seem to escape his observation. "Pecksniff," he said after a pause, rising and taking him aside towards the window, "I was much shocked on hearing of my brother's death. We had been strangers for many years. My only comfort is that he must have lived the happier and better man for having associated no hopes or schemes with me. Peace to his memory. We were playfellows once, and it would have been better for us both if we had died then." Finding him in this gentle mood, Mr. Pecksniff began to see another way out of his difficulties besides the casting overboard of Jonas. "That any man, my dear sir, could possibly be the happier for not knowing you," he returned, "you will excuse my doubting. But that Mr. Anthony in the evening of his life was happier in the affection of his excellent son, a pattern, my dear sir, a pattern to all sons, and in the care of a distant relation who, however lowly in his means of serving him, had no bounds to his inclination, I can inform you." "How's this?" said the old man. "You are not a legatee?" "You don't," said Mr. Pecksniff, with a melancholy pressure of his hand, "quite understand my nature yet, I find. No, sir, I am not a legatee. I am proud to say I am not a legatee. I am proud to say that neither of my children is a legatee. And yet, sir, I was with him at his own request. He understood me somewhat better, sir. He wrote and said, 'I am sick, I am sinking, come to me.' I went to him, I sat beside his bed, sir, and I stood beside his grave. Yes, at the risk of offending even you, I did it, sir. Though the avowal should lead to our instant separation, and to the severing of those tender ties between us which have recently been formed, I make it. But I am not a legatee," said Mr. Pecksniff, smiling dispassionately, "and I never expected to be a legatee. I knew better." "His son a pattern!" cried old Martin. "How can you tell me that? My brother had in his wealth the usual doom of wealth, the root of misery. He carried his corrupting influence with him, go where he would, and shed it round him, even on his hearth. It made of his own child a greedy expectant, who measured every day and hour the lessening distance between his father and the grave, and cursed his tardy progress on that dismal road." "No," cried Mr. Pecksniff boldly, "not at all, sir." "But I saw that shadow in his house," said Martin Chuzzlewit, "the last time we met, and warned him of its presence. I know it when I see it, do I not? I who have lived within it all these years." "I deny it," Mr. Pecksniff answered warmly. "I deny it altogether. That bereaved young man is now in this house, sir, seeking in change of scene the peace of mind he has lost. Shall I be backward in doing justice to that young man, when even undertakers and coffin-makers have been moved by the conduct he has exhibited, when even mutes have spoken in his praise, and the medical man hasn't known what to do with himself in the excitement of his feelings? There is a person of the name of Gamp, sir, Mrs. Gamp. Ask her. She saw Mr. Jonas in a trying time. Ask her, sir. She is respectable but not sentimental, and will state the fact. A line addressed to Mrs. Gamp, at the Bird Shop, Kingsgate Street, High Holborn, London, will meet with every attention, I have no doubt. Let her be examined, my good sir. Strike but here. Leap, Mr. Chuzzlewit, but look. Forgive me, my dear sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, taking both his hands, "if I am warm, but I am honest, and must state the truth." In proof of the character he gave himself, Mr. Pecksniff suffered tears of honesty to ooze out of his eyes. The old man gazed at him for a moment with a look of wonder, repeating of himself, "Here now, in this house," but he mastered his surprise, and said, after a pause, "Let me see him." "In a friendly spirit, I hope," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Forgive me, sir, but he is in the receipt of my humble hospitality." "I said," replied the old man, "let me see him."
If I were disposed to regard him in any other than a friendly spirit, I should have said, keep us apart.
Certainly, my dear sir, so you would. You are frankness itself, I know. I will break this happiness to him," said Mr. Pecksniff as he left the room, "if you will excuse me for a minute, gently." He paved the way to the disclosure so very gently that a quarter of an hour elapsed before he returned with Mr. Jonas. In the meantime the young ladies had made their appearance, and the table had been set out for the refreshment of the travellers. Now, however well Mr. Pecksniff in his morality had taught Jonas the lesson of dutiful behaviour to his uncle, and however perfectly Jonas, in the cunning of his nature, had learnt it, that young man's bearing, when presented to his father's brother, was anything but manly or engaging. Perhaps, indeed, so singular a mixture of defiance and obsequiousness, of fear and hardihood, of dogged sullenness, and an attempt at enraging and propitiation, never was expressed in any one human figure as in that of Jonas, when, having raised his downcast eyes to Martin's face, he let them fall again, and uneasily closing and unclosing his hands without a moment's intermission, stood swinging himself from side to side, waiting to be addressed.
Nephew, said the old man, you have been a dutiful son, I hear.
As dutiful as sons in general, I suppose, returned Jonas, looking up and down once more. I don't brag to have been any better than other sons, but I haven't been any worse, I dare say.
A pattern to all sons, I am told, said the old man, glancing towards Mr. Pecksniff.
Ecod, said Jonas, looking up again for a moment and shaking his head. I've been as good a son as ever you were a brother. It's the pot and the kettle, if you come to that.
You speak bitterly in the violence of your regret, said Martin after a pause. Give me your hand.
Jonas did so, and was almost at his ease. Pecksniff, he whispered as they drew their chairs about the table, I gave him as good as he brought, eh? He had better look at home before he looks out of window, I think. Mr. Pecksniff only answered by a nudge of the elbow, which might either be construed into an indignant remonstrance or cordial assent, but which in any case was an emphatic admonition to his chosen son-in-law to be silent. He then proceeded to do the honours of the house with his accustomed ease and amiability. But not even Mr. Pecksniff's guileless merriment could set such a party at their ease, or reconcile materials so utterly discordant and conflicting as those with which he had to deal. The unspeakable jealousy and hatred which that night's explanation had sown in Charity's breast was not to be so easily kept down, and more than once it showed itself in such intensity as seemed to render a full disclosure of all the circumstances then and there impossible to be avoided. The beauteous Mary, too, with all the glory of her conquest fresh upon her, so probed and lanced the rankling disappointment of her sister by her capricious airs and thousand little trials of Mr. Jonas' obedience, that she almost goaded her into a fit of madness, and obliged her to retire from table in a burst of passion hardly less vehement than that to which she had abandoned herself in the first tumult of her wrath. The constraint imposed upon the family by the presence among them for the first time of Mary Graham, for by that name old Mr. Chuzzlewit had introduced her, did not at all improve this state of things, gentle and quiet though her manner was. Mr. Pecksniff's situation was peculiarly trying, for, what with having constantly to keep the peace between his daughters, to maintain a reasonable show of affection and unity in his household, to curb the growing ease and gaiety of Jonas, which vented itself in sundry insolences towards Mr. Pinch, and an indefinable coarseness of manner in reference to Mary, they being the two dependents, to make no mention at all of his having perpetually to conciliate his rich old relative, and to smooth down or explain away some of the 10,000 bad appearances and combinations combinations of bad appearances by which they were surrounded on that unlucky evening, what with having to do this, and it would be difficult to sum up how much more, without the least relief or assistance from anybody, it may be easily imagined that Mr. Pecksniff had in his enjoyment something more than the usual portion of alloy which is mixed up with the best of men's delights. Perhaps he had never in his life felt such a relief as when old Martin, looking at his watch, announced that it was time to go.
"We have rooms," he said, "at the Dragon for the present. I have a fancy for the evening walk. The nights are dark just now. Perhaps Mr. Pinch would not object to light us home."
"My dear sir," cried Pecksniff, "I shall be delighted. Mary, my child, the lantern."
"The lantern, if you please, my dear," said Martin, "but I couldn't think of taking your father out of doors to-night, and to be brief, I won't."
Mr. Pecksniff already had his hat in his hand, but it was so emphatically said that he paused.
"I take Mr. Pinch or go alone," said Martin. "Which shall it be?"
"It shall be Thomas, sir," cried Pecksniff, "since you are so resolute upon it. Thomas, my friend, be very careful, if you please." Tom was in some need of this injunction, for he felt so nervous and trembled to such a degree that he found it difficult to hold the lantern. How much more difficult when, at the old man's bidding, she drew her hand through his, Tom Pinch's, arm.
"And so, Mr. Pinch," said Martin on the way, "you are very comfortably situated here, are you?"
Tom answered, with even more than his usual enthusiasm, that he was under obligations to Mr. Pecksniff which the devotion of a lifetime would but imperfectly repay.
"How long have you known my nephew?" asked Martin.
"Your nephew, sir?" faltered Tom. "Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit," said Mary. "Oh dear, yes," cried Tom, greatly relieved, for his mind was running upon Martin. "Certainly. I never spoke to him before to-night, sir."
"Perhaps half a lifetime will suffice for the acknowledgment of his kindness," observed the old man.
Tom felt that this was a rebuff for him, and could not but understand it as a left-handed hit at his employer, so he was silent. Mary felt that Mr. Pinch was not remarkable for presence of mind, and that he could not say too little under existing circumstances, so she was silent. The old man, disgusted by what in his suspicious nature he considered a shameless and fulsome puff of Mr. Pecksniff, which was a part of Tom's hired service in which he was determined to persevere, set him down at once for a deceitful, servile, miserable fawner, so he was silent. And though they were all sufficiently uncomfortable, it is fair to say that Martin was perhaps the most so, for he had felt kindly towards Tom at first, and had been interested by his seeming simplicity.
"You're like the rest," he thought, glancing at the face of the unconscious Tom. "You had nearly imposed upon me, but you have lost your labour. You are too zealous a toad-eater, and betray yourself, Mr. Pinch."
During the whole remainder of the walk not another word was spoken. First among the meetings to which Tom had long looked forward with a beating heart, it was memorable for nothing but embarrassment and confusion. They parted at the Dragon door, and sighing as he extinguished the candle in the lantern, Tom turned back again over the gloomy fields. As he approached the first stile, which was in a lonely part, made very dark by a plantation of young firs, a man slipped past him and went on before. Coming to the stile, he stopped and took his seat upon it. Tom was rather startled, and for a moment stood still, but he stepped forward again immediately, and went close up to him. It was Jonas, swinging his legs to and fro, sucking the head of a stick, and looking with a sneer at Tom. "Good gracious me!" cried Tom. "Who would have thought of its being you? You followed us, then?"
"What's that to you?" said Jonas. "Go to the devil."
"You are not very civil, I think," remarked Tom.
"Civil enough for you," retorted Jonas. "Who are you?"
"One who has as good a right to common consideration as another," said Tom, mildly.
"You're a liar," said Jonas.
"You haven't any right to any consideration. You haven't a right to anything. You're a pretty sort of fellow to talk about your rights, upon my soul. Ha ha! Rights, too!" "If you proceed in this way," returned Tom, reddening, you will oblige me to talk about my wrongs, but I hope your joke is over." "It's the way with you curs," said Mr. Jonas, "that when you know a man's in real earnest, you pretend to think he's joking so that you may turn it off. But that won't do with me. It's too stale. Now just attend to me for a bit, Mr. Pitch, or Witch, or Stitch, or whatever your name is." "My name is Pinch," observed Tom. "Have the goodness to call me by it." "What! You mustn't even be called out of your name, mustn't you?" cried Jonas. "Pauper prentices are looking up, I think. Egod, we manage 'em a little better in the city." "Never mind what you do in the city," said Tom. "What have you got to say to me?" "Just this, Mr. Pinch," retorted Jonas, thrusting his face so close to Tom's that Tom was obliged to retreat a step. "I advise you to keep your own counsel, and to avoid tittle-tattle, and not to cut in when you're not wanted. I've heard something of you, my friend, and your meek ways, and I recommend you to forget 'em till I am married to one of Pecksniff's gals, and not to curry favour among my relations, but to leave the course clear. You know when curs won't leave the course clear, they're whipped off. So this is kind advice. Do you understand, eh? Damme, who are you," cried Jonas with increased contempt, "that you should walk home with them, unless it was behind 'em, like any other servant out of livery?" "Come," cried Tom, "I see that you had better get off the stile, and let me pursue my way home. Make room for me, if you please." "Don't think it," said Jonas, spreading out his legs. "Not till I choose, and I don't choose now. What? You're afraid of my making you split upon some of your babbling just now, are you, sneak?" "I am not afraid of many things, I hope," said Tom, "and certainly not of anything that you will do. I am not a tale-bearer, and I despise all meanness. You quite mistake me." "Ah!" cried Tom indignantly, "is this manly from one in your position to one in mine? Please to make room for me to pass. The less I say, the better." "The less you say," retorted Jonas, dangling his legs the more and taking no heed of this request. "You say very little, don't you? Ecod, I should like to know what goes on between you and a vagabond member of my family. There's very little in that too, I dare say." "I know no vagabond member of your family," cried Tom stoutly. "You do," said Jonas. "I don't," said Tom. "Your uncle's namesake, if you mean him, is no vagabond. Any comparison between you and him," Tom snapped his fingers at him, for he was rising fast in wrath, "is immeasurably to your disadvantage." "Oh, indeed!" sneered Jonas. "And what do you think of his his beggarly leavings, eh, Mr. Pinch?" "I don't mean to say another word, or stay here another instant," replied Tom. "As I told you before, you're a liar," said Jonas coolly. "You'll stay here till I give you leave to go. Now keep where you are, will you?" He flourished his stick over Tom's head, but in a moment it was spinning harmlessly in the air, and Jonas himself lay sprawled in the ditch. In the momentary struggle for the stick, Tom had brought it into violent contact with his opponent's forehead, and the blood welled out profusely from a deep cut on the temple. Tom was first apprised of this by seeing that he pressed his handkerchief to the wounded part, and staggered as he rose, being stunned. "Are you hurt?" said Tom. "I am very sorry. Lean on me for a moment. You can do that without forgiving me, if you still bear me malice. But I don't know why, for I never offended you before we met on this spot." He made him no answer, not appearing at first to understand him, or even to know that he was hurt, though he several times took his handkerchief from the cut to look vacantly at the blood upon it. After one of these examinations he looked at Tom, and then there was an expression in his features which showed that he understood what had taken place and would remember it. Nothing more passed between them as they went home. Jonas kept a little in advance, and Tom Pinch sadly followed, thinking of the grief which the knowledge of this quarrel must occasion his excellent benefactor. When Jonas knocked at the door, Tom's heart beat high, higher when Miss Mercy answered it, and seeing her wounded lover, shrieked aloud, higher when he followed them into the family parlour, higher than at any other time when Jonas spoke. "Don't make a noise about it," he said. "It's nothing worth mentioning. I didn't know the road, the night's very dark, and just as I came up with Mr. Pinch," he turned his face towards Tom, but not his eyes,
I ran against a tree. It's only skin deep.'
'Cold water, Mary, my child,' cried Mr. Pecksniff. 'Browned paper, scissors, a piece of old linen. Charity, my dear, make a bandage. Bless me, Mr. Jonas.'
'Oh, bother your nonsense,' returned the gracious son-in-law elect. 'Be of some use if you can. If you can't, get out.' Miss Charity, though called upon to lend her aid, sat upright in one corner with a smile upon her face, and didn't move a finger. Though Mercy laved the wound herself, and Mr. Pecksniff held the patient's head between his two hands, as if without that assistance it must inevitably come in half, and Tom Pinch, in his guilty agitation, shook a bottle of Dutch drops until they were nothing but English froth, and in his other hand sustained a formidable carving knife, really intended to reduce the swelling, but apparently designed for the ruthless infliction of another wound as soon as that was dressed. Charity rendered not the least assistance, nor uttered a word. But when Mr. Jonas's head was bound up, and he had gone to bed, and everybody else had retired, and the house was quiet, Mr. Pinch, as he sat mournfully on his bedstead ruminating, heard a gentle tap at his door, and opening it, saw her, to his great astonishment, standing before him with her finger on her lip. 'Mr. Pinch,' she whispered, 'dear Mr. Pinch, tell me the truth. You did that. There was some quarrel between you, and you struck him. I am sure of it.' It was the first time she had ever spoken kindly to Tom, in all the many years they had passed together. He was stupefied with amazement. 'Was it so, or not?' she eagerly demanded. 'I was very much provoked,' said Tom. 'Then it was?' cried Charity, with sparkling eyes. 'Yes. We had a struggle for the path,' said Tom. 'But I didn't mean to hurt him so much.' 'Not so much!' she repeated, clenching her hand and stamping her foot, to Tom's great wonder. 'Don't say that. It was brave of you. I honour you for it. If you should ever quarrel again, don't spare him for the world, but beat him down and set your shoe upon him. Not a word of this to anybody. Dear Mr. Pinch, I am your friend from to-night. I am always your friend from this time.' She turned her flushed face upon Tom to confirm her words by its kindling expression, and seizing his right hand pressed it to her breast and kissed it. And there was nothing personal in this to render it at all embarrassing, for even Tom, whose power of observation was by no means remarkable, knew from the energy with which she did it that she would have fondled any hand, no matter how bedaubed or dyed, that had broken the head of Jonas Chuzzlewit. Tom went into his room, and went to bed, full of uncomfortable thoughts. That there should be any such tremendous division in the family as he knew must have taken place to convert Charity Pecksniff into his friend for any reason, but above all for that which was clearly the real one, that Jonas, who had assailed him with such exceeding coarseness, should have been sufficiently magnanimous to keep the secret of their quarrel, and that any train of circumstances should have led to the commission of an assault and battery by Thomas Pinch upon any man calling himself the friend of Seth Pecksniff, were matters of such deep and painful cogitation that he could not close his eyes. His own violence in particular so preyed upon the generous mind of Tom, that, coupling it with the many former occasions on which he had given Mr. Pecksniff pain and anxiety, occasions of which that gentleman often reminded him, he really began to regard himself as destined by a mysterious fate to be the evil genius and bad angel of his patron. But he fell asleep at last, and dreamed, new source of waking uneasiness, that he had betrayed his trust, and ran away with Mary Graham. It must be acknowledged that, asleep or awake, Tom's position in reference to this young lady was full of uneasiness. The more he saw of her, the more he admired her beauty, her intelligence, the amiable qualities that even won on the divided house of Pecksniff, and in a few days restored at all events the semblance of harmony and kindness between the angry sisters. When she spoke, Tom held his breath, so eagerly he listened. When she sang, he sat like one entranced. She touched his organ, and from that bright epoch even it, the old companion of his happiest hours, incapable as he had thought of elevation, began a new and deified existence. God's love upon thy patience, Tom! Who that had beheld thee for 3 summer weeks, poring through half the dead-long night
over the jingling anatomy of that inscrutable old harpsichord in the back parlour, could have missed the entrance to thy secret heart, albeit it was dimly known to thee? Who that had seen the glow upon thy cheek when leaning down to listen, after hours of labour, for the sound of one incorrigible note, thou foundest that it had a voice at last, and wheezed out a flat something, distantly akin to what it ought to be, would not have known that it was destined for no common touch, but one that smote, though as gently as an angel's hand, upon the deepest chord within thee. And if a friendly glance, ay, even though it were as guileless as thine own, dear Tom, could have but pierced the twilight of that evening, when in a voice well tempered to the time, sad, sweet, and low, yet hopeful, she first sang to the altered instrument, and wondered at the change, and thou, sitting apart at the open window, kept a glad silence and a swelling heart, must not that glance have read perforce the dawning of a story, Tom, that it were well for thee had never been begun? Tom Pinch's situation was not made the less dangerous or difficult by the fact of no word passing between them in reference to Martin. Honourably mindful of his promise, Tom gave her opportunities of all kinds. Early and late he was in the church, in her favourite walks in the village, in the garden, in the meadows, and in any or all these places he might have spoken freely. But no, at all such times she carefully avoided him, or never came in his way unaccompanied. It could not be that she disliked or distrusted him, for by a thousand little delicate means, too slight for any notice but his own, she singled him out when others were present, and showed herself the very soul of kindness. Could it be that she had broken with Martin, or had never returned his affection, save in his own bold and heightened fancy? Tom's cheek grew red with self-reproach as he dismissed the thought. All this time old Martin came and went in his own strange manner, or sat among the rest absorbed within himself and holding little intercourse with any one. Although he was unsocial, he was not unwilful in other things, or troublesome, or morose, being never better pleased than when they had left him quite unnoticed at his book, and pursued their own amusements in his presence unreserved. It was impossible to discern in whom he took an interest, or whether he had an interest in any of them. Unless they spoke to him directly, he never showed that he had ears or eyes for anything that passed. One day, the lively Mary, sitting with downcast eyes under a shady tree in the churchyard, whither she had retired after fatiguing herself by the imposition of sundry trials on the temper of Mr. Jonas, felt that a new shadow came between her and the sun. Raising her eyes in the expectation of seeing her betrothed, she was not a little surprised to see old Martin instead. Her surprise was not diminished when he took his seat upon the turf beside her, and opened a conversation thus: "When are you to be married?" "Oh dear, Mr. Chuzzlewit, my goodness me, I'm sure I don't know. Not yet a while, I hope." "You hope," said the old man. It was very gravely said, but she took it for banter, and giggled excessively. "Come," said the old man, with unusual kindness, "you are young, good-looking, and, I think, good-natured. Frivolous you are, and love to be undoubtedly, but you must have some heart." "I have not given it all away, I can tell you," said Mary, nodding her head shrewdly, and plucking up the grass.
"Have you parted with any of it?"
She threw the grass about and looked another way, but said nothing. Martin repeated his question. "Lor, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, really you must excuse me. How very odd you are!"
"If it be odd in me to desire to know whether you love the young man whom I understand you are to marry, I am very odd," said Martin, "for that is certainly my wish."
"He's such a monster, you know," said Mary, pouting.
"Then you don't love him," returned the old man. "Is that your meaning?"
"Why, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, I'm sure I tell him 100 times a day that I hate him. You must have heard me tell him that."
"Often," said Martin.
"And so I do," cried Mary. "I do positively."
"Being at the same time engaged to marry him," observed the old man.
"Oh yes," said Mary.
But I told the wretch, oh, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, I told him when he asked me, that if I ever did marry him, it should only be that I might hate and tease him all my life." She had a suspicion that the old man regarded Jonas with anything but favour, and intended these remarks to be extremely captivating. He did not appear, however, to regard them in that light by any means, for when he spoke again, it was in a tone of severity. "Look about you," he said, pointing to the graves, "and remember that from your bridal hour to the day which sees you brought as low as these, and laid in such a bed, there will be no appeal against him. Think and speak and act for once like an accountable creature. Is any control put upon your inclination? Are you forced into this match? Are you insidiously advised or tempted to contract it by any one? I will not ask by whom. By any one?" "No," said Mary, shrugging her shoulders, "I don't know that I am." "Don't know that you are. Are you?" "No," replied Mary. "Nobody ever said anything to me about it. If any one had tried to make me have him, I wouldn't have had him at all." "I am told that he was at first supposed to be your sister's admirer," said Martin. "Oh, good gracious, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, it would be very hard to make him, though he is a monster, accountable for other people's vanity," said Mary, "and poor dear Charity is the vainest darling." "It was her mistake, then?" "I hope it was," cried Mary. "But all along the dear child has been so dreadfully jealous and so cross, that upon my word and honour it's impossible to please her, and it's of no use trying." "Not forced, persuaded, or controlled," said Martin, thoughtfully. "And that's true, I see. There is one chance yet. You may have lapsed into this engagement in very giddiness. It may have been the wanton act of a light head. Is that so?" "My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit," simpered Mary, "as to light-headedness, there never was such a feather of a head as mine. It's perfect balloon, I declare. You never did, you know." He waited quietly till she had finished, and then said, steadily and slowly, and in a softened voice, as he would still invite her confidence, "Have you any wish, or is there anything within your breast that whispers you may form the wish, if you have time to think, to be released from this engagement?" Again Miss Mary pouted, and looked down, and plucked the grass, and shrugged her shoulders. No, she didn't know that she had. She was pretty sure she hadn't. Quite sure. She might say she didn't mind it. "Has it ever occurred to you," said Martin, "that your married life may perhaps be miserable, full of bitterness, and most unhappy?" Mary looked down again, and now she tore up the grass by the roots. "My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, what shocking words! Of course I shall quarrel with him. I should quarrel with any husband. Married people always quarrel, I believe. But as to being miserable and bitter and all those dreadful things, you know, why, I couldn't be absolutely that unless he always had the best of it. And I mean to have the best of it myself, I always do now," cried Mary, nodding her head and giggling very much, "for I make a perfect slave of the creature." "Let it go on," said Martin, rising. "Let it go on. I sought to know your mind, my dear, and you have showed it me. I wish you joy. Joy," he repeated, looking full upon her and pointing to the wicket gate, where Jonas entered at the moment. And then, without waiting for his nephew, he passed out at another gate, and went away. "Oh, you terrible old man!" cried the facetious Mary to herself. "What a perfectly hideous monster to be wandering about churchyards in the broad daylight, frightening people out of their wits! Don't come here, Griffin, or I shall away directly." Mr. Jonas was the Griffin. He sat down upon the grass at her side, in spite of this warning, and sulkily inquired, "What's my uncle been talking about?" "About you," rejoined Mary. "He says you're not half good enough for me." "Oh, yes, I dare say. We all know that. He means to give you some present worth having, I hope. Did he say anything that looked like it?" "That he didn't," cried Mary, most decisively. "A stingy old dog he is," said Jonas. "Well?" "Griffin," cried Miss Mercy, in counterfeit amazement, What are you doing, Griffin?" "Only giving you a squeeze," said the discomfited Jonas. "There's no harm in that, I suppose." "But there is a great deal of harm in it if I don't consider it agreeable," returned his cousin. "Do go along, will you? You make me so hot." Mr. Jonas withdrew his arm, and for a moment looked at her more like a murderer than a lover, but he cleared his brow by degrees, and broke silence with, "I say, Mel." "What do you say, you vulgar thing, you low savage?" cried his fair betrothed. "When is it to be? I can't afford to go on dawdling about here half my life, I needn't tell you, and Pecksniff says that father's been so lately dead makes very little odds, for we can be married as quiet as we please down here, and my being lonely is a good reason to the neighbours for taking a wife home so soon, especially one that he knew. As to Crossbones, my uncle I mean, he's sure not to put a spoke in the wheel whatever we settle on, for he told Pecksniff only this morning that if you liked it he'd have nothing at all to say. So, Mel," said Jonas, venturing on another squeeze, "when shall it be?" "Upon my word!" cried Mary. "Upon my soul, if you like," said Jonas. "What do you say to next week, now?" "To next week? If you had said next quarter I should have wondered at your impudence." "But I didn't say next quarter," retorted Jonas. "I said next week." "Then, Griffin," cried Miss Mary, pushing him off and rising, "I say no, not next week. It shan't be till I choose, and I may not choose it to be for months. There!" He glanced up at her from the ground almost as darkly as he had looked at Tom Pinch, but held his peace. "No fright of a Griffin with a patch over his eye shall dictate to me or have a voice in the matter," said Mary. "There!" Still Mr. Jonas held his peace. "If it's next month, that shall be the very earliest, but I won't say when it shall be till to-morrow. And if you don't like that, it shall never be at all," said Mary. "And if you follow me about and won't leave me alone, it shall never be at all. There! And if you don't do everything I order you to do, it shall never be at all. So don't follow me. There, Griffin!" And with that she skipped away among the trees. "He caught my lady," said Jonas, looking after her and biting a piece of straw almost to powder. "You'll catch it for this when you are married. It's all very well now. It keeps one on somehow, and you know it. But I'll pay you off, Scot and lot, by and by. This is a plaguey dull sort of a place for a man to be sitting by himself in. I could never abide a mouldy old churchyard." As he turned into the avenue himself, Miss Mary, who was far ahead, happened to look back. "Ah!" said Jonas, with a sullen smile, and a nod that was not addressed to her. "Make the most of it while it lasts. Get in your hay while the sun shines. Take your own way as long as it's in your power, my lady." End of chapter 24. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 25. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 25, is in part professional, and furnishes the reader with some valuable hints in relation to the management of a sick chamber. Mr. Mould was surrounded by his household gods. He was enjoying the sweets of domestic repose, and gazing on them with a calm delight. The day being sultry, and the window open, the legs of Mr. Mould were on the window-seat, and his back reclined against the shutter. Over his shining head a handkerchief was drawn, to guard his baldness from the flies. The room was fragrant with the smell of punch, a tumbler of which grateful compound stood upon a small round table, convenient to the hand of Mr. Mould, so deftly mixed that as his eye looked down into the cool transparent drink, another eye, peering brightly from behind the crisp lemon peel, looked up at him, and twinkled like a star. Deep in the city, and within the ward of Cheap, stood Mr. Mould's establishment. His harem, or in other words the common sitting-room of Mrs. Mould and family, was at the back, over the little counting-house behind the shop, abutting on a churchyard, small and shady. In this domestic chamber Mr. Mould now sat, gazing, a placid man, upon his punch and home. if for a moment at a time he sought a wider prospect whence he might return with fashioned zest to these enjoyments, his moist glance wandered like a sunbeam through a rural screen of scarlet runners trained on strings before the window, and he looked down with an artist's eye upon the graves. The partners of his life and daughters twain were Mr. Mould's companions. Plump as any partridge was each Miss Mould, and Mrs. M. was plumper than the two together. So round and chubby were their fair proportions, that they might have been the bodies once belonging to the angels' faces in the shop below, grown up, with other heads attached to make them mortal. Even their peachy cheeks were puffed out and distended, as though they ought by right to be performing on celestial trumpets. The bodiless cherubs in the shop, who were depicted as constantly blowing those instruments for ever and ever, without any lungs, played, it is to be presumed, entirely by ear. Mr. Mould looked lovingly at Mrs. Mould, who sat hard by, and was a helpmate to him in his punch as in all other things. Each seraph daughter, too, enjoyed her share of his regards, and smiled upon him in return. So bountiful were Mr. Mould's possessions, and so large his stock in trade, that even there, within his household sanctuary, stood a cumbrous press, whose mahogany maw was filled with shrouds, and winding-sheets, and other furniture of funerals. But though the Misses Mould had been brought up, as one might say, beneath his eye, it had cast no shadow on their timid infancy or blooming youth. Sporting behind the scenes of death and burial from cradlehood, the Misses Mould knew no better. Hatbands to them were but so many yards of silk or crape, the final robe but such a quantity of linen. The Misses Mould could idealize a player's habit, or a court lady's petticoat, or even an Act of Parliament, but they were not to be taken in by palls. They made them sometimes. The premises of Mr. Mould were hard of hearing to the boisterous noses in the great main streets, and nestled in a quiet corner where the city strife became a drowsy hum, that sometimes rose and sometimes fell and sometimes altogether ceased, suggesting to a thoughtful mind a stoppage in Cheapside. The light came sparkling in among the scarlet runners, as if the churchyard winked at Mr. Mould and said, "We understand each other," and from the distant shop a pleasant sound arose of coffin-making, with a low melodious hammer, rat tat 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 alike, promoting slumber and digestion. "Quite the buzz of insects," said Mr. Mould, closing his eyes in perfect luxury. "It puts one in mind of the sound of animated nature in the agricultural districts. It's exactly like the woodpecker tapping." "The woodpecker tapping the hollow elm tree," observed Mrs. Mould, adapting the words of the popular melody to the description of wood commonly used in the trade. "Ha ha!" laughed Mr. Mould. "Not at all bad, my dear. We shall be glad to hear from you again. Mrs. M. Hollow Elm Tree, eh? Ha! Very good indeed. I've seen worse than that in the Sunday papers, my love." Mrs. Mould, thus encouraged, took a little more of the punch, and handed it to her daughters, who dutifully followed the example of their mother. "Hollow elm tree, eh?" said Mr. Mould, making a slight motion with his legs in his enjoyment of the joke. "It's beech in the song. Elm, eh? Yes, to be sure. Ha ha ha! Upon my soul, that's one of the best things I know." He was so excessively tickled by the jest that he couldn't forget it, but repeated 20 times. "Elm, eh? Yes, to be sure. Elm, of course. Ha ha ha! Upon my life, you know that ought to be sent to somebody who could make use of it. It's one of the smartest things that ever was said. Hollow elmry, eh? Of course. Very hollow. Ha ha ha!" Here a knock was heard at the room door. "That's Tacker, I know," said Mrs. Mould, "by the wheezing he makes. Who that hears him now would suppose he'd ever had wind enough to carry the feathers on his head? Come in, Tacker." "Beg your pardon, ma'am," said Tacker, looking in a little way. "I thought our governor was here." Well, so he is, cried Mould. Oh, I didn't see you, I'm sure, said Tacker, looking in a little farther. You wouldn't be inclined to take a walking, one of two, with the plain wood and a tin plate, I suppose? Certainly not, replied Mr. Mould. Much too common, nothing to say to it. I told him it was precious low, observed Mr. Tacker. Tell him to go somewhere else. We don't do that style of business here, said Mr. Mould. Like their impudence to propose it. Who is it? Why, returned Tacker, pausing, that's where it is, you see. It's the beadle's son-in-law. The beadle's son-in-law, eh? said Mould. Well, I'll do it if the beadle follows in his cocked hat, not else. We carry it off that way by looking official, but it'll be low enough then. His cocked hat, mind. I'll take care, sir, returned Tacker. Oh, Mrs. Gamp's below and wants to speak to you. Tell Mrs. Gamp to come upstairs, said Mould. Now, Mrs. Gamp, what's your news? The lady in question was by this time in the doorway, curtsying to Mrs. Mould. At the same moment a peculiar fragrance was borne upon the breeze, as if a passing fairy had hiccuped, and had previously been to wine vaults. Mrs. Gamp made no response to Mr. Mould, but curtsied to Mrs. Mould again, and held up her hands and eyes, as in a devout thanksgiving that she looked so well. She was neatly, but not so gaudily attired, in the weeds she had worn when Mr. Pecksniff had the pleasure of making her acquaintance, and was perhaps the turning of a scale more snuffy. "There are some happy creeturs," Mrs. Gamp observed, "as time runs back'ards with, and you are one, Mrs. Mould. Not that he need do nothing except use you in his most audacious way for years to come, I'm sure, for young you are and will be. I says to Mrs. Harris," Mrs. Gamp continued, "only t'other day, the last Monday evening fortnight as ever dawned upon this Pilgrim's Progress of a mortal whale, I says to Mrs. Harris when she says to me, years and our trials, Mrs. Gamp, sets marks upon us all. Say not the words, Mrs. Harris, if you and me is to be continual friends, for such is not the case. Mrs. Mould, I says, making so free, I will confess, as use the name," she curtsied here, "is one of them that goes again the obserwation straight, and never, Mrs. Harris, whilst I've a drop of breath to draw, will I sit by and not stand up. Don't think it. I ask your pardon, ma'am, says Mrs. Harris, and I humbly grant your grace, for if ever a woman lived as would see her fellow creatures into fits to serve her friends, well do I know that woman's name is Sairey Gamp." At this point she was fain to stop for breath, and advantage may be taken of the circumstance to state that a fearful mystery surrounding this lady of the name of Harris, whom no one in the circle of Mrs. Gamp's acquaintance had ever seen, neither did any human being know her place of residence, though Mrs. Gamp appeared on her own showing to be in constant communication with her. There were conflicting rumours on the subject, but the prevalent opinion was that she was a phantom of Mrs. Gamp's brain, as Messrs. Doe and Roe are fictions of the law, created for the express purpose of holding visionary dialogues with her on all manner of subjects, and invariably winding up with a compliment to the excellence of her nature. "And likewise what a pleasure," said Mrs. Gamp, turning with a tearful smile towards the daughters, "to see them two young ladies as I'd known afore a tooth in their pretty heads was cut, and have many a day seen, the sweet creeturs, playin' at berryins down in the shop, and follerin' the order book to its long home in the iron safe. But that's all past and over, Mr. Mould." As she thus got in a carefully regulated routine to that gentleman, she shook her head waggishly. "That's all past and over now, sir, ain't it?" "Changes, Mrs. Gamp, changes," returned the undertaker. More changes too to come, afore we're done with changes, sir,' said Mrs. Gamp, nodding yet more waggishly than before. 'Young ladies with such faces thinks of something else besides berryins, don't they, sir?' 'I am sure I don't know, Mrs. Gamp,' said Mould with a chuckle. 'Not bad in Mrs. Gamp, my dear?' 'Oh yes, you do know, sir,' said Mrs. Gamp. 'And so does Mrs. Mould, your handsome partner too, sir. And so do I, although the blessing of a daughter was denied me, which, if we had had one, Gamp would certainly have drunk its little shoes right off its feet, as with our precious boy he did, and arterwards send the child a errand to sell his wooden leg for any money it would fetch as matches in the rough, and bring it home in liquor, which was truly done beyond his years, for every individual penny that child lost at toss or bifurcaty ones, and come home arterwards quite bold to break the news, and offering to drown himself if such would be a satisfaction to his parents. Oh yes, you do know, sir,' said Mrs. Gamp, wiping her eye with her shawl and resuming the thread of her discourse. 'There's something besides births and buryings in the newspapers, ain't there, Mr. Mould?' Mr. Mould winked at Mrs. Mould, whom he had by this time taken on his knee, and said, 'No doubt. A good deal more, Mrs. Gamp. Upon my life, Mrs. Gamp is very far from bad, my dear.' 'There's Marions, ain't there, sir?' said Mrs. Gamp, while both the daughters blushed and tittered. 'Bless their precious hearts, and well they knows it. Well, you knowed it too, and well did Mrs. Mould when you was at their time of life. But my opinion is, you're all of one age now, for as to you and Mrs. Mould, sir, ever having grandchildren—' 'Oh, fie, fie! Nonsense, Mrs. Gamp,' replied the undertaker. 'Devilish smart though. Capital!' This was in a whisper. 'My dear,' aloud again, 'Mrs. Gamp can drink a glass of rum, I dare say. Sit down, Mrs. Gamp, sit down.' Mrs. Gamp took the chair that was nearest the door, and casting up her eyes towards the ceiling, feigned to be wholly insensible to the fact of a glass of rum being in preparation, until it was placed in her hand by one of the young ladies, when she exhibited the greatest surprise. 'A thing,' she said, 'as hardly ever, Mrs. Mould, occurs with me unless it is when I am indispoged, and find my half a pint of porter settling heavy on the chest. Mrs. Harris often and often says to me, "Sairey Gamp," she says, "you raly do amaze me." "Mrs. Harris," I says to her, "why so? Give it a name, I beg." "Telling the truth then, ma'am," says Mrs. Harris, "and shaming him as shall be nameless betwixt you and me, never did I think till I knowed you as any woman could sick nurse and monthly likeways on the little that you takes to drink. Mrs. Harris," I says to her, "none on us knows what we can do till we tries, and once when me and Gamp kept house, I thought so too. But now," I says, "my half a pint of porter fully satisfied, perwisin, Mrs. Harris, that it's brought reg'lar and drawed mild. Whether I sicks or monthlies, ma'am, I hope I does my duty, but I am but a poor woman, and I earns my living hard, therefore I do require it, which I makes confession, to be brought reg'lar and drawed mild." The precise connection between these observations and the glass of rum did not appear, for Mrs. Gamp, proposing as a toast, "The best of lucks to all," took off the dram in quite a scientific manner, without any further remarks. "And what's your news, Mrs. Gamp?" asked Mould again, as that lady wiped her lips upon her shawl, and nibbled a corner off a soft biscuit, which she appeared to carry in her pocket as a provision against contingent drams. "How's Mr. Chuffey?" "Mr. Chuffey, sir," she replied, is just as usual. He ain't no better and he ain't no worse. I take it very kind in the gentleman to have wrote up to you and said let Mrs. Gamp take care of him till I come home, but everything he does is kind. There ain't a many like him. If there was, we shouldn't want no churches.
What do you want to speak to me about, Mrs. Gamp? Said Mould, coming to the point.
Just this, sir, Mrs. Gamp returned, with thanks to you for asking. There is a gent, sir, at the Bull in Holborn as has been took ill there and is bad abed. They have a day nurse as was recommended from Bartholomew's, and well I knows her, Mr. Mould, his name being Mrs. Prigg, the best of creatures, but she is otherwise engaged at night, and they are in wants of night watching. Consequent she says to them, having reposed the greatest friendliness in me for 20 year, the soberest person going and the best of blessing in a sick room is Mrs. Gamp. Send a boy to Kingsgate Street, she says, and snap her up at any price, for Mrs. Gamp is worth her weight and more in golden guineas. My landlord brings the message down to me, and says, being in a light place where you are, and this job promising so well, why not unite the two? No, sir, I says, not unbeknown to Mr. Mould, and therefore do not think it. But I will go to Mr. Mould, I says, and ask him, if you like. Here she looked sideways at the undertaker, and came to a stop.
Night watching, eh? Said Mould, rubbing his chin.
From 8 o'clock till 8, sir, I will not deceive you, Mrs. Gamp rejoined.
And then go back, eh? Said Mould.
Quite free then, sir, to attend to Mr. Chuffey. His ways being quiet and his hours early, he'd be abed, sir, nearly all the time. I will not deny, said Mrs. Gamp with meekness, that I am but a poor woman, and that the money is a object, but do not let that act upon you, Mr. Mould. Rich folks may ride on camels, but it ain't so easy for 'em to see out of a needle's eye. That is my comfort, and I hope I knows it.
Well, Mrs. Gamp, observed Mould, I don't see any particular objection to your earning an honest penny under such circumstances. I should keep it quiet, I think, Mrs. Gamp. I wouldn't mention it to Mr. Chuzzlewit on his return, for instance, unless it were necessary, or he asked you point blank.
The very words was on my lips, sir, Mrs. Gamp rejoined. Supposing that the gent should die, I hope I might take the liberty of saying as I knowed some one in the undertaking line, and yet give no offence to you, sir.
Certainly, Mrs. Gamp, said Mould with much condescension. You may casually remark in such a case that we do the thing pleasantly and in a great variety of styles, and are generally considered to make it as agreeable as possible to the feelings of the survivors. But don't obtrude it, don't obtrude it. Easy, easy. My dear, you may as well give Mrs. Gamp a card or two, if you please. Mrs. Gamp received them, and scenting no more rum in the wind, for the bottle was locked up again, rose to take her departure.
Wishing every happiness to this happy family, said Mrs. Gamp, with all my heart. Good arternoon, Mrs. Mould. If I was Mr. Wood I should be jealous of you, ma'am, and I'm sure, if I was you, I should be jealous of Mr. Mould.
Tut, tut, bah, bah, go along, Mrs. Gamp, cried the delighted undertaker.
As to the young ladies, said Mrs. Gamp, dropping a curtsy, bless their sweet looks. How they can ever reconcile it with their duties to be so grown up with such young parents, it ain't for such as me to give a guess at.
Nonsense, nonsense. Be off, Mrs. Gamp, said Mould, but in the height of his gratification he actually pinched Mrs. Mould as he said it. I'll tell you what, my dear, he observed, when Mrs. Gamp had at last withdrawn and shut the door, that's a very shrewd woman.
That's a woman whose intellect is immensely superior to her station in life. That's a woman who observes and reflects in an uncommon manner. She's the sort of woman now," said Mould, drawing his silk handkerchief over his head again, and composing himself for a nap, "one would almost feel disposed to bury for nothing, and do it neatly too." Mrs. Mould and her daughters fully concurred in these remarks, the subject of which had by this time reached the street, where she experienced so much inconvenience from the air that she was obliged to stand under an archway for a short time to recover herself. Even after this precaution she walked so unsteadily as to attract the compassionate regards of divers kind-hearted boys, who took the liveliest interest in her disorder, and in their simple language bade her be of good cheer, for she was only a little screwed. Whatever she was, or whatever name the vocabulary of medical science would have bestowed upon her malady, Mrs. Gamp was perfectly acquainted with the way home, and arriving at the house of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, lay down to rest. Remaining there until 7 o'clock in the evening, and then persuading poor old Chuffey to betake himself to bed, she sallied forth upon her new engagement. First she went to her private lodging in Kingsgate Street, for a bundle of robes and wrappings comfortable in the night season, and then repaired to the Bull in Holborn, which she reached as the clocks were striking 8. As she turned into the yard she stopped, for the landlord, landlady, and head chambermaid were all on the threshold together, talking earnestly with a young gentleman who seemed to have just come or just be going away. The first words that struck upon Mrs. Gamp's ear obviously bore reference to the patient, and it being expedient that all good attendants should know as much as possible about the case on which their skill is brought to bear, Mrs. Gamp listened as a matter of duty. "No better then?" observed the gentleman. "Worse," said the landlord. "Much worse," added the landlady. "Oh, a deal badder," cried the chambermaid from the background, opening her eyes very wide and shaking her head. "Poor fellow!" said the gentleman. "I am sorry to hear it. The worst of it is that I have no idea what friends or relations he has, or where they live, except that it certainly is not in London." The landlord looked at the landlady, the landlady looked at the landlord, and the chambermaid remarked hysterically that of all the many wag directions she has ever seen or heard of, and they wasn't few in a hotel, that was the waggest. "The fact is, you see," pursued the gentleman, "as I told you yesterday when you sent to me, I really know very little about him. We were schoolfellows together, but since that time I have only met him twice. On both occasions I was in London for a boy's holiday, having come up for a week or so from Wiltshire, and lost sight of him again directly. The letter bearing my name and address which you found upon his table, and which led to you applying to me, is in answer, you will observe, to one he wrote from his house the very day he was taken ill, making an appointment with him at his own request. Here is his letter, if you wish to see it." The landlord read it, the landlady looked over him. The chambermaid in the background made out as much of it as she could, and invented the rest, believing it from that time forth as a positive piece of evidence. "He has very little luggage, you say," observed the gentleman, who was no other than our old friend John Westlock. "Nothing but a portmanteau," said the landlord, "and very little in it." "A few pounds in his purse, though?" "Yes, it's sealed up and in the cash box. I made a memorandum of the amount, which you're welcome to see." "Well," said John, "as the medical gentleman says the fever must take its course, and nothing can be done just now beyond giving him his drinks regularly, and having him carefully attended to, nothing more can be said that I know of, until he is in a condition to give us some information. Can you suggest anything else?" "No," replied the landlord, "except who's to pay, I suppose," said John. "Why," hesitated the landlord, "it would be as well." "Quite as well," said the landlady. "Not forgetting to remember the servants," said the chambermaid in a bland whisper. "It is but reasonable, I fully admit," said John Westlock. "At all events, you have the stock in hand to go upon for the present, and I will readily undertake to pay the doctor and the nurses." "Ah!" cried Mrs. Gamp, "a rale gentleman!" She groaned her admiration so audibly that they all turned round. Mrs. Gamp felt the necessity of advancing, bundle in hand, and introducing herself. "The night nurse," she observed, "from Kingsgate Street. well be known to Mrs. Prig, the day nurse, and the best of creatures. How is the poor dear gentleman to-night? If he ain't no better yet, still that is what must be expected and prepared for. It ain't the first time by many a score, ma'am," dropping a curtsy to the landlady, "that Mrs. Prig and me has nussed together, turn and turn about, one off, one on. We knows each other's ways, and often gives relief when others fail. Our charges is but low, sir," Mrs. Gamp addressed herself to John on this head, "considerin' the natur of our painful duty. If they was made according to our wishes, they would be easy paid." Regarding herself as having now delivered her inauguration address, Mrs. Gamp curtsied all round, and signified her wish to be conducted to the scene of her official duties. The chambermaid led her, through a variety of intricate passages, to the top of the house, and pointing at length to a solitary door at the end of a gallery, informed her that yonder was the chamber where the patient lay. That done, she hurried off with all the speed she could make. Mrs. Gamp traversed the gallery in a great heat from having carried her large bundle up so many stairs, and tapped at the door, which was immediately opened by Mrs. Prig, bonneted and shawled, and all impatience to be gone. Mrs. Prig was of the Gamp build, but not so fat, and her voice was deeper and more like a man's. She also had a beard. "I begin to think you'll want a comin'," Mrs. Prig observed, in some displeasure. "It shall be made good to-morrow night," said Mrs. Gamp. "Honourable, I had to go and fetch my things." She had begun to make signs of inquiry in reference to the position of the patient and his overhearing them, for there was a screen before the door, when Mrs. Prig settled that point easily. "Oh," she said aloud, "he's quiet, but his wits are gone. It ain't no matter what you say." "Anything to tell afore you goes, my dear?" asked Mrs. Gamp, setting her bundle down inside the door, and looking affectionately at her partner. "The pickled salmon," Mrs. Prig replied, "is quite delicious. I can particular recommend it. Don't have nothing to say to the cold meat, for it tastes of the stable. The drinks is all good." Mrs. Gamp expressed herself much gratified. "The physic in them things is on the drawers and mankel shelf," said Mrs. Prig cursorily. "He took his last slime draught at 7. The easy chair ain't soft enough. You'll want his piller." Mrs. Gamp thanked her for these hints, and giving her a friendly good night, held the door open until she had disappeared at the other end of the gallery. Having thus performed the hospitable duty of seeing her safely off, she shut it, locked it on the inside, took up her bundle, walked round the screen, and entered on her occupation of the sick chamber. "A little dull, but not so bad as might be," Mrs. Gamp remarked. "I'm glad to see a parapet in case of a fire, and lots of roofs and chimney pots to walk upon." It will be seen from these remarks that Mrs. Gamp was looking out of window. When she had exhausted the prospect, she tried the easy chair, which she indignantly declared was harder than a brick badge. Next she pursued her researches along the physic bottles, glasses, jugs, and teacups, and when she had entirely satisfied her curiosity on all these subjects of investigation, she untied her bonnet strings, and strolled up to the bedside to look at the patient. A young man, dark and not ill looking, with long black hair that seemed the blacker for the whiteness of the bedclothes. His eyes were partly opened, and he never ceased to roll his head from side to side upon the pillow, keeping his body almost quiet. He did not utter words, but every now and then gave vent to an expression of impatience or fatigue, sometimes of surprise, and still his restless head, oh weary, weary hour, went to and fro without a moment's intermission. Mrs. Gamp solaced herself with a pinch of snuff, and stood looking at him with her head inclined a little sideways, as a connoisseur might gaze upon a doubtful work of art. By degrees a horrible remembrance of one branch of her calling took possession of the woman, and stooping down she pinned his wandering arms against his sides, to see how he would look if laid out as a dead man. Her fingers itched to compose his limbs in that last marble attitude. "Ah!" said Mrs. Gamp, walking away from the bed, He'd make a lovely corpse."
She now proceeded to unpack her bundle, lighted a candle with the aid of a fire-box on the drawers, filled a small kettle as a preliminary to refreshing himself with a cup of tea in the course of the night, laid what she called a little bit of fire for the same philanthropic purpose, and also set forth a small tea-board that nothing might be wanting for her comfortable enjoyment. These preparations occupied so long that when they were brought to a conclusion it was high time to think about supper, so she rang the bell and ordered it.
"I think, young woman," said Mrs. Gamp to the assistant chambermaid in a tone expressive of weakness, "that I could pick a little bit of pickled salmon, with a nice little sprig of fennel, and a sprinkling of white pepper. I take snoo bread, my dear, with just a little pat of fresh butter, and a morsel of cheese. In case there should be such a thing as a cowcumber in the house, will you be so kind as bring it, for I'm rather partial to 'em, and they does a world of good in a sick room. If they draws the Brighton old tipper here, I take that ale at night, my love, it being considered wakeful by the doctors. And whatever you do, young woman, don't bring more than a shilling's worth of gin and warm water when I rings the bell a second time, for that is always my allowance, and I never takes a drop beyond."
Having preferred these moderate requests, Mrs. Gamp observed that she would stand at the door until the order was executed, to the end that the patient might not be disturbed by her opening it a second time, and therefore she would thank the young woman to look sharp. A tray was brought with everything upon it, even to the cucumber, and Mrs. Gamp accordingly sat down to eat and drink in high good humour. The extent to which she availed herself of the vinegar, and supped up that refreshing fluid with the blade of her knife, can scarcely be expressed in narrative. "Ah!" sighed Mrs. Gamp, as she meditated over the warm shilling's worth, "what a blessed thing it is, living in a wale, to be contented! What a blessed thing it is to make sick people happy in their beds, and never mind oneself as long as one can do a service! I don't believe a finer cowcumber was ever growed. I'm sure I've never seen one." She moralized in the same vein until her glass was empty, and then administered the patient's medicine by the simple process of clutching his windpipe to make him gasp, and immediately pouring it down his throat. "I almost forgot the pillar, I declare," said Mrs. Gamp, drawing it away. "There! Now he's comfortable as he can be, I'm sure. I must try to make myself as much so as I can." With this view she went about the construction of an extemporaneous bed in the easy-chair, with the addition of the next easy one for her feet. Having formed the best couch that the circumstances admitted of, she took out of her bundle a yellow nightcap, of prodigious size, in shape resembling a cabbage, which article of dress she fixed and tied on with the utmost care, previously divesting herself of a row of bald old curls that could scarcely be called false, they were so very innocent of anything approaching to deception. From the same repository she brought forth a night jacket, in which she also attired herself. Finally she produced a watchman's coat, which she tied round her neck by the sleeves, so that she became two people, and looked behind as if she were in the act of being embraced by one of the old patrol. All these arrangements made, she lighted the rushlight, coiled herself up on her couch, and went to sleep. Ghostly and dark the room became, and full of lowering shadows. The distant noises in the streets were gradually hushed. The house was quiet as a sepulchre. The dead of night was coffined in the silent city. O weary, weary hour! O haggard mind groping darkly through the past, incapable of detaching itself from the miserable present, dragging its heavy chain of care through imaginary feasts and revels, and scenes of awful pomp, seeking but a moment's rest among the long-forgotten haunts of childhood and the resorts of yesterday, and dimly finding fear and horror everywhere. O weary, weary hour! What were the wanderings of Cain to these? Still, without a moment's interval, the burning head tossed to and fro. Still, from time to time, fatigue, impatience, suffering, and surprise, found utterance upon that rack, and plainly too, though never once in words. At length, in the solemn hour of midnight, he began to talk, waiting awfully for answers sometimes, as though invisible companions were about his bed, and so replying to their speech and questioning again. Mrs. Gamp awoke, and sat up in her bed, presenting on the wall the shadow of a gigantic night constable struggling with a prisoner. "Come, hold your tongue," she cried, in sharp reproof. "Don't make none of that noise here." There was no alteration in the face, or in the incessant motion of the head, but he talked on wildly. "Ah!" said Mrs. Gamp, coming out of the chair with an impatient shiver. "I thought I was a-sleeping too pleasant to last. The devil's in the night, I think, it turned so chilly." "Don't drink so much," cried the sick man. "You'll ruin us all. Don't you see how the fountain sinks? Look at that mark where the sparkling water was just now." "Sparkling water, indeed," said Mrs. Gamp. "I'll have a sparkling cup of tea, I think. I wish you'd hold your noise." He burst into a laugh, which, being prolonged, fell off into a dismal wail. Checking himself with fierce inconstancy, he began to count fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. "One, two, buckle my shoe," said Mrs. Gamp, who was now on her knees lighting the fire. 3, 4, shut the door. I wish you'd shut your mouth, young man. 5, 6, picking up sticks. If I'd got a few handy, I should have the kettle boiling all the sooner. Awaiting this desirable consummation, she sat down so close to the fender, which was a high one, that her nose rested upon it, and for some time she drowsily amused herself by sliding that feature backwards and forwards along the brass top, as far as she could, without changing her position to do it. She maintained all the while a running commentary upon the wanderings of the man in bed. "That makes 521 men, all dressed alike, and with the same distortion on their faces, that have passed in at the window and out at the door," he cried anxiously. "Look there! 522, 23, 24. Do you see them?" "Ah, I see 'em," said Mrs. Gamp. "All the whole kit of 'em, numbered like hackney coaches, ain't they?" "Touch me. Let me be sure of this. Touch me." "You'll take your next draught when I've made the kettle bile," retorted Mrs. Gamp composedly, "and you'll be touched then. You'll be touched up, too, if you don't take it quiet." 528, 529, 530. Look here." "What's the matter now?" said Mrs. Gamp. "They're coming 4 abreast, each man with his arm entwined in the next man's, and his hand upon his shoulder. What's that upon the arm of every man, and on the flag?" "Spiders, p'raps," said Mrs. Gamp. "Crape, black crape. Good God, why do they wear it outside?" "Would you have 'em carry black crape on their insides?" Mrs. Gamp retorted. "Hold your noise, hold your noise." The fire beginning by this time to impart a grateful warmth, Mrs. Gamp became silent, gradually rubbing her nose more and more slowly along the top of the fender, and fell into a heavy doze. She was awakened by the room ringing, as she fancied, with a name she knew. "Chuzzlewit!" The sound was so distinct and real and full of agonized entreaty, that Mrs. Gamp jumped up in terror and ran to the door. She expected to find the passage filled with people, come to tell her that the house in the city had taken fire, but the place was empty, not a soul was there. She opened the window and looked out. Dark, dull, dingy, and desolate housetops. As she passed to her seat again, she glanced at the patient. Just the same, but silent. Mrs. Gamp was so warm now, that she threw off the watchman's coat and fanned herself. "It seemed to make the wery bottles ring," she said. "What could I have been dreaming of? That dratted Chuffey, I'll be bound." The supposition was probable enough. At any rate, a pinch of snuff, and the song of the steaming kettle quite restored the tone of Mrs. Gamp's nerves, which were none of the weakest. She brewed her tea, made some buttered toast, and sat down at the tea-board with her face to the fire, when once again, in a tone more terrible than that which had vibrated in her slumbering ear, these words were shrieked out: "Chuzzlewit! Jonas! No!"
Mrs. Gamp dropped the cup she was in the act of raising to her lips, and turned round with a start that made the little tea-board leap. The cry had come from the bed. It was a bright morning the next time Mrs. Gamp looked out of the window, and the sun was rising cheerfully. Lighter and lighter grew the sky, and noisier the streets, and high into the summer air uprose the smoke of newly kindled fires, until the busy day was broad awake. Mrs. Prig relieved punctually, having passed a good night at her other patients. Mr. Westlock came at the same time, but was not admitted, the disorder being infectious. The doctor came too. The doctor shook his head. It was all that he could do under the circumstances, and he did it well. "What sort of night, nurse?" "Restless, sir," said Mrs. Gamp. "Talk much?" "Middling, sir," said Mrs. Gamp. "Nothing to the purpose, I suppose?" "Oh, bless you, no, sir. Only jargon." "Well," said the doctor, "we must keep him quiet, keep the room cool, give him his draughts regularly, and see that he's carefully looked to. That's all." "As long as Mrs. Prig and me waits upon him, sir, no fear of that," said Mrs. Gamp. "I suppose," observed Mrs. Prig, when they had curtsied the doctor out, "there's nothing new?" "Nothing at all, my dear," said Mrs. Gamp. "He's rather wearied in his talk from making up a lot of names, elseways you needn't mind him." "Oh, I shan't mind him," Mrs. Prig returned. "I have something else to think of." "I pay my debts to-night, you know, my dear, and comes afore my time," said Mrs. Gamp. "But, Betsy Prig," speaking with great feeling, and laying her hand upon her arm, "try the cucumbers. God bless you." End of chapter 25.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 26. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 26. An Unexpected Meeting and a Promising Prospect. The laws of sympathy between beards and birds, and the secret source of that attraction which frequently impels a shaver of the one to be a dealer in the other, are questions for the subtle reasoning of scientific bodies, not the less so because their investigation would seem calculated to lead to no particular result. It is enough to know that the artist who had the honour of entertaining Mrs. Gamp as his first-floor lodger united the two pursuits of barbering and bird-fancying, and that it was not an original idea of his, but one in which he had, dispersed about the by-streets and suburbs of the town, a host of rivals. The name of the householder was Paul Sweedlepipe, but he was commonly called Poll Sweedlepipe, and was not uncommonly believed to have been so christened among his friends and neighbours. With the exception of the staircase and his lodger's private apartment, Poll Sweedlepipe's house was one great bird's nest. Gamecocks resided in the kitchen, pheasants wasted the brightness of their golden plumage on the garret, bantams roasted in the cellar, owls had possession of the bedroom, and specimens of all the smaller fry of birds chirruped and twittered in the shop. The staircase was sacred to rabbits. There, in hutches of all shapes and kinds, made from old packing-cases, boxes, drawers, and tea-chests, they increased in a prodigious degree, and contributed their share towards that complicated whiff which, quite impartially and without distinction of persons, saluted every nose that was put into Sweedlepipe's easy shaving shop. Many noises found their way there, for all that, especially on Sunday morning before church time. Even archbishops shave, or must be shaved, on a Sunday, and beards will grow after 12 o'clock on a Saturday night, though it be upon the chins of base mechanics, who, not being able to engage their valets by the quarter, hire them by the job and pay them. Oh, the wickedness of copper coin in dirty pence! Poll Sweedlepipe, the sinner, shaved all comers at a penny each, and cut the hair of any customer for twopence, and being a lone unmarried man and having some connection in the bird line, Poll got on tolerably well. He was a little elderly man with a clammy cold right hand, from which even rabbits and birds could not remove the smell of shaving soap. Poll had something of the bird in his nature, not of the hawk or eagle, but of the sparrow that builds in chimney-stacks and inclines to human company. He was not quarrelsome, though, like the sparrow, but peaceful, like the dove. In his walk he strutted, and in this respect he bore a faint resemblance to the pigeon, as well as in a certain prosiness in speech which might in its monotony be likened to the cooing of that bird. He was very inquisitive, and when he stood at his shop door in the evening tide, watching his neighbours, with his head on one side and his eye cocked knowingly, there was a dash of the raven in him. Yet there was no more wickedness in Paul than in a robin. Happily, too, when any of his ornithological properties were on the verge of going too far, they were quenched, dissolved, melted down, and neutralized in the barber, just as his bald head, otherwise as the head of a shaved magpie, lost itself in a wig of curly black ringlets, parted on one side, and cut away almost to the crown, to indicate immense capacity of intellect. Poll had a very small, shrill, treble voice, which might have led to the wags of Kingsgate Street to insist the more upon his feminine designation. He had a tender heart, too, for when he had a good commission to provide 3 or 4 score sparrows for a shooting match, he would observe, in a compassionate tone, how singular it was that sparrows should have been made expressly for such purposes. The question whether men were made to shoot them never entered into Poll's philosophy. Poll wore, in his sportive character, a velveteen coat, a great deal of blue stocking, ankle boots, a neckerchief of some bright colour, and a very tall hat. Pursuing his more quiet occupation of barber, he generally subsided into an apron not over clean, a flannel jacket, and corduroy knee socks. It was in this latter costume, but with his apron girded round his waist, as a token of his having shut up shop for the night, that he closed the door one evening, some weeks after the occurrences detailed in the last chapter, and stood upon the steps at Kingsgate Street, listening until the little cracked bell within should leave off ringing; for until it did, this was Mr. Sweedlepipe's reflection, the palace never seemed quiet enough to be left to itself. "It is the greediest little bell to ring," said Poll, "that ever was. But it's quiet at last." He rolled his apron up a little tighter as he said these words, and hastened down the street. Just as he was turning into Holborn, he ran against a young gentleman in a livery. This youth was bold, though small, and with several lively expressions of displeasure, turned upon him instantly. "Now, stupid," cried the young gentleman, "can't you look where you're going to, eh? Can't you mind where you're coming to, eh? What do you think your eyes were made for, eh? Ah, yes. Oh, now then." The young gentleman pronounced his last 2 words in a very loud tone, and with frightful emphasis, as though they contained within themselves the essence of the direst aggravation. But he had scarcely done so when his anger yielded to surprise, and he cried in a milder tone, "What, Polly?" "Why, it ain't you, sure," cried Poll. "It can't be you." "No, it ain't me," returned the youth. "It's my son, my oldest one. He's a credit to his father, ain't he, Polly?" With this delicate little piece of banter, he halted on the pavement, and went round and round in circles, for the better exhibition of his figure, rather to the inconvenience of the passengers generally, who were not in an equal state of spirits with himself. "I wouldn't have believed it," said Poll. "What, you've left your old place, then, have you?" "Have I?" returned his young friend, who had by this time stuck his hands into the pockets of his white cord breeches, and was swaggering along at the barber's side. "D'ye know a pair of top boots when you see 'em, Polly? Look here." "Beautiful!" cried Mr. Sweedlepipe. "D'ye know a slap-up sort of button when you see it?" said the youth. "Don't look at mine if you ain't a judge, because these lions' heads were made for men of taste, not snobs." "Beautiful!" cried the barber again. "A grass-green frock-coat, too, bound with gold, and a cockade in your hat." "I should hope so," replied the youth. "Blow the cockade, though, for, except that it don't turn round, it's like the wentilator that used to be in the kitchen winder at TODGER'S.
You ain't seen the old lady's name in the Gazette, have you?" "No," returned the barber. "Is she a bankrupt?" "If she ain't, she will be," retorted Bailey. "That business never can be carried on without me. Well, how are you?" "Oh, I'm pretty well," said Paul. "Are you living at this end of the town, or were you coming to see me? Was that the business that brought you to Holborn?" "I haven't got no business in Holborn," returned Bailey, with some displeasure. "All my business lays at the West End. I've got the right sort of governor now. You can't see his face for his whiskers, and can't see his whiskers for the dye upon 'em. That's a gentleman, ain't it? You wouldn't like a ride in a cab, would you? Why, it wouldn't be safe to offer it. You'd faint away, only to see me a coming at a mile trot round the corner." To convey a slight idea of the effect of this approach, Mr. Bailey counterfeited in his own person the action of a high-trotting horse, and threw up his head so high in backing against a pump that he shook his hat off. "Why, he's own uncle to Capricorn," said Bailey, "and brother to Cauliflower. He's been through the windows of 2 Cheney's shops since we've had him, and was sold for killing his missus. That's a horse, I hope." "Ah! You'll never want to buy any more red pulls now," observed Poll, looking on his young friend with an air of melancholy. "You'll never want to buy any more red pulls now to hang up over the sink, will you?" "I should think not," replied Bailey. "Rather so. I wouldn't have nothing to say to any bird below a peacock, and he'd be wulgar. Well, how are you?" "Oh, I'm pretty well," said Poll. He answered the question again because Mr. Bailey asked it again. Mr. Bailey asked it again because, accompanied with a straddling action of the white cords, a bend of the knees, and a striking forth of the top boots, it was an easy, horse-fleshy, turfy sort of thing to do. "What are you up to, old feller?" asked Mr. Bailey, with the same graceful rakishness. He was quite the man about town of the conversation, while the easy shaver was the child. "Why, I'm going to fetch my lodger home," said Paul. "A woman?" cried Mr. Bailey. "For a 20 pun note." The little barber hastened to explain that she was neither a young woman nor a handsome woman, but a nurse who had been acting as a kind of housekeeper to a gentleman for some weeks past, and left her place that night in consequence of being superseded by another and a more legitimate housekeeper, to wit, the gentleman's bride. "He's newly married, and he brings his young wife home to-night," said the barber, "so I'm going to fetch my lodger away. Mr. Chuzzlewit's close behind the post-office, and carry her box for her." "Jonas Chuzzlewit's," said Bailey. "Ah!" returned Paul, "that's the name, sure enough. Do you know him?" "Oh no!" cried Mr. Bailey, "not at all, and I don't know her, not neither. Why, they first kept company through me, a'most." "Ah!" said Paul. "Ah!" said Mr. Bailey with a wink. "And she ain't bad looking, mind you, but her sister was the best. She was the merry one. I often used to have a bit of fun with her in the hold times." Mr. Bailey spoke as if he already had a leg and 3/4 in the grave, and this had happened 20 or 30 years ago. Paul Sweedlepipe, the meek, was so perfectly confounded by his precocious self-possession, and his patronizing manner, as well as by his boots, cockade, and livery, that a mist swam before his eyes, and he saw, not the Bailey of acknowledged juvenility from Todger's commercial boarding-house, who had made his acquaintance within a 12-month, by purchasing at sundry times small birds at 2 pence each, but a highly condensed embodiment of all the sporting grooms in London, an abstract of all the stable knowledge of the time, a something at a high pressure that must have existed many years and was fraught with terrible experiences. And truly, though in the cloudy atmosphere of Todgers, Mr. Bailey's genius had ever shone out brightly in this particular respect, it now eclipsed both time and space, cheated beholders of their senses, and worked on their belief in defiance of all natural laws. He walked along the tangible and real stones of Holborn Hill, an undersized boy, and yet he winked the winks, and thought the thoughts, and did the deeds, and said the sayings of an ancient man. There was an old principle within him and a young surface without. He became an inexplicable creature, a breeched and booted sphinx.
There was no course open to the barber but to go distracted himself, or to take Bailey for granted, and he wisely chose the latter. Mr. Bailey was good enough to continue to bear him company, and entertain him as they went with easy conversation on various sporting topics, especially on the comparative merits, as a general principle, of horses with white stockings and horses without. In regard to the style of tail to be preferred, Mr. Bailey had opinions of his own, which he explained, but begged they might by no means influence his friends, as here he knew he had the misfortune to differ from some excellent authorities. He treated Mr. Sweedlepipe to a dram, compounded agreeably to his own directions, which he informed him had been invented by a member of the Jockey Club, and, as they were by this time near the barber's destination, he observed that as he had an hour to spare, and knew the parties, he would, if quite agreeable, be introduced to Mrs. Gamp. Paul knocked at Jonas Chuzzlewit's, and on the door being opened by that lady, made the two distinguished persons known to each other. It was a happy feature in Mrs. Gamp's twofold profession that it gave her an interest in everything that was young as well as in everything that was old. She received Mr. Bailey with much kindness. "It's very good, I'm sure, of you to come," she said to her landlord, "as well as being so nice a friend. But I am afraid that I must trouble you so far as to step in, for the young couple has not yet made appearance." "They're late, ain't they?" inquired her landlord, when she had conducted them downstairs into the kitchen. "Well, sir, considerin' the wings of love, they are," said Mrs. Gamp. Mr. Bailey inquired whether the Wings of Love had ever won a plate, or could be backed to do anything remarkable, and being informed that it was not a horse, but merely a poetical or figurative expression, evinced considerable disgust. Mrs. Gamp was so very much astonished by his affable manners and great ease, that she was about to propound to her landlord in a whisper the staggering inquiry whether he was a man or a boy, when Mr. Sweedlepipe anticipated her design, made a timely diversion. "He knows Mrs. Chuzzlewit," said Paul aloud. "There's nothing he don't know, that's my opinion," observed Mrs. Gamp. "All the wickedness of the world is print to him." Mr. Bailey received this as a compliment, and said, adjusting his cravat, "Rather so." "As you knows Mrs. Chuzzlewit, you knows p'raps what her christen name is," Mrs. Gamp observed. "Charity," said Bailey. "That it ain't," cried Mrs. Gamp. "Cherry, then," said Bailey. "Cherry's short for it. It's all the same." "It don't begin with a C at all," retorted Mrs. Gamp, shaking her head. "It begins with a M." "Whew!" cried Mr. Bailey, slapping a little cloud of pipe clay out of his left leg. "Then he's been and married the merry one." As these words were mysterious, Mrs. Gamp called upon him to explain, which Mr. Bailey proceeded to do. That lady listened greedily to everything he said. He was yet in the fullness of his narrative when the sound of wheels and a double knock at the street door announced the arrival of the newly married couple. Begging him to reserve what more he had to say for her hearing on the way home, Mrs. Gamp took up the candle, and hurried away to receive and welcome the young mistress of the house. "Wishing you happiness and joy with all my heart," said Mrs. Gamp, dropping a curtsy as they entered the hall. "And you too, sir. Your lady looks a little tired with the journey, Mr. Chuzzlewit, a pretty dear." "She's bothered enough about it," grumbled Mr. Jonas. "Now show a light, will you?" "This way, ma'am, if you please," said Mrs. Gamp, going upstairs before them. "Things has been made as comfortable as they could be, but there's many things you'll have to alter your own self when you gets time to look about you. Ah, sweet thing! But you don't," added Mrs. Gamp internally, "you don't look much like a merry one, I must say." It was true, she did not. The death that had gone before the bridal seemed to have left its shade upon the house. The air was heavy and oppressive, the rooms were dark, a deep gloom filled up every chink and corner. Upon the hearthstone, like a creature of ill omen, sat the aged clerk, with his eyes fixed on some withered branches in the stove. He rose and looked at her. "So there you are, Mr. Chuff," said Jonas, carelessly, as he dusted his boots. "Still in the land of the living, eh?"
"Still in the land of the living, sir," retorted Mrs. Gamp, "and Mr. Chuffey may thank you for it as many and many a time I've told him." Mr. Jonas was not in the best of humours, for he merely said as he looked round, "We don't want you any more, you know, Mrs. Gamp." "I'm a-going immediate, sir," returned the nurse, "unless there's nothing I can do for you, ma'am. Ain't there," said Mrs. Gamp, with a look of great sweetness, and rummaging all the time in her pocket, "ain't there nothing I can do for you, my little bird?" "No," said Mary, almost crying. "You had better go away, please." With a leer of mingled sweetness and slyness, with one eye on the future, one on the bride, and an arch expression in her face, partially spiritual, partially spirituous, and wholly professional and peculiar to her art, Mrs. Gamp rummaged in her pocket again, and took from it a printed card, whereon was an inscription copied from her signboard. "Would you be so good, my darling dovey of a dear young married lady," Mrs. Gamp observed in a low voice, "as put that somewheres where you can keep it in your mind? I'm well beknown to many ladies, and it's my card. Gamp is my name, and Gamp my natur, living quite handy. I will make so bold as to call in now and then, and make inquiry how your health and spirits is, my precious chick." And with innumerable leers, winks, coughs, nods, smiles, and curtsies, all leading to the establishment of a mysterious and confidential understanding between herself and the bride, Mrs. Gamp, invoking a blessing upon the house, leered, winked, coughed, nodded, smiled, and curtsied herself out of the room. "But I will say, and I would if I was led a Martha to the stakes for it," Mrs. Gamp remarked below stairs in a whisper, "that she don't look much like a merry one at this present moment of time." "Ah! Wait till you hear her laugh," said Bailey. "Hem!" said Mrs. Gamp, in a kind of groan. "I will, child." They said no more in the house, for Mrs. Gamp put on her bonnet, Mr. Sweedlepipe took up her box, and Mr. Bailey accompanied them towards Kingsgate Street, recounting to Mrs. Gamp as they went along the origin and progress of his acquaintance with Mrs. Chuzzlewit and her sister. It was a pleasant instance of the youth's precocity that he fancied Mrs. Gamp had conceived a tenderness for him, and was much ticked by her misplaced attachment. As the door closed heavily behind them, Mrs. Jonas sat down in a chair, and felt a strange chill creep upon her, whilst she looked about the room. It was pretty much as she had known it, but appeared more dreary. She had thought to see it brighten to receive her. "It ain't good enough for you, I suppose?" said Jonas, watching her looks. "Why, it is dull," said Mary, trying to be more herself. "It'll be duller before you're done with it," retorted Jonas, "if you give me any of your airs. You're a nice article to turn sulky on first coming home. Ecod, you used to have life enough when you could plague me with it. The gal's downstairs. Ring the bell for supper while I take my boots off." She roused herself from looking after him as he left the room, to do what he had desired, when the old man, Chuffey, laid his hand softly on her arm. "You are not married?" he said eagerly. "Not married?" "Yes, a month ago. Good heaven, what is the matter?" He answered nothing was the matter, and turned from her. But in her fear and wonder, turning also, she saw him raise his trembling hands above his head, and heard him say, "Oh, woe, woe, woe upon this wicked house!" It was her welcome home. End of chapter 26. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 27. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 27. Showing that old friends may not only appear with new faces, but in false colours, that people are prone to bite, and that biters may sometimes be bitten. Mr. Bailey, Jr.,
for the sporting character, Willum of general utility at Todger's, had now regularly set up in life under that name, without troubling himself to obtain from the legislature a direct licence in the form of a private bill, which of all kinds and classes of bills is without exception the most unreasonable in its charges. Mr. Bailey, Junior, just tall enough to be seen by an inquiring eye, gazing indolently at society from beneath the apron of his master's cab, drove slowly up and down Pall Mall about the hour of noon, in waiting for his governor. The horse of distinguished family, who had Capricorn for his nephew and Cauliflower for his brother, showed himself worthy of his high relations by champing at the bit until his chest was white with foam, and rearing like a horse in heraldry. The plated harness and the patent leather glittered in the sun. Pedestrians admired. Mr. Bailey was complacent, but unmoved. He seemed to say, "A barrow, good people, a mere barrow, nothing to what we could do if we chose," and on he went, squaring his short green arms outside the apron, as if he were hooked on to it by his armpits. Mr. Bailey had a great opinion of brother to Cauliflower, and estimated his powers highly, but he never told him so. On the contrary, it was his practice in driving that animal to assail him with disrespectful, if not injurious, expressions, as, "Ah, would you? Do you think it, then? What are you going to now? No, you won't, my lad," and similar fragmentary remarks. These being usually accompanied by a jerk of the rein or a crack of the whip, led to many trials of strength between them, and to many contentions for the upper hand, terminating now and then in china shops and other unusual goals, as Mr. Bailey had already hinted to his friend Paul Sweedlepipe. On the present occasion, Mr. Bailey, being in spirits, was more than commonly hard upon his charge, in consequence of which that fiery animal confined himself almost entirely to his hind legs in displaying his paces, and constantly got himself into positions with reference to the cabriolet that very much amazed the passengers in the street. But Mr. Bailey, not at all disturbed, had still a shower of pleasantries to bestow on any one who crossed his path, as calling a full-grown coal-heaver in a waggon, who for a moment blocked the way, "Now, young un, who trusted you with a cart?" inquiring of elderly ladies who wanted to cross and ran back again, why they didn't go to the workhouse and get an order to be buried, tempting boys with friendly words to get up behind and immediately afterwards cutting them down, and the like flashes of a cheerful humour, which he would occasionally relieve by going round St. James's Square at a hand gallop, and coming slowly into Pall Mall by another entry, as if in the interval his pace had been a perfect crawl. It was not until these amusements had been very often repeated, and the apple stall at the corner had sustained so many miraculous escapes as to appear impregnable, that Mr. Bailey was summoned to the door of a certain house in Pall Mall, and turning short, obeyed the call and jumped out. It was not until he had held the bridle for some minutes longer, every jerk of Cauliflower's brother's head, and every twitch of Cauliflower's brother's nostril, taking him off his legs in the meanwhile, that two persons entered the vehicle, one of whom took the reins and drove rapidly off. Nor was it until Mr. Bailey had run after it some hundreds of yards in vain, that he managed to lift his short leg into the iron step, and finally to get his boots upon the little floor-board behind. Then, indeed, he became a sight to see, and, standing now on one foot and now upon the other, now trying to look round the cab on this side, now on that, and now endeavouring to peep over the top of it, as it went dashing in among the carts and coaches, was from head to heel Newmarket. The appearance of Mr. Bailey's governor as he drove along fully justified that enthusiastic youth's description of him to the wandering Pole. He had a world of jet-black shining hair upon his head, upon his cheeks, upon his chin, upon his upper lip. His clothes, symmetrically made, were of the newest fashion and the costliest kind. Flowers of gold and blue and green and blushing red were on his waistcoat, precious chains and jewels sparkled on his breast, his fingers, clogged with brilliant rings, were as unwieldy as summer flies, but newly rescued from a honey-pot. The daylight mantled in his gleaming hat and boots as in a polished glass, and yet, though changed his name and changed his outward surface, it was Tigg. Though turned and twisted upside down and inside out, as great men have been sometime known to be, Though no longer Montague Tigg, but Tigg Montague, still it was Tigg, the same satanic, gallant, military Tigg. The brass was burnished, lacquered, newly stamped, yet it was the true Tigg, metal notwithstanding. Beside him sat a smiling gentleman of less pretensions and of business looks, whom he addressed as David. Surely not the David of the, how should it be phrased, the triumvirate of golden balls, not David, tapster at the Lombard's Arms. Yes, the very man. "The secretary's salary, David," said Mr. Montague, "the office being now established, is £800 per annum, with his house rent, coals and candles free. His 25 shares he holds, of course. Is that enough?" David smiled and nodded, and coughed behind a little locked portfolio which he carried, with an air that proclaimed him to be the secretary in question. "If that's enough," said Montague, "I will propose it at the board to-day, in my capacity as chairman." The secretary smiled again, laughed indeed this time, and said, rubbing his nose slyly with one end of the portfolio, "It was a capital thought, wasn't it?" "What was a capital thought, David?" Mr. Montague inquired. "The Anglo-Bengalee," tittered the secretary. "The Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company is rather a capital concern, I hope, David," said Montague. "Capital, indeed," cried the secretary, with another laugh, "in one sense." "In the only important one," observed the chairman, "which is number one, David." "What," asked the secretary, bursting into another laugh, "what will be the paid-up capital according to the next prospectus?" "A figure 2, and as many oughts after it as the printer can get into the same line," replied his friend. "Ha, ha!" At this they both laughed, the secretary so vehemently that in kicking up his feet he kicked the apron open, and nearly started Cauliflower's brother into an oyster shop, not to mention Mr. Bailey receiving such a sudden swing that he held on for a moment quite a young Fame by one strap and no less. "What a chap you are!" exclaimed David admiringly, when this little alarm had subsided. "Say genius, David, genius." "Well, upon my soul, you are a genius, then," said David. "I always knew you had the gift of the gab, of course, but I never believed you were half the man you are. How could I?" "I rise with circumstances, David. That's a point of genius in itself," said Tigg. "If you were to lose £100 wager to me at this minute, David, and were to pay it, which is most confoundedly improbable, I should rise in a mental point of view directly. It is due to Mr. Tigg to say that he had really risen with his opportunities, and, peculating on a grander scale, he had become a grander man altogether. "Ha, ha!" cried the secretary, laying his hand with growing familiarity upon the chairman's arm. "When I look at you and think of your property in Bengal being ha, ha, ha!" The half-expressed idea seemed no less ludicrous to Mr. Tigg than to his friend, for he laughed too, heartily. "Being," resumed David, "being amenable, your property in Bengal being amenable, to all claims upon the company, when I look at you and think that you might tickle me into fits by waving the feather of a pen at me, upon my soul you might." "It's a devilish fine property," said Tigg Montague, "to be amenable to any claims. The preserve of tigers alone is worth a mint of money, David." David could only reply in the intervals of his laughter, "Oh, what a chap you are!" and so continued to laugh and hold his sides and wipe his eyes for some time without offering any other observation. "A capital idea," said Tigg, returning after a time to his companion's first remark. "No doubt it was a capital idea. It was my idea." "No, no, it was my idea," said David. "Hang on, let a man have some credit. Didn't I say to you that I'd saved a few pounds?" "You said, didn't I say to you," interposed Tigg, "that I had come into a few pounds?" "Certainly you did," returned David warmly, "but that's not the idea. Who said that if we put the money together we could furnish an office and make a show?" "And who said," retorted Mr. Tigg, "that provided we did it on a sufficiently large scale, we could furnish an office and make a show without any money at all? Be rational and just and calm, and tell me whose idea was that?" "Why, there," David was obliged to confess, "you had the advantage of me, I admit. But I don't put myself on a level with you. I only want a little credit in the business." "All the credit you deserve to have," said Tigg. "The plain work of the company, David, figures, books, circulars, advertisements, pen, ink, and paper, sealing wax and wafers, is admirably done by you. You are a first-rate groveller, I don't dispute it. But the ornamental department, David, the inventive and poetical department, is entirely yours," said his friend, "no question of it. But with such a swell turn-out as this, and all the handsome things you've got about you, and the life you lead, I mean to say it's a precious comfortable department too." "Does it gain the purpose? Is it Anglo-Bengalee?" asked Tigg. "Yes," said David. "Could you undertake it yourself?" demanded Tigg. "No," said David. "Ha, ha!" laughed Tigg. "Then be content with your station and your profits, David, my fine fellow, and bless the day that made us acquainted across the counter of our common uncle, for it was a golden day to you." It will have been gathered from the conversation of these worthies that they were embarked in an enterprise of some magnitude, in which they addressed the public in general from the strong position of having everything to gain and nothing at all to lose, and which, based upon this general principle, was thriving pretty comfortably. The Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company started into existence one morning, not an infant institution, but a grown-up company, running alone at great pace, and doing business right and left, with a branch and a first floor over a tailor's at the west end of the town, and main offices in a new street of the city, comprising the upper part of a spacious house resplendent in stucco and plate glass, with wire blends in all the windows, and Anglo-Bengalee worked into the pattern of every one of them. On the doorpost was painted again in large letters, "Offices of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company," and on the door was a large brass plate with the same inscription, always kept very bright, as courting inquiry, staring the city out of countenance after office hours on working days, and all day long on Sundays, and looking bolder than the Bank. Within the offices were newly plastered, newly painted, newly papered, newly countered, newly floor-clothed, newly tabled, newly chaired, newly fitted up in every way, with goods that were substantial and expensive and designed, like the company, to last. Business. Look at the green ledgers with red backs, like strong cricket balls beaten flat. The court guides, directories, day books, almanacs, letter boxes, weighing machines for letters, rows of fire buckets for dashing out a conflagration in its first spark, and saving the immense wealth in notes and bonds belonging to the company. Look at the iron safes, the clock, the office seal, in its capacious self, security for anything, solidarity. Look at the massive blocks of marble in the chimney-pieces, and the gorgeous parapet on the top of the house. Publicity. Why, Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company is painted on the very coal-scuttles. It is repeated at every turn until the eyes are dazzled with it, and the head is giddy. It is engraved upon the top of all the letter-paper, and it makes a scroll-work round the seal, and it shines out of the porter's buttons, and it is repeated 20 times in every circular and public notice whereon one David Crimple, Esquire, Secretary and Resident Director, takes the liberty of inviting your attention to the accompanying statement of the advantages offered by the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company, and fully proves to you that any connection on your part with that establishment must result in a perpetual Christmas box and constantly increasing bonus to yourself, and that nobody can run any risk of the transaction except the office, which in its great liberty is pretty sure to lose. And this David Crimple, Esquire, submits to you, and the odds are heavy you believe him, is the best guarantee that can reasonably be suggested by the Board of Management for its permanence and stability. This gentleman's name, by the way, had been originally Crimp, but as the word was susceptible of an awkward construction and might be misrepresented, he had altered it to Crimple. Lest with all these proofs and confirmation any man should be suspicious of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company, should doubt in Tiger, cab, or person, Tigg, Montague, Esquire, of Pall Mall and Bengal, or any other name in the imaginative list of directors, there was a porter on the premises, a wonderful creature in a vast red waistcoat and a short-tailed pepper-and-salt coat, which carried more conviction to the minds of sceptics than the whole establishment without him. No confidences existed between him and the directorship, nobody knew where he had served last, no character or explanation had been given or required, no questions had been asked on either side. This mysterious being, relying solely on his figure, had applied for the situation, and had been instantly engaged on his own terms. They were high, but he knew doubtless that no man could carry such an extent of waistcoat as himself, and felt the full value of his capacity to such an institution. When he sat upon a seat erected for him in a corner of the office, with his glazed hat hanging on a peg over his head, it was impossible to doubt the respectability of the concern. It went on doubling itself with every square inch of his red waistcoat until, like the problem of the nails in the horse's shoes, the total became enormous. People had been known to apply to effect an insurance on their life for £1,000, and looking at him to beg, before the form of proposal was filled up, that it might be made too, and yet he was not a giant. His coat was rather small and otherwise. The whole charm was in his waistcoat. Respectability, competence, property in Bengal or anywhere else, responsibility to any amount on the part of the company that employed him, were all expressed in that one garment. Rival offices had endeavoured to lure him away. Lombard Street itself had beckoned to him. Rich companies had whispered, "Be a beadle," but he still continued faithful to the Anglo-Bengalee. Whether he was a deep rogue or a stately simpleton it was impossible to make out, but he appeared to believe in the Anglo-Bengalee. He was grave with imaginary cares of office, and having nothing whatever to do, and something less to take care of, would look as if the pressure of his numerous duties and a sense of the treasure in the company's strong-room made him a solemn and a thoughtful man. As the cabriolet drove up to the door, this officer appeared bareheaded on the pavement, crying aloud, "Room for the chairman, if you please," much to the admiration of the bystanders, who, it is needless to say, had their attention directed to the Anglo-Bengalee Company thenceforth by that means. Mr. Tigg leaked gratefully out, followed by the managing director, who was by this time very distant and respectful, and ascended the stairs, still preceded by the porter, who cried as he went, "By your leave there, by your leave, the chairman of the board, gentlemen," in like manner, but in still a more stentorian voice, he ushered the chairman through the public office, where some humble clients were transacting business, into an awful chamber labelled board-room, the door of which sanctuary immediately closed, and screened the great capitalist from vulgar eyes. The board-room had a Turkey carpet in it, a sideboard, a portrait of Tigg Montague, Esquire, as chairman, a very imposing chair of office, garnished with an ivory hammer and a little hand-bell, and a long table set out at intervals with sheets of blotting-paper, foolscap, clean pens, and inkstands. The chairman having taken his seat with great solemnity, the secretary supported him on his right hand, and the porter stood bolt upright behind them, forming a warm background of waistcoat. This was the board, everything else being a light-hearted little fiction. "Bullamy," said Mr. Tigg. "Sir," replied the porter, "let the medical officer know, with my compliments, that I wish to see him." Bullamy cleared his throat and bustled out into the office, crying, "The chairman of the board wishes to see the medical officer. By your leave there, by your leave." He soon returned with the gentleman in question, and at both openings of the board-room door, at his coming in and at his going out, simple clients were seen to stretch their necks and stand upon their toes, thirsting to catch the slightest glimpse of that mysterious chamber. "Jobling, my dear friend," said Mr. Tigg, "how are you? Bullamy, wait outside. Crimple, don't leave us. Jobling, my good fellow, I am glad to see you." "And how are you, Mr. Montague, eh?" said the medical officer, throwing himself luxuriously into an easy-chair (they were all easy-chairs in the board-room), and taking a handsome gold snuff-box from the pocket of his black satin waistcoat. "How are you? A little worn with business, eh? If so, rest. A little feverish from wine, If so, water. Nothing at all the matter and quite comfortable? Then take some lunch. A very wholesome thing at this time of day to strengthen the gastric juices with lunch, Mr. Montague." The medical officer (he was the same medical officer who had followed poor old Anthony Chuzzlewit to the grave, and who had attended Mrs. Gamp's patient at the Bull) smiled in saying these words, and casually added, as he brushed some grains of snuff from his shirt frill, "I always take it myself about this time of day, do you know?" "Bullamy," said the chairman, ringing the little bell. "Sir?" "Lunch." "Not on my account, I hope," said the doctor. "You are very good, thank you. I'm quite ashamed. Ha ha! If I'd been a sharp practitioner, Mr. Montague, I shouldn't have mentioned it without a fee, for you may depend upon it, my dear sir, that if you don't make a point of taking lunch, you'll very soon come under my hands. Allow me to illustrate this. In Mr. Crimple's leg—" The resident director gave an involuntary start, for the doctor, in the heat of his demonstration, caught it up and laid it across his own, as if he were going to take it off then and there. "In Mr. Crimple's leg, you'll observe," pursued the doctor, turning back his cuffs and spanning the limb with both hands, "where Mr. Crimple's knee fits into the socket, here there it is, that is to say between the bone and the socket, a certain quantity of animal oil." "What do you pick my leg out for?" said Mr. Crimple, looking with something of an anxious expression at his limb. "It's the same with other legs, ain't it?" "Never you mind, my good sir," returned the doctor, shaking his head, "whether it is the same with other legs or not the same." "But I do mind," said David. "I take a particular case, Mr. Montague," returned the doctor, "as illustrating my remark, you observe. In this portion of Mr. Crimple's leg, sir, there is a certain amount of animal oil. In every one of Mr. Crimple's joints, sir, there is more or less of the same deposit. Very good. If Mr. Crimple neglects his meals, or fails to take his proper quantity of rest, that oil wanes and becomes exhausted. What is the consequence? Mr. Crimple's bones sink down into their sockets, sir, and Mr. Crimple becomes a weazen, puny, stunted, miserable man." The doctor let Mr. Crimple's leg fall suddenly, as if he were already in that agreeable condition, turned down his wristbands again, and looked triumphantly at the chairman. "We know a few secrets of nature in our profession, sir," said the doctor. "Of course we do. We study for that. We pass the Hall and the College for that. And we take our station in society by that. It's extraordinary how little is known on these subjects generally. Where do you suppose now," the doctor closed one eye as he leaned back smilingly in his chair, and formed a triangle with his hands, of which his two thumbs composed the base, "where do you suppose Mr. Crimple's stomach is?" Mr. Crimple, more agitated than before, clapped his hand immediately below his waistcoat. "Not at all," cried the doctor, "not at all. Quite a popular mistake. My good sir, you're altogether deceived." "I feel it there when it's out of order, that's all I know," said Crimple. "You think you do," replied the doctor, "but science knows better. There was a patient of mine once," touching one of the many mourning rings upon his fingers, and slightly bowing his head, "a gentleman who did me the honour to make a very handsome mention of me in his will, in testimony, as he was pleased to say, of the unremitting zeal, talent, and attention of my friend and medical attendant, John Jobling, Esquire, M.R.C.S., who was so overcome by the idea of having all his life laboured under an erroneous view of the locality of this important organ, that when I assured him on my professional reputation he was mistaken, he burst into tears, put out his hand, and said, 'Jobling, God bless you!' Immediately afterwards he became speechless, and was ultimately buried at Brixton." "By your leave there," cried Bullamy, without, "by your leave, refreshment for the board room." "Ah!" said the doctor, jocularly, as he rubbed his hands and drew his chair nearer to the table, "the true life assurance, Mr. Montague. The best policy in the world, my dear sir. We should be provident and eat and drink whenever we can. Eh, Mr. Crimple?" The resident director acquiesced rather sulkily, as if the gratification of replenishing his stomach had been impaired by the unsettlement of his preconceived opinions in reference to its situation; but the appearance of the porter and under porter with a tray covered with a snow-white cloth, which, being thrown back, displayed a pair of cold roast fowls, flanked by some potted meats and a cool salad, quickly restored his good humour. It was enhanced still further by the arrival of a bottle of excellent Madeira and another of champagne, and he soon attacked the repast with an appetite scarcely inferior to that of the medical officer. The lunch was handsomely served, with a profusion of rich glass plate and china which seemed to denote that eating and drinking on a showy scale formed no unimportant item in the business of the Anglo-Bengalee directorship. As it proceeded, the medical officer grew more and more joyous and red-faced, insomuch that every mouthful he ate, and every drop of wine he swallowed, seemed to impart new lustre to his eyes, and to light up new sparks in his nose and forehead. In certain quarters of the city and its neighbourhood, Mr. Jobling was, as we have already seen in some measure, a very popular character. He had a portentously sagacious chin, and a pompous voice with a rich huskiness in some of its tones that went directly to the heart, like a ray of light shining through the ruddy medium of choice old Burgundy. His neckerchief and shirt frill were ever of the whitest, his clothes of the blackest and sleekest, his gold watch chain of the heaviest, and his seals of the largest. His boots, which were always of the brightest, creaked as he walked. Perhaps he could shake his head, rub his hands, or warm himself before a fire better than any man alive, and he had a peculiar way of smacking his lips and saying "Ah!" at intervals while patients detailed their symptoms, which inspired great confidence. It seemed to express, "I know what you're going to say better than you do, but go on, go on." As he talked on all occasions, whether he had anything to say or not, it was unanimously observed of him that he was full of anecdote, and his experience and profit from it were considered, for the same reason, to be something much too extensive for description. His female patients could never praise him too highly, and the coldest of his male admirers would always say this for him to their friends, that whatever Jobling's professional skill might be, and it could not be denied that he had a very high reputation, he was one of the most comfortable fellows you ever saw in your life. Jobling was, for many reasons, and not last on the list because his connection lay principally among tradesmen and their families, exactly the sort of person whom the Anglo-Bengalee Company wanted for a medical officer. But Jobling was far too knowing to connect himself with the company in any closer ties than as a paid, and well-paid, functionary, or to allow his connection to be misunderstood abroad, if he could help it. Hence he always stated the case to an inquiring patient after this manner: "Why, my dear sir, with regard to the Anglo-Bengalee, my information, you see, is limited, very limited. I am the medical officer in consideration of a certain monthly payment. The labourer is worthy of his hire, bis dat quo cito dat. Classical scholar, Jobling, thinks the patient, well-read man, and I receive it regularly. Therefore I am bound, so far as my own knowledge goes, to speak well of the establishment. Nothing can be fairer than Jobling's conduct, thinks the patient, who has just paid Jobling's bill himself. If you put any question to me, my dear friend, says the doctor, touching the responsibility or capital of the company, there I am at fault, for I have no head for figures, and not being a shareholder, am delicate of showing any curiosity whatever on the subject. Delicacy, your amiable lady will agree with me, I am sure, should be one of the first characteristics of a medical man. Nothing can be finer or more gentlemanly than Jobling's feelings, thinks the patient. Very good, my dear sir, so the matter stands. You don't know Mr. Montague? I am sorry for it. A remarkably handsome man, and quite the gentleman in every respect. Property, I am told, in India. House and everything belonging to him. Beautiful. Costly furniture on the most elegant and lavish scale, and pictures which, even in an anatomical point of view, are perfection. In case you should ever think of doing anything with the company, I'll pass you, you may depend upon it. I can conscientiously report you a healthy subject. If I understand any man's constitution, it is yours, and this little indisposition has done him more good, ma'am, says the doctor, turning to the patient's wife, than if he had swallowed the contents of half the nonsensical bottles in my surgery, for they are nonsense. To tell the honest truth, one half of them are nonsense, compared with such a constitution as his. Jobling is the most friendly creature I ever met with in my life, thinks the patient, and upon my word and honour I'll consider of it." "Commission to you, doctor, on 4 new policies, and a loan this morning, eh?" said Crimple, looking, when they had finished lunch, over some papers brought in by the porter. "Well done." Jobling, my dear friend, said Tigg, long life to you. No, no, nonsense, upon my word, I've no right to draw the commission, said the doctor. I haven't really. It's picking your pocket. I don't recommend anybody here. I only say what I know. My patients ask me what I know, and I tell 'em what I know. Nothing else. Caution is my weak side. That's the truth, and always was from a boy. That is, said the doctor, filling his glass, caution in behalf of other people. Whether I would repose confidence in this company myself if I had not been paying money elsewhere for many years, that's quite another question. He tried to look as if there were no doubt about it, but feeling that he did it but indifferently, changed the theme and praised the wine. Talking of wine, said the doctor, reminds me of one of the finest glasses of light old port I ever drank in my life, and that was at a funeral. You have not seen anything of that party, Mr. Montague, have you? Handing him a card. He's not buried, I hope, said Tigg as he took it. The honour of his company is not requested if he is. Ha ha ha, laughed the doctor. No, not quite. He was honourably connected with that very occasion, though. Oh, said Tigg, smoothing his moustache as he cast his eyes upon the name, I recollect. No, he has not been here. The words were on his lips when Bullamy entered and presented a card to the medical officer. Oh, talk of the what's-his-name, observed the doctor, rising. And he's sure to appear, eh? said Tigg. Why, no, Mr. Montague, no, returned the doctor. We will not say that in the present case, for this gentleman is very far from it. So much the better, retorted Tigg. So much the more adaptable to the Anglo-Bengalee. Bullamy, clear the table and take the things out by the other door. Mr. Crimple, business. Shall I introduce him? asked Jobling. I shall be eternally delighted, answered Tigg, kissing his hand and smiling sweetly. The doctor disappeared into the outer office, and immediately returned with Jonas Chuzzlewit. Mr. Montague, said Jobling, allow me, my friend Mr. Chuzzlewit, my dear friend our chairman. Now, do you know, he added, checking himself with infinite policy and looking round with a smile, that's a very singular instance of the force of example. It really is a very remarkable instance of the force of example. I say our chairman. Why do I say our chairman? Because he is not my chairman, you know. I have no connection with the company further than giving them, for a certain fee and reward, my own opinion as a medical man, precisely as I may give it any day to Jack Noakes or Tom Styles. Then why do I say our chairman? Simply because I hear the phrase constantly repeated about me, such as the involuntary operation of the medical faculty of the imitative biped man. Mr. Crimple, I believe you never take snuff. Injudicious you should. Pending these remarks on the part of the doctor, and the lengthened and sonorous pinch with which he followed them up, Jonas took a seat at the board, as ungainly a man as ever he has been within the reader's knowledge. It is too common with all of us, but it is especially in the nature of a mean mind, to be overawed by fine clothes and fine furniture. They had a very decided influence on Jonas. Now, you two gentlemen have business to discuss, I know, said the doctor, and your time is precious, so is mine, for several lives are waiting for me in the next room, and I have a round of visits to make after I've taken 'em. Having had the happiness to introduce you to each other, I may go about my business. Good-bye, but allow me, Mr. Montague, before I go, to say this of my friend who sits beside you. That gentleman has done more, sir, rapping his snuff-box solemnly, to reconcile me to human nature, than any man alive or dead. Good-bye. With these words, Jobling bolted abruptly out of the room, and proceeded in his own official department to impress the lives in waiting with a sense of his keen conscientiousness in the discharge of his duty, and the great difficulty of getting into the Anglo-Bengalee by feeling their pulses, looking at their tongues, listening at their ribs, poking them in the chest, and so forth, though if he didn't well know beforehand that whatever kind of lives they were, the Anglo-Bengalee would accept them readily. He was far from being the Jobling that his friend considered him, and was not the original Jobling, but a spurious imitation. Mr. Crimple also departed on the business of the morning, and Jonas Chuzzlewit and Tigg were left alone. I learn from our friend, said Tigg, drawing his chair towards Jonas with a winning ease of manner, that you have been thinking— Oh, God, that he's no right to say so, cried Jonas, interrupting. I didn't tell him my thoughts. If he took it into his head that I was coming here for such or such a purpose, why, that's his lookout. I don't stand committed by that. Jonas said this offensively enough, for over and above the habitual distrust of his character, it was in his nature to seek to revenge himself on the fine clothes and the fine furniture in exact proportion as he had been unable to withstand their influence. "If I come here to ask a question or two, and get a document or two to consider of, I don't bind myself to anything. Let's understand that, you know," said Jonas. "My dear fellow," cried Tigg, clapping him on the shoulder, "I applaud your frankness. If men like you, and I speak openly at first, all possible misunderstanding is avoided, why should I disguise what you know so well, but what the crowd never dream of? We companies are all birds of prey, mere birds of prey. The only question is whether in serving my own turn we can serve yours too, whether in double lining our own nest we can put a single living into yours. Oh, you're in our secret, you're behind the scenes. We'll make a merit of dealing plainly with you when we know we can't help it." It was remarked on the first introduction of Mr. Jonas into these pages, that there is a simplicity of cunning no less than a simplicity of innocence, and that in all matters involving a faith in knavery he was the most credulous of men. If Mr. Tigg had preferred any claim to high and honourable dealing, Jonas would have suspected him though he had been a very model of probity, but when he gave utterance to Jonas's own thoughts of everything and everybody, Jonas began to feel that he was a pleasant fellow and one to be talked to freely. He changed his position in the chair, not for a less awkward but for a more boastful attitude, and smiling in his miserable conceit, rejoined, "You ain't a bad man of business, Mr. Montague. You know how to set about it, I will say." "Tut, tut," said Tigg, nodding confidentially and showing his white teeth. "We are not children, Mr. Chuzzlewit. We are grown men, I hope." Jonas assented, and said after a short silence, first spreading out his legs and sticking one arm akimbo to show how perfectly at home he was, "The truth is—" "Don't say the truth," interposed Tigg, with another grin. "It's so like humbug." Greatly charmed by this, Jonas began again. "The long and the short of it is—" "Better," muttered Tigg, "much better, that I don't consider myself very well used by one or two of the old companies in some negotiations I have had with them. Once had, I mean. They started objections they had no right to start, and put questions they had no right to put, and carried things much too high for my taste." As he made these observations, he cast down his eyes and looked curiously at the carpet. Mr. Tigg looked curiously at him. He made so long a pause that Tigg came to the rescue, and said in his pleasantest manner, "Take a glass of wine." "No, no," returned Jonas, with a cunning shake of the head. "None of that, thank'ee. No wine over business. All very well for you, but it wouldn't do for me." "What an old hand you are, Mr. Chuzzlewit," said Tigg, and leaning back in his chair and leering at him through his half-shut eyes. Jonas shook his head again, as much to say, "You're right there," and then resumed, jocosely, "Not such an old hand either, but that I've been and got married. That's rather green, you'll say. Perhaps it is, especially as she's young. But one never knows what may happen to these women, so I'm thinking of insuring her life. It is but fair, you know, that a man should secure some consolation in case of meeting with such a loss." "If anything can console him under such heart-breaking circumstances," murmured Tigg, with his eyes shut up as before. "Exactly," returned Jonas, "if anything can. Now supposing I did it here, I should do it cheap, I know, and easy, without bothering her about it, which I'd much rather not do, for it's just in a woman's way to take it into her head, if you talk to her about such things, that she's going to die directly." "So it is," cried Tigg, kissing his hand in honour of the sex. "You're quite right, sweet, silly, fluttering little simpletons." "Well," said Jonas, "on that account, you know, and because offence has been given me on other quarters, I wouldn't mind patronizing this company. But I want to know what sort of security there is for the company's going on. That's the—" "Not the truth?" cried Tigg, holding up his jewelled hand. "Don't use that Sunday school expression, please." "The long and the short of it," said Jonas, "the long and the short of it is, what's the security?" "The paid-up capital, my dear sir," said Tigg, referring to some papers on the table, "is, at this present moment—" "Oh, I understand all about paid-up capitals, you know," said Jonas. "You do?" cried Tigg, stopping short. "I should hope so." He turned the papers down again, and moving nearer to him, said in his ear, "I know you do, I know you do. Look at me." It was not much in Jonas's way to look straight at anybody, but thus requested he made shift to take a tolerable survey of the chairman's features. The chairman fell back a little to give him the better opportunity. "You know me?" he inquired, elevating his eyebrows. "You recollect? You've seen me before?" "I thought I remembered your face when I first came in," said Jonas, gazing at it, "but I couldn't call to mind where I had seen it. No, I don't remember even now. Was it in the street?" "Was it in Pecksniff's parlour?" said Tigg. "In Pecksniff's parlour," echoed Jonas, fetching a long breath. "You don't mean when—" "Yes," cried Tigg, "when there was a very charming and delightful little family party at which yourself and your respected father assisted." "Well, never mind him," said Jonas. "He's dead, and there's no help for it." "Dead, is he?" cried Tigg. "Venerable old gentleman, is he dead? You're very like him." Jonas received this compliment with anything but a good grace, perhaps because of his own private sentiments in reference to the personal appearance of his deceased parent, perhaps because he was not at best pleased to find that Montague and Tigg were one. That gentleman perceived it, and tapping him familiarly on the sleeve, beckoned him to the window. From this moment Mr. Montague's jocularity and flow of spirits were remarkable. "Do you find me at all changed since that time?" he asked. "Speak plainly." Jonas looked hard at his waistcoat and jewels, and said, "Rather," he cawed. "Was I at all seedy in those days?" asked Montague. "Precious seedy," said Jonas. Mr. Montague pointed down into the street where Bailey and the cab were in attendance. "Neat, perhaps dashing. Do you know whose it is?" "No." "Mine." "Do you like this room?" "It must have cost a lot of money," said Jonas. "You're right. Mine too. Why don't you—" he whispered this, and nudged him in the side with his elbow—"why don't you take premiums instead of paying 'em? That's what a man like you should do. Join us." Jonas stared at him in amazement. "Is that a crowded street?" asked Montague, calling his attention to the multitude without. "Very," said Jonas, only glancing at it and immediately afterwards looking at him again. "They are printed calculations," said his companion, "which will tell you pretty nearly how many people will pass up and down that thoroughfare in the course of a day. I can tell you how many of 'em will come in here merely because they find this office here, knowing no more about it than they do of the pyramids. Ha ha! Join us. You shall come in cheap." Jonas looked at him harder and harder. "I can tell you," said Tigg in his ear, "how many of 'em will buy annuities, effect insurances, bring us their money in 100 shapes and ways, force it upon us, trust us as if we were the mint, yet know no more about us than you do of that crossing sweeper at the corner. Not so much. Ha ha!" Jonas gradually broke into a smile. "Ah," said Montague, giving him a pleasant thrust in the breast, "you're too deep for us, you dog, or I wouldn't have told you. Dine with me to-morrow morning in Pall Mall." "I will," said Jonas. "Done!" cried Montague. "Wait a bit. Take these papers with you and look 'em over. See," he said, snatching some printed forms from the table, "B is a little tradesman, clerk, parson, artist, author, any common thing you like." "Yes," said Jonas, looking greedily over his shoulder. "Well?" "B wants a loan, say £50 or £100, perhaps more, no better. B proposes self and 2 securities. B is accepted. 2 securities give a bond. B assures his own life for double the amount, and brings 2 friends' lives also, just to patronize the office. Ha ha ha! Is that a good notion?" "Ecod, that's a capital notion!" cried Jonas. "But does he really do it?" "Do it!" repeated the chairman. "B's hard up, my good fellow, and will do anything. Don't you see? It's my idea." "It does you honour, I'm blessed if it don't," said Jonas. "I think it does," replied the chairman, "and I'm proud to hear you say so. B pays the highest lawful interest—" "That ain't much," interrupted Jonas. "Right, quite right," retorted Tigg. "And hard it is upon the part of the law that it should go so confoundedly down upon us unfortunate victims, when it takes such amazing good interest for itself from all its clients. But charity begins at home, and justice begins next door. Well, the law being hard upon us, we're not exactly soft upon B,
for besides charging B the regular interest, we get B's premium, and B's friend's premium, and we charge B for the bond, and whether we accept him or not, we charge B for inquiries. We keep a man at £1 a week to make 'em, and we charge B a trifle for the secretary, and in short, my good fellow, we stick it into B, up hill and down dale, and make a devilish comfortable little property out of him. Ha ha ha! I drive B, in point of fact," said Tigg, pointing to the cabriolet, "and a thoroughbred horse he is. Ha ha ha!" Jonas enjoyed this joke very much indeed. It was quite in his peculiar vein of humour. "Then," said Tigg Montague, "we grant annuities on the very lowest and most advantageous terms known in the money market, and the old ladies and gentlemen down in the country buy 'em, ha ha ha, and we pay 'em too, perhaps, ha ha ha." "But there's responsibility in that," said Jonas, looking doubtful. "I take it all myself," said Tigg Montague. "Here I am responsible for everything. The only responsible person in the establishment. Ha ha ha! Then there are the life assurances without loans, the common policies, very profitable, very comfortable, money down, you know, repeated every year, capital fun." "But when they begin to fall in," observed Jonas, "it's all very well while the office is young, but when the policies begin to die, that's what I'm thinking of." "At the first start, my dear fellow," said Montague, "to show you how correct your judgment is, we had a couple of unlucky deaths that brought us down to a grand piano." "Brought you down where?" cried Jonas. "I give you my sacred word of honour," said Tigg Montague, "that I raised money on every other individual piece of property, and was left alone in the world with a grand piano. And it was an upright grand too, so that I couldn't even sit upon it. But, my dear fellow, we got over it. We granted a great many new policies that wig, liberal allowance to solicitors by the by, and got over it in no time. Whenever they should chance to fall in heavily, as you very justly observe they may, one of these days, then—" He finished the sentence in so low a whisper that only one disconnected word was audible, and that imperfectly, but it sounded like bolt. "Why, you're as bold as brass," said Jonas, in the utmost admiration. "A man can well afford to be as bold as brass, my good fellow, when he gets gold in exchange," cried the chairman, with a laugh that shook him from head to foot. "You'll dine with me to-morrow?" "At what time?" asked Jonas. "7. Here's my card. Take the documents. I see you'll join us." "I don't know about that," said Jonas. "There's a good deal to be looked into first." "You shall look," said Montague, slapping him on the back, "into anything and everything you please. But you'll join us, I am convinced. You were made for it. Bullamy!" Obedient to the summons and the little bell, the waistcoat appeared. Being charged to show Jonas out, it went before, and the voice within it cried as usual, "By your leave there, by your leave, gentlemen from the board room, by your leave." Mr. Montague, being left alone, pondered for some moments, and then said, raising his voice, "Is Nadgett in the office there?" "Here he is, sir," and he promptly entered, shutting the board-room door after him, as carefully as if he were about to plot a murder. He was the man at £1 a week who made the inquiries. It was no virtue or merit in Nadgett that he transacted all his Anglo-Bengalee business secretly and in the closest confidence, for he was born to be a secret. He was a short, dried-up, withered old man, who seemed to have secreted his very blood, for nobody would have given him credit for the possession of 6 ounces of it in his whole body. How he lived was a secret, where he lived was a secret, and even what he was a secret. In his musty old pocket-book he carried contradictory cards, in some of which he called himself a coal merchant, in others a wine merchant, in others a commissions agent, in others a collector, in others an accountant, as if he really didn't know the secret himself. He was always keeping appointments in the city, and the other man never seemed to come. He would sit on 'Change for hours, looking at everybody who walked in and out, and would do the like at Garraway's, and in other business coffee-rooms, in some of which he would be occasionally seen drying a very damp pocket-handkerchief before the fire, and still looking over his shoulder for the man who never appeared. He was mildewed, threadbare, shabby, always had flew upon his legs and back, and kept his linen so secretly buttoning up and wrapping over, that he might have had none. Perhaps he hadn't. He carried one stained beaver glove,
which he dangled before him by the forefinger as he walked or sat, but even its fellow was a secret. Some people said he had been a bankrupt, others that he had gone an infant into an ancient chancery suit which was still depending, but it was all a secret. He carried bits of sealing wax and a hieroglyphical old copper seal in his pocket, and often secretly indited letters in corner boxes of the trysting places before mentioned, but they never appeared to go to anybody, for he would put them into a secret place in his coat, and deliver them to himself weeks afterwards, very much to his own surprise, quite yellow. He was that sort of man that if he had died worth $1,000,000 of money, or had died worth twopence halfpenny, everybody would have been perfectly satisfied, and would have said it was just as they expected. And yet he belonged to a class, a race peculiar to the city, who are secrets as profound to one another as they are to the rest of mankind. "Mr. Nadgett," said Montague, copying Jonas Chuzzlewit's address upon a piece of paper from the card which was still lying on the table, "any information about this name I shall be glad to have myself. Don't you mind what it is. Any you can scrape together, bring me. Bring it to me, Mr. Nadgett." Nadgett put on his spectacles and read the name attentively, then looked at the chairman over his glasses and bowed, then took them off and put them in their case, and then put the case in his pocket. When he had done so, he looked, without his spectacles, at the paper as it lay before him, and at the same time produced his pocket-book from somewhere about the middle of his spine. Large as it was very full of documents, but he found a place for this one, and having clasped it carefully, passed it by a kind of solemn legerdemain into the same region as before. He withdrew with another bow and without a word, opening the door no wider than was sufficient for his passage out, and shutting it as carefully as before. The chairman of the board employed the rest of the morning in affixing his signed manual of gracious acceptance to various new proposals of annuity purchase and assurance. The company was looking up, for they flowed in gaily. End of chapter 27. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 28. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 28. Mr. Montague at Home, and Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit at Home. There were many powerful reasons for Jonas Chuzzlewit being strongly prepossessed in favour of the scheme which its great originator had so boldly laid open to him, but three among them stood prominently forward. Firstly, there was money to be made by it. Secondly, the money had the peculiar charm of being sagaciously obtained at other people's cost. Thirdly, it involved much outward show of homage and distinction, a board being an awful institution in its own sphere, and a director a mighty man. To make a swinging profit, have a lot of chaps to order about, and get into regular good society by one and the same means, and them so easy to one's hand, ain't such a bad lookout, thought Jonas. The latter considerations were only second to his avarice, for conscious that there was nothing in his person, conduct, character, or accomplishments to command respect, he was greedy of power, and was in his heart as much a tyrant as any laurelled conqueror on record. But he determined to proceed with cunning and caution, and to be very keen on his observation of the gentility of Mr. Montague's private establishment. For it no more occurred to this shallow knave that Montague wanted him to be so, or he wouldn't have invited him while his decision was yet in abeyance, than the possibility of that genius being able to overreach him in any way, pierced through his self-deceit by the inlet of a needle's point. He had said in the outset that Jonas was too sharp for him, and Jonas, who would have been sharp enough to believe him in nothing else, though he had solemnly sworn it, believed him in that instantly. It was with a faltering hand, and yet with an imbecile attempt at a swagger, that he knocked at his new friend's door in Pall Mall when the appointed hour arrived. Mr. Bailey quickly answered to the summons. He was not proud, and was kindly disposed to take notice of Jonas, but Jonas had forgotten him. "Mr. Montague at home?" "I should hope he was at home, and waiting dinner too," said Bailey, with the ease of an old acquaintance. "Will you take your hat up along with you, or leave it here?" Mr. Jonas preferred leaving it there. "The whole name, I suppose?" said Bailey, with a grin. Mr. Jonas stared at him in mute indignation.
What, don't you remember old Mother Todgers? Said Mr. Bailey, with his favourite action of the knees and boots. Don't you remember my taking your name up to the young ladies when you came a-courting there? A regular scaly old shop, wasn't it? Times is changed, ain't they? I say, how you've growed!" Without pausing for any acknowledgment of this compliment, he ushered the visitor upstairs, and having announced him, retired with a private wink. The lower story of the house was occupied by a wealthy tradesman, but Mr. Montague had all the upper portion, and splendid lodging it was. The room in which he received Jonas was a spacious and elegant apartment, furnished with extreme magnificence, decorated with pictures, copies from the antique, in alabaster and marble, china vases, lofty mirrors, crimson hangings of the richest silk, gilded carvings, luxurious coaches, glistening cabinets inlaid with precious woods, costly toys of every sort in negligent abundance. The only guests besides Jonas were the doctor, the resident director, and two other gentlemen, whom Montague presented in due form. "My dear friend, I am delighted to see you. Jobling, you know, I believe?" "I think so," said the doctor pleasantly, as he stepped out of his circle to shake hands. "I trust I have the honour. I hope so. My dear sir, I see you well. Quite well. That's well." "Mr. Wolfe," said Montague, as soon as the doctor would allow him to introduce the two others. "Mr. Chuzzlewit, Mr. Pip, Mr. Chuzzlewit." Both gentlemen were exceedingly happy to have the honour of making Mr. Chuzzlewit's acquaintance. The doctor drew Jonas a little apart, and whispered behind his hand, "Men of the world, my dear sir, men of the world. Mr. Wolfe, literary character, you needn't mention it. Remarkable clever weekly paper, oh, remarkably clever. Mr. Pip, theatrical man, capital man to know, oh, capital man." "Well," said Wolfe, folding his arms, and resuming a conversation which the arrival of Jonas had interrupted, "and what did Lord Nobley say to that?" "Why," returned Pip, with an oath, "he didn't know what to say. Same, sir, if he wasn't as mute as a poker. But you know what a good fellow Nobley is." "The best fellow in the world!" cried Wolfe. "It is only last week that Nobley said to me, 'By gad, Wolfe, I've got a living to bestow, and if you had but been brought up at the University, strike me blind if I wouldn't have made a parson of you.'" "Just like him," said Pip, with another oath, "and he'd have done it." "Not a doubt of it," said Wolfe. "But you were going to tell us—" "Oh yes," cried Pip, "to be sure, so I was. At first he was dumb, sewn up dead, sir. But after a minute he said to the Duke, 'Here's Pip. Ask Pip. Pip's our mutual friend. Ask Pip. He knows.' 'Damme,' said the Duke, 'I appeal to Pip then. Come, Pip. Bandy or not bandy? Speak out.' 'Bandy, your Grace, by the Lord Harry,' said I. 'Ha, ha!' laughed the Duke. 'To be sure she is. Bravo, Pip!' 'Well,' said Pip, 'I wish you may die if you're not a trump, Pip. Pop me down among your fashionable visitors whenever I'm in town, Pip, and so I do to this day.' The conclusion of this story gave immense satisfaction, which was in no degree lessened by the announcement of dinner. Jonas repaired to the dining-room, along with his distinguished host, and took his seat at the board between that individual and his friend the doctor. The rest fell into their places like men who were accustomed to the house, and dinner was done full justice to by all parties. It was a good a one as money, or credit, no matter which, could produce. The dishes, wines, and fruits were of the choicest kind. Everything was elegantly served. The plate was gorgeous. Mr. Jonas was in the midst of a calculation of the value of this item alone, when his host disturbed him. "A glass of wine?" "Oh," said Jonas, who had had several glasses already, "as much of that as you like. It's too good to refuse." "Well said, Mr. Chuzzlewit!" cried Wolfe. "Tom Gag, upon my soul!" said Pip. "Positively, you know, that's ha!" observed the doctor, laying down his knife and fork for one instant, and then going to work again, pell-mell. "That's epigrammatic, quite." "You're totally comfortable, I hope?" said Tigg, apart to Jonas. "Oh, you needn't trouble your head about me," he replied. "Famous." "I thought it best not to have a party," said Tigg. "You feel that?" "Why, what do you call this?" retorted Jonas. "You don't mean to say you do this every day, do you?" My dear fellow, said Montague, shrugging his shoulders, every day of my life when I dine at home, this is my common style. It was of no use having anything uncommon for you. You'd have seen through it. You'll have a party, said Crimple. No, I won't, I said. He shall take us in the rough.
And pretty smooth, too, ecod, said Jonas, glancing round the table. This don't cost a trifle. Why, to be candid with you, it does not, returned the other. But I like this sort of thing. It's the way I spend my money. Jonas thrust his tongue into his cheek and said, Was it? When you join us, you won't get rid of your share of the profits in the same way, said Tigg. Quite different, retorted Jonas. Well, and you're right, said Tigg with friendly candour. You needn't. It's not necessary. One of a company must do it to hold the connection together, but as I take a pleasure in it, that's my department. You don't mind dining expensively at another man's expense, I hope? Not a bit, said Jonas. Then I hope you'll often dine with me? Ah, said Jonas, I don't mind. On the contrary. And I'll never attempt to talk business to you over wine, I take my oath, said Tigg. Oh, deep, deep, deep of you this morning. I must tell him that. They're the very men to enjoy it. Pip, my good fellow, I've a splendid little trait to tell you of my friend Chuzzlewit, who is the deepest dog I know. I give you my sacred word of honour, he is the deepest dog I know, Pip. Pip swore a frightful oath that he was sure of it already, and the anecdote being told was received with loud applause, as an incontestable proof of Mr. Jonas's greatness. Pip, in a natural spirit of emulation, then related some instances of his own depth, and Wolfe, not to be left behindhand, recited the leading points of one or two vastly humorous articles he was then preparing. These lucubrations, being of what he called a warm complexion, were highly approved, and all the company agreed that they were full of point. Men of the world, my dear sir, Jobling whispered to Jonas, thorough men of the world. To a professional person like myself, it's quite refreshing to come into this kind of society. It's not only agreeable, and nothing can be more agreeable, but it's philosophically improving. It's character, my dear sir, character. It is so pleasant to find real merit appreciated, whatever its particular walk in life may be, that the general harmony of the company was doubtless much promoted by their knowing that the two men of the world were held in high esteem by the upper classes of society, and by the gallant defenders of their country in the army and navy, but particularly the former. The least of their stories had a colonel in it, lords were as plentiful as oaths, and even the blood royal ran in the muddy channel of their personal recollections. Mr. Chuzzlewit didn't know him, I'm afraid, said Wolfe, in reference to a certain personage of illustrious descent who had previously figured in a reminiscence. No, said Tigg, but we must bring him into contact with this sort of fellows. He was very fond of literature, observed Wolfe. Was he? Said Tigg. Oh, yes. He took my paper regularly for many years. Do you know, he said some good things now and then. He asked a certain Viscount, who's a friend of mine, Pip knows him, what's the editor's name? Wolfe. Wolfe, eh? Sharp biter. Wolfe, we must keep the wolf from the door, as the proverb says. It was very well, and being complimentary, I printed it. But the Viscount's the boy, cried Pip, who invented a new oath for the introduction of everything he said. The Viscount's the boy. He came into our place one night to take her home, rather slewed, but not much, and said, Where's Pip? I want to see Pip. Produce Pip. What's the row, my lord? Shakespeare's an infernal humbug, Pip. What's the good of Shakespeare, Pip? I never read him. What the devil is it all about, Pip? There's a lot of feet in Shakespeare's verse, but there ain't legs worth mentioning in Shakespeare's plays, are there, Pip? Juliet, Desdemona, Lady Macbeth, and all the rest of 'em, whatever their names are, might as well have no legs at all for anything the audience knows about it, Pip. Why, in that respect, they're all Miss Biffins to the audience, Pip. I'll tell you what it is. What the people call dramatic poetry is a collection of sermons. Do I go to the theatre to be lectured? No, Pip. If I wanted that, I'd go to church. What's the legitimate object of the drama, Pip? Human nature. What are legs? Human nature. Then let us have plenty of leg pieces, Pip, and I'll stand by you, my buck. And I am proud to say, added Pip, that he did stand by me handsomely. The conversation now becoming general,
Mr. Jonas's opinion was requested on this subject, and as it was in full accordance with the sentiments of Mr. Pip, that gentleman was extremely gratified. Indeed, both himself and Wolfe had so much in common with Jonas that they became very amicable, and between their increasing friendship and the fumes of wine Jonas grew talkative. It does not follow in the case of such a person that the more talkative he becomes the more agreeable he is. On the contrary, his merits show to most advantage, perhaps, in silence. Having no means, as he thought, of putting himself on an equality with the rest, but by the assertion of that depth and sharpness on which he had been complimented, Jonas exhibited that faculty to the utmost, and was so deep and sharp that he lost himself in his own profundity, and cut his fingers with his own edge-tools. It was especially in his way and character to exhibit his quality at his entertainer's expense, and while he drank of his sparkling wines and partook of his monstrous profusion to ridicule the extravagance which had set such costly fare before him. Even at such a wanton board, and in such more than doubtful company, this might have proved a disagreeable experiment, but that Tigg and Crimple, studying to understand their man thoroughly, gave him what licence he chose, knowing that the more he took the better for their purpose; and thus, while the blundering cheat, gull that he was for all his cunning, thought himself rolled up hedgehog fashion, with his sharpest points towards them, he was, in fact, betraying all his vulnerable parts to their unwinking watchfulness. Whether the two gentlemen who contributed so much to the doctor's philosophical knowledge (by the way, the doctor slipped off quietly after swallowing his usual amount of wine) had had their cue distinctly from the host, or took it from what they saw and heard, they acted their parts very well. They solicited the honour of Jonas's better acquaintance, trusted that they would have the pleasure of introducing him into that elevated society in which he was so well qualified to shine, and informed him in the most friendly manner that the advantages of their respective establishments were entirely at his control. In a word, they said, "Be one of us," and Jonas said he was infinitely obliged to them, and he would be, adding within himself that so long as they stood treat, there was nothing he would like better. After coffee, which was served in the drawing-room, there was a short interval, mainly sustained by Pip and Wolfe, of conversation, rather highly spiced and strongly seasoned. When it flagged, Jonas took it up and showed considerable humour in appraising the furniture, inquiring whether such an article was paid for, what it had originally cost, and the like. In all of this he was, as he considered, desperately hard on Montague, and very demonstrative of his own brilliant parts. Some champagne punch gave a new though temporary fillip to the entertainments of the evening, for after leading to some noisy proceedings which were not intelligible, it ended in the unsteady departure of the two gentlemen of the world, and the slumber of Mr. Jonas upon one of the sofas. As he could not be made to understand where he was, Mr. Bailey received orders to call a hackney coach and take him home, which that young gentleman roused himself from an uneasy sleep in the hall to do, it being now almost 3 o'clock in the morning. "Is he hooked, do you think?" whispered Crimple, as himself and partner stood in a distant part of the room observing him as he lay. "Ay," said Tigg in the same tone, "with a strong iron, perhaps. Has Nadgett been here to-night?" "Yes, I went out to him. Hearing you had company, he went away." "Why did he do that?" "He said he would come back early in the morning, before you were out of bed." "Tell them to be sure and send him up to my bedside. Hush! Here's the boy. Now, Mr. Bailey, take this gentleman home, and see him safely in. Hallo! Here? Why, Chuzzlewit! Hallo!" They got him upright with some difficulty, and assisted him downstairs, where they put his hat upon his head and tumbled him into the coach. Mr. Bailey, having shut him in, mounted the box beside the coachman, and smoking his cigar with an air of particular satisfaction, the undertaking in which he was engaged having a free and sporting character about it, which was quite congenial to his taste. Arriving in due time at the house in the city, Mr. Bailey jumped down and expressed the lively nature of his feelings in a knock the like of which had probably not been heard in that quarter since the great fire of London. Going out into the road to observe the effect of this feat, he saw that a dim light previously visible at an upper window had been already removed and was travelling downstairs. To obtain a foreknowledge of the bearer of this taper,
Mr. Bailey skipped back to the door again, and put his eye to the keyhole. It was the merry one herself, but sadly, strangely altered, so careworn and dejected, so faltering and full of fear, so fallen, humbled, broken, that to have seen her quiet in her coffin would have been a less surprise. She set the light upon a bracket in the hall, and laid her hand upon her heart, upon her eyes, upon her burning head. Then she came on towards the door with such a wild and hurried step that Mr. Bailey lost his self-possession, and still had his eye where the keyhole had been when she opened it. "Aha!" said Mr. Bailey with an effort. "There you are you? What's the matter? Ain't you well, though?" In the midst of her astonishment as she recognized him in his altered dress, so much of her old smile came back to her face that Bailey was glad. But next moment he was sorry again, for he saw tears standing in her poor dim eyes. "Don't be frightened," said Bailey. "There ain't nothing the matter. I've brought home Mr. Chuzzlewit. He ain't ill. He's only a little swipey, you know." Mr. Bailey reeled in his boots to express intoxication. "Have you come from Mrs. Todger's?" asked Mary, trembling. "Todgers, bless you, no!" cried Mr. Bailey. "I haven't got nothing to do with Todgers. I cut that connection long ago. He's been a-dining with my governor at the West Inn. Didn't you know he was a-coming to see us?" "No," she said, faintly. "Oh, yes. We're heavy swells, too, and so I tell you. Don't you come out a-catching a cold in your head. I'll wake him." Mr. Bailey, expressing in his demeanour a perfect confidence that he could carry him in with ease, if necessary, opened the coach door, let down the steps, and giving Jonas a shake, cried, "We got home by flower tumble up then." He was so far recovered as to be able to respond to this appeal, and to come stumbling out of the coach in a heap, to the great hazard of Mr. Bailey's person. When he got upon the pavement, Mr. Bailey first butted at him in front, and then dexterously propped him up behind, and having steadied him by these means, he assisted him into the house. "You go up first with the light," said Bailey to Mr. Jonas, "and we'll follow. Don't tremble so. He won't hurt you. When I've had a drop too much, I'm full of good nature myself." She went on before, and her husband and Bailey, by dint of tumbling over each other and knocking themselves about, got at last into the sitting-room above stairs, where Jonas staggered into a seat. "There," said Mr. Bailey, "he's all right now. You ain't got nothing to cry for, bless you. He's righter than a trivet." The ill-favoured brute, with dress awry and sodden face and rumpled hair, sat blinking and drooping, and rolling his idiotic eyes about, until, becoming conscious by degrees, he recognized his wife and shook his fist at her. "Ah!" cried Mr. Bailey, squaring his arms with a sudden emotion. "What, your wishes, are you? Would you, though? You'd better not." "Pray go away," said Mary. "Bailey, my good boy, go home." "Jonas," she said, timidly laying her hand upon his shoulder and bending her head down over him. "Jonas." "Look at her!" cried Jonas, pushing her off with his extended arm. "Look here, look at her. Here's a bargain for a man." "Dear Jonas, dear devil," he replied, with a fierce gesture. "You're a pretty clog to be tied to a man for life, you mewling, white-faced cat. Get out of my sight." "I know you don't mean it, Jonas. You wouldn't say it if you were sober." With affected gaiety she gave Bailey a piece of money, and again implored him to be gone. Her entreaty was so earnest that the boy had not the heart to stay there, but he stopped at the bottom of the stairs and listened. "I wouldn't say it if I was sober," retorted Jonas. "You know better. Have I never said it when I was sober?" "Often indeed," she answered through her tears. "Hark ye!" cried Jonas, stamping his foot upon the ground. "You made me bear your pretty humours once, and ecod I'll make you bear mine now. I always promised myself I would. I married you that I might. I'll know who's master and who's slave." "Heaven knows I am obedient," said the sobbing girl, "much more so than I ever thought to be." Jonas laughed in his drunken exultation. "What! You're finding me out, are you? Patience, and you will in time. Griffins have claws, my girl. There's not a pretty sight you ever put upon me, nor a pretty trick you ever played me, nor a pretty insolence you ever showed me,
that I won't pay back 100-fold. What else did I marry you for? You, too," he said, with coarse contempt. It might have softened him, indeed it might, to hear her turn a little fragment of a song he used to say he liked, trying with a heart so full to win him back. "Oho!" he said. "You're deaf, are you? You don't hear me, eh? So much the better for you. I hate you. I hate myself for having been fool enough to strap a pack upon my back for the pleasure of treading on it whenever I choose. What things have opened to me now, so that I might marry almost where I liked. But I wouldn't. I'd keep single. I ought to be single among the friends I know. Instead of that, here I am, tied to a log like you. Pah! Why do you show your pale face when I come home? Am I never to forget you?" "How late it is," she said cheerfully, opening the shutter after an interval of silence. "Broad day, Jonas." "Broad day or black night, what do I care?" was the kind rejoinder. "The night passed quickly, too. I don't mind sitting up at all." "Sit up from me again, if you dare," growled Jonas. "I was reading," she proceeded, "all night long. I began when you went out and read till you came home again. The strongest story, Jonas, and true, the book says. I'll tell it to you to-morrow." "True, was it?" said Jonas, doggedly. "So the book says. Was there anything in it about a man's being determined to conquer his wife, break her spirit, bend her temper, crush all her humours like so many nutshells, kill her for aught I know?" said Jonas. "No, not a word," she answered quickly. "Oh," he returned, "that'll be a true story, though, before long, for all the book says nothing about it. It's a lying book, I see, a fit book for a lying reader. But you're deaf. I forgot that." There was another interval of silence, and the boy was stealing away, when he heard her footstep on the floor and stopped. She went up to him, as it seemed, and spoke lovingly, saying that she would defer to him in everything and would consult his wishes and obey them, and they might be very happy if he would be gentle with her. He answered with an imprecation, and not with a blow? Yes, stern truth against the base-souled villain, with a blow. No angry cries, no loud reproaches. Even her weeping and her sobs were stifled by her clinging round him. She only said, repeating it in agony of heart, "How could he? Could he? Could he?" and lost utterance in tears. O woman, God-beloved in old Jerusalem, the best among us need deal lightly with thy faults, if only for the punishment thy nature will endure in bearing heavy evidence against us on the day of judgment. End of chapter 28.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 29. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 29, in which some people are precocious, others professional, and others mysterious, all in their several ways. It may have been the restless remembrance of what he had seen and heard overnight, or it may have been no deeper mental operation than the discovery that he had nothing to do, which caused Mr. Bailey on the following afternoon to feel particularly disposed for agreeable society, and prompted him to pay a visit to his friend Poll Sweedlepipe. On the little bell giving clamorous notice of a visitor's approach, for Mr. Bailey came in at the door with a lunge to get as much sound out of the bell as possible, Poll Sweedlepipe desisted from the contemplation of a favourite owl, and gave his young friend hearty welcome. "Why, you look smarter by day," said Poll, "than you do by candle-light. I never see such a tight young dasher." "Rather so, Polly. How's our fair friend Sarah?" "Oh, she's pretty well," said Poll. "She's at home." "There's the remains of a fine woman about Sarah, Poll," observed Mr. Bailey with genteel indifference. "Oh," thought Poll, "he's old. He must be very old." "Too much crumb, you know," said Mr. Bailey. "Too fat, Poll. But there's many a worse at her time of life." The very owls are opening his eyes, thought Paul. I don't wonder at it in a bird of his opinions. He happened to have been sharpening his razors, which were lying open in a row, while a huge strop dangled from the wall. Glancing at these preparations, Mr. Bailey stroked his chin, and a thought appeared to occur to him. "Paul," he said, "I ain't as neat as I could wish about the gills. Being here, I may as well have a shave and get trimmed close." The barber stood aghast, but Mr. Bailey divested himself of his neckcloth, and sat down in the easy shaving chair with all the dignity and confidence in life. There was no resisting his manner. The evidence of sight and touch became as nothing. His chin was as smooth as a new-laid egg or a scraped Dutch cheese, but Paul Sweedlepipe wouldn't have ventured to deny, on affidavit, that he had the beard of a Jewish rabbi. "Go with the grain, Paul. All round, please," said Mr. Bailey, screwing up his face for the reception of the lather. "You may do what you like with the bits of whisker. I don't care for him." The meek little barber stood gazing at him with the brush and soap dish in his hand, stirring them round and round in a ludicrous uncertainty, as if he were disabled by some fascination from beginning. At last he made a dash at Mr. Bailey's cheek. Then he stopped again, as if the ghost of a beard had suddenly receded from his touch, but receiving mild encouragement from Mr. Bailey in the form of an adjuration to "go in and win," he lathered him bountifully. Mr. Bailey smiled through the suds in his satisfaction. "Gently over the stones, Paul. Go a tip-top over the pimples." Paul Sweedlepipe obeyed, and scraped the lather off again with particular care. Mr. Bailey squinted at every successive dab, as it was deposited on a cloth on his left shoulder, and seemed, with a microscopic eye, to detect some bristles in it, for he murmured more than once, "Rather redder than I could wish, Paul." The operation being concluded, Paul fell back and stared at him again, while Mr. Bailey, wiping his face on the jack-towel, remarked that "arter late hours nothing freshened up a man so much as an easy shave." He was in the act of tying his cravat at the glass without his coat, and Paul had wiped his razor ready for the next customer, when Mrs. Gamp, coming downstairs, looked in at the shop door to give the barber neighbourly good day. Feeling for her unfortunate situation, and having conceived a regard for himself which it was not in the nature of things that he could return, Mr. Bailey hastened to soothe her with words of kindness. "Hallo!" he said. "Sarah! I needn't ask you how you've been this long time, for you're in full bloom. All a-blowing and a-growing, ain't she, Polly?" "Why, drat the Bragian boldness of that boy!" cried Mrs. Gamp, though not displeased. "What an imperent young sparrow it is! I wouldn't be that creature's mother, not for £50." Mr. Bailey regarded this as a delicate confession of her attachment, and a hint that no pecuniary gain could recompense her for its being rendered hopeless. He felt flattered. Disinterested affection is always flattering. "Ah, dear!" moaned Mrs. Gamp, sinking into the shaving-chair. "That there blessed bull, Mr. Sweedlepipe, has done his wery best to conquer me. Of all the trying and wallages in this wally of the Shadder, that one beats 'em black and blue." It was the practice of Mrs. Gamp and her friends in the profession to say this of all the easy customers, as having at once the effect of discouraging competitors for office, and accounting for the necessity of high living on the part of the nurses. "Talk of constitution," Mrs. Gamp observed. "A person's constitution need be made of bricks to stand it. Mrs. Harris jestly says to me but t'other day, 'Oh, Sairey Gamp,' she says, 'how is it done?' 'Mrs. Harris, ma'am,' I says to her, 'we gives no trust ourselves, and puts a deal of trust elsewhere. These is our religious feelin's,' and we finds 'em answer. 'Sairey,' says Mrs. Harris, 'sech is life, which likewise is the hand of all things.'" The barber gave a soft murmur, as much as to say that Mrs. Harris's remark, though perhaps not quite so intelligible as could be desired from such an authority, did equal honour to her head and to her heart. "And here," continued Mrs. Gamp, "and here am I a-going 20 mile in distant,
on as wentursome a chance as ever any one as monthly'd ever run, I do believe. Says Mrs. Harris, with a woman's and a mother's art of beating in her human breast, she says to me, "You're not to goin', Sary, Lord forgive you." "Why am I not to goin', Mrs. Harris?" I replies. "Mrs. Gill," I says, "was never wrong with six, and is it likely, ma'am, I ask you as a mother, that she will begin to be unreg'lar now? Often and often have I heard him say," I says to Mrs. Harris, meaning Mrs. Gill, "that he would back his wife again, more's almanack, to name the very day and hour, for ninepence farden. Is it likely, ma'am?" I says, "as she will fail this once?" Says Mrs. Harris, "No, ma'am, not in the course of nature, but," she says, the tears a filling in her eyes, "you knows much betterer than me, with your experienge, how little puts us out. A Punch's show," she says, "a chimbley sweep, a Newfoundland dog, or a drunken man a comin' round the corner sharp may do it." "So it may, Mr. Sweedlepipes," said Mrs. Gamp, "there's no denying of it, and though my books is clear for a full week, I takes a anxious art along with me, I do assure you, sir." "You're so full of zeal, you see," said Paul, "you wear it yourself so." "Wear it myself!" cried Mrs. Gamp, raising her hands and turning up her eyes. "You speak truth in that, sir, if you never speaks no more, twixt this and when two Sundays jines together. I feels the sufferin' of other people's more than I feels my own, though no one mayn't suppose it. The families I've had," said Mrs. Gamp, "if all was knowed and credit done where credit's due, would take a week to christen at St. Polge's Fountain." "Where's the patient goin'?" asked Sweedlepipe. "Into Hertfordshire, which is his native air, but native airs nor native graces neither," Mrs. Gamp observed, "won't bring him round." "So bad as that?" inquired the wistful barber. "Indeed!" Mrs. Gamp shook her head mysteriously, and pursed up her lips. "There's fevers of the mind," she said, "as well as body. You may take your slime draughts till you flies into the air with efferwescence, but you won't cure that." "Ah!" said the barber, opening his eyes and putting on his raven aspect. "Lor!" "No, you may make yourself as light as any gash balloon," said Mrs. Gamp, "but talk when you're wrong in your head and when you're in your sleep of certain things, and you'll be heavy in your mind." "Of what kind of things, now?" inquired Paul, greedily biting his nails in his great interests. "Ghosts?" Mrs. Gamp, who perhaps had been already tempted further than she had intended to go by the barber's stimulating curiosity, gave a sniff of uncommon significance, and said it didn't signify. "I'm a goin' down with my patient in the coach this arternoon," she proceeded. "I'm a going to stop with him a day or so, till he gets a country nurse. Drat them country nurses, much the orchid hussies knows about their business. And then I'm comin' back, and that's my trouble, Mr. Sweedlepipes. But I hope that everythink'll only go on right and comfortable as long as I'm away, perwisin which, as Mrs. Harris says, Mrs. Gill is welcome to choose her own time, all times of the day and night bein' equally the same to me." During the progress of the foregoing remarks, which Mrs. Gamp had addressed exclusively to the barber, Mr. Bailey had been tying his cravat, getting on his coat, and making hideous faces at himself in the glass. Being now personally addressed by Mrs. Gamp, he turned round and mingled in the conversation. "You ain't been in the city, I suppose, sir, since we was all three there together," said Mrs. Gamp, "at Mr. Chuzzlewit's?" "Yes, I have, Sary. I was there last night." "Last night!" cried the barber. "Yes, Paul, rather so. You can call it this morning, if you like to be particular. He dined with us." "Who does that young lamb mean by hus?" said Mrs. Gamp, with most impatient emphasis.
Me and my governor, Sary. He dined at our house. We was very merry, Sary, so much so that I was obliged to see him home in a hackney coach at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was on the tip of the boy's tongue to relate what had followed, but remembering how easily it might be carried to his master's ear, and the repeated cautions he had had from Mr. Crimple not to chatter, he checked himself, adding only, she was sitting up, expecting him. "And all things considered," said Mrs. Gamp sharply, "she might have known better than to go a tiring herself out, by doing anything of the sort. Did they seem pretty pleasant together, sir?" "Oh yes," answered Bailey, "pleasant enough." "I'm glad on it," said Mrs. Gamp, with a second sniff of significance. "They haven't been married so long," observed Paul, rubbing his hands, "that they need be anything but pleasant yet awhile." "No," said Mrs. Gamp, with a third significant signal. "Especially," pursued the barber, "when the gentleman bears such a character as you gave him." "I speak as I find, Mr. Sweedlepipes," said Mrs. Gamp. "Forbid it should be otherways. But we never know what's hidden in each other's hearts, and if we had glass windows there, we need keep the shutters up some on us, I do assure you." "But you don't mean to say," Paul Sweedlepipe began. "No," said Mrs. Gamp, cutting him very short, "I don't. Don't think I do. The tortoise of the imposition shouldn't make me own I did. All I says is," added the good woman, rising and folding her shawl about her, "that the bull's a waitin', and the precious moments is a flyin' fast." The little barber, having in his eager curiosity a great desire to see Mrs. Gamp's patient, proposed to Mr. Bailey that they should accompany her to the Bull, and witness the departure of the coach. That young gentleman assenting, they all went out together. Arriving at the tavern, Mrs. Gamp, who was full dressed for the journey in her latest suit of mourning, left her friends to entertain themselves in the yard, while she ascended to the sick room, where her fellow labourer Mrs. Prigg was dressing the invalid. He was so wasted that it seemed as if his bones would rattle when they moved him. His cheeks were sunken, and his eyes unnaturally large. He lay back in the easy-chair like one more dead than living, and rolled his languid eyes towards the door when Mrs. Gamp appeared, as painfully as if their weight alone were burdensome to move. "And how are we by this time?" Mrs. Gamp observed. "We looks charming." "We looks a deal charminger than we are then," returned Mrs. Prigg, a little chafed in her temper. "We got out of bed backwards, I think, for we're as cross as two sticks. I never see such a man. He wouldn't have been washed if he'd had his own way." "She put the soap in my mouth," said the unfortunate patient feebly. "Couldn't you keep it shut then?" retorted Mrs. Prigg. "Who do you think's to wash one feature and miss another, and wear one's eyes out with all manner of fine work of that description for half a crown a day? If you wants to be titivated, you must pay accordin'." "Oh dear me!" cried the patient. "Oh dear, dear!" "There!" said Mrs. Prigg. "That's the way he's been a conducting of himself, Sarah, ever since I got him out of bed, if you'll believe it." "Instead of being grateful," Mrs. Gamp observed, "for all our little ways. Oh, for shame, sir, fie, for shame!" Here Mrs. Prigg seized the patient by the chin, and began to rasp his unhappy head with a hair-brush. "I suppose you don't like that neither," she observed, stopping to look at him. It was just possible that he didn't, for the brush was a specimen of the hardest kind of instrument producible by modern art, and his very eyelids were red with the friction. Mrs. Prigg was gratified to observe the correctness of her supposition, and said triumphantly she knowed as much. When his hair was smoothed down comfortably into his eyes, Mrs. Prigg and Mrs. Gamp put on his neckerchief, adjusting his shirt collar with great nicety, so that the starched points should also invade those organs, and afflict them with an artificial ophthalmia. His waistcoat and coat were next arranged, and as every button was wrenched into a wrong buttonhole and the order of his boots was reversed, he presented on the whole a rather melancholy appearance. "I don't think it's right," said the poor weak invalid. "I feel as if I was in somebody else's clothes. I'm all on one side, and you've made one of my legs shorter than the other. There's a bottle in my pocket, too. What did you make me sit upon a bottle for?" "Deuce take the man!" cried Mrs. Gamp, drawing it forth, "if he ain't been and got my night bottle here. I made a little cupboard of his coat when it hung behind the door, and quite forgot it, Betsy. You'll find an injun or two and a little tea and sugar in's t'other pocket, my dear, if you'll just be good enough to take 'em out." Betsy produced the property in question, together with some other articles of great chandlery, and Mrs. Gamp transferred them to her own pocket, which was a species of nankeen pannier. Refreshment then arrived in the form of chops and strong ale for the ladies, and a basin of beef tea for the patient, which reflection was barely at an end, when John Westlock appeared. "Up and dressed!" cried John, sitting down beside him. "That's brave. How do you feel?" "Much better, but very weak." "No wonder. You've had a hard bout of it. But country air and change of scene," said John, "will make another man of you. Why, Mrs. Gamp," he added, laughing, as he kindly arranged the sick man's garments, "you have odd notions of a gentleman's dress." "Mr. Lewsome ain't an easy gent to get into his clothes, sir," Mrs. Gamp replied with dignity, "as me and Betsy Prig can certify afore the Lord Mayor and uncommon councillors, if needful." John at that moment was standing close in front of the sick man, in the act of releasing him from the torture of the collars before mentioned, when he said in a whisper, "Mr. Westlock, I don't wish to be overheard. I have something very particular and strange to say to you, something that has been a dreadful weight on my mind through this long illness." Quick in all his motions, John was turning round to desire the women to leave the room, when the sick man held him by the sleeve. "Not now. I've not the strength, I've not the courage. May I tell it when I have? May I write it, if I find that easier and better?" "May you?" cried John. "Why, Lewsome, what is this?" "Don't ask me what it is. It's unnatural and cruel. Frightful to think of, frightful to tell, frightful to know, frightful to have helped in. Let me kiss your hand for all your goodness to me. Be kinder still, and don't ask me what it is." At first John gazed at him in great surprise, but remembering how very much reduced he was, and how recently his brain had been on fire with fever, believed that he was labouring under some imaginary horror of despondent fancy. For further information on this point he took an opportunity of drawing Mrs. Gamp aside while Betsy Prig was wrapping him in cloaks and shawls, and asked her whether he was quite collected in his mind. "Oh, bless you, no," said Mrs. Gamp. "He hates his nusses to this hour. They always does it, sir. It's a certain sign. If you could have heerd the poor dear soul a finding fault with me and Betsy Prig, not half an hour ago, you would have wondered how it is we don't get fretted to the tomb." This almost confirmed John in his suspicion, so not taking what had passed into any serious account, he resumed his former cheerful manner, and, assisted by Mrs. Gamp and Betsy Prig, conducted Lewsome downstairs to the coach, just then upon the point of starting. Pull Sweedlepipe was at the door with his arms tight folded and his eyes wide open, and looked on with absorbing interest, while the sick man was slowly moved into the vehicle. His bony hands and haggard face impressed Poll wonderfully, and he informed Mr. Bailey in confidence that he wouldn't have missed seeing him for a pound. Mr. Bailey, who was of a different constitution, remarked that he would have stayed away for 5 shillings. It was a troublesome matter to adjust Mrs. Gamp's luggage to her satisfaction, for every package belonging to the lady had the inconvenient property of requiring to be put in a boot by itself, and to have no other luggage near it, on pain of actions at law for heavy damages against the proprietors of the coach. The umbrella with the circular patch was particularly hard to be got rid of, and several times thrust out its battered brass nozzle from improper crevices and chinks, to the great terror of the other passengers. Indeed, in her intense anxiety to find a haven of refuge for this chattel, Mrs. Gamp so often moved it in the course of 5 minutes that it seemed not one umbrella but 50. At length it was lost, or said to be, and for the next 5 minutes she was face to face with the coachman, go wherever he might, protesting that it should be made good, though she took the question to the House of Commons. At last, her bundle and her pattens and her basket and everything else being disposed of, she took a friendly leave of Paul and Mr. Bailey, dropped a curtsey to John Westlock, and parted as from a cherished member of the sisterhood with Betsy Prig. "Wishing you lots of sickness, my darling creature," Mrs. Gamp observed, "and good places. It won't be long, I hope, before we works together off and on again, Betsy, and may our next meeting be at a large family's, where they all takes it regular, one from another, turn and turn about, and has it business like." "I don't care how soon it is," said Mrs. Prig, "and how many weeks it lasts." Mrs. Gamp, with a reply in a congenial spirit, was backing to the couch, when she came in contact with a lady and gentleman who were passing along the footway. Take care here," said the gentleman. "Hallo, my dear! Why, it's Mrs. Gamp." "Why, Mr. Mould!" exclaimed the nurse. "And Mrs. Mould! Who would have thought we should have a meeting here, I'm sure!" "Going out of town, Mrs. Gamp?" cried Mould. "That's unusual, isn't it?" "It is unusual, sir," said Mrs. Gamp, "but only for a day or two at most. The gent," she whispered, as I spoke aloud. "What, in the coach?" cried Mould. "The one you thought of recommending? Very odd. My dear, this will interest you. The gentleman that Mrs. Gamp thought likely to suit us is in the coach, my love." Mrs. Mould was greatly interested. "Here, my dear, you can stand upon the doorstep," said Mould, "and take a look at him. Ah, there he is. Where's my glass? Oh, all right, I've got it. Do you see him, my dear?" "Quite plain," said Mrs. Mould. "Upon my life, you know, this is a very singular circumstance," said Mould, quite delighted. "This is the sort of thing, my dear, I wouldn't have missed on any account. It tickles one. It's interesting. It's almost a little play, you know. Ah, there he is, to be sure. Looks poorly, Mrs. M., don't he?" Mrs. Mould assented. "He's coming our way, perhaps, after all," said Mould. "Who knows? I feel as if I ought to show him some little attention, really. He don't seem a stranger to me. I'm very much inclined to move my hat, my dear." "He's looking hard this way," said Mrs. Mould. "Then I will," cried Mould. "How do you do, sir? I wish you good day. Ah, he bows too, very gentlemanly. Mrs. Gamp has the cards in her pocket, I have no doubt. This is very singular, my dear, and very pleasant. I am not superstitious, but it really seems as if one was destined to pay him those little melancholy civilities which belong to our peculiar line of business. There can be no kind of objection to your kissing your hand to him, my dear." Mrs. Mould did so. "Ah!" said Mould, "he's evidently gratified. Poor fellow! I am quite glad you did it, my love. Bye bye, Mrs. Gamp," waving his hand. "There he goes, there he goes." So he did, for the coach rolled off as the words were spoken. Mr. and Mrs. Mould, in high good humour, went their merry way. Mr. Bailey retired with Poll Sweedlepipe as soon as possible, but some little time elapsed before he could remove his friend from the ground, owing to the impression wrought upon the barber's nerves by Mrs. Prig, whom he pronounced, in admiration of her beard, to be a woman of transcendent charms. When the light cloud of bustle hanging round the coach was thus dispersed, Nadgett was seen in the darkest box of the Bull coffee room, looking wistfully up at the clock, as if the man who never appeared were a little behind his time. Chapter 29. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 30. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 30. Proves that changes may be rung in the best regulated families, and that Mr. Pecksniff was a special hand at a triple bob major. "Cheery!" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "What is amiss between us? My child, why are we disunited?" Miss Pecksniff's answer was scarcely a response to this gush of affection, for it was simply, "Bother, Pa." "Bother!" repeated Mr. Pecksniff in a tone of anguish. "Oh, 'tis too late, Pa," said his daughter calmly, "to talk to me like this. I know what it means, and what its value is." "This is hard," cried Mr. Pecksniff, addressing his breakfast cup. "This is very hard.
She is my child. I carried her in my arms when she wore shapeless worsted shoes, I might say mufflers, many years ago.' 'You needn't taunt me with that, Pa,' retorted Cherry, with a spiteful look. 'I'm not so many years older than my sister either, though she IS married to your friend.' 'Ah! Human nature, poor human nature,' said Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his head at human nature, as if he didn't belong to it. 'To think that this discord should arise from such a cause. Oh dear, oh dear!' 'From such a cause, indeed!' cried Cherry. 'State the real cause, Pa, or I'll state it myself. Mind, I will.' Perhaps the energy with which she said this was infectious. However that may be, Mr. Pecksniff changed his tone and the expression of his face for one of anger, if not downright violence, when he said, 'You will, you have, you did yesterday, you do always. You have no decency, you make no secret of your temper, you have exposed yourself to Mr. Chuzzlewit 100 times.' 'Myself!' cried Cherry, with a bitter smile. 'Oh, indeed! I don't mind that.' 'Me too, then,' said Mr. Pecksniff. His daughter answered with a scornful laugh. 'And since we have come to an explanation, Charity,' said Mr. Pecksniff, rolling his head portentously, 'let me tell you that I won't allow it. None of your nonsense, Miss. I won't permit it to be done.' 'I shall do,' said Charity, rocking her chair backwards and forwards, and raising her voice to a high pitch. 'I shall do, Pa, what I please, and what I have done. I'm not going to be crushed in everything, depend upon it. I've been more shamefully used than anybody ever was in this world,' here she began to cry and sob, 'and may expect the worst treatment from you, I know, but I don't care for that, no I don't.' Mr. Pecksniff was made so desperate by the loud tone in which she spoke, that after looking at him in frantic uncertainty for some means of softening it, he rose and shook her until the ornamental bow of hair upon her head nodded like a plume. She was so very much astonished by this assault, that it really had the desired effect. 'I'll do it again,' cried Mr. Pecksniff, as he resumed his seat and fetched his breath, 'if you dare to talk in that loud manner. How do you mean about being shamefully used? If Mr. Jonas chose your sister in preference to you, who could help it, I should wish to know? What have I to do with it? Wasn't I made a convenience of? Weren't my feelings trifled with? Didn't he address himself to me first?' sobbed Cherry, clasping her hands. 'And oh, good gracious, that I should live to be shook!' 'You'll live to be shaken again,' returned her parent, 'if you drive me to that means of maintaining the decorum of this humble roof. You surprise me. I wonder you have not more spirit. If Mr. Jonas didn't care for you, how could you wish to have him?' 'I wish to have him!' exclaimed Cherry. 'I wish to have him, Pa! Then what you making all this piece of work for?' retorted her father, 'if you didn't wish to have him.' 'Because I was treated with duplicity,' said Cherry, 'and because my own sister and my own father conspired against me. I am not angry with her,' said Cherry, looking much more angry than ever. 'I pity her. I'm sorry for her. I know the fate that's in store for her with that wretch.' 'Mr. Jonas will survive your calling him a wretch, my child, I dare say,' said Mr. Pecksniff, with returning resignation. 'But call him what you like, and make an end of it.' 'Not an end, Pa,' said Charity. 'No, not an end. That's not the only point on which we're not agreed. I won't submit to it. It's better you should know that at once. No, I won't submit to it indeed, Pa. I am not quite a fool, and I am not blind. All I have got to say is, I won't submit to it.' Whatever she meant, she shook Mr. Pecksniff now, for his lame attempt to seem composed was melancholy in the last degree. His anger changed to meekness, and his words were mild and fawning. 'My dear,' he said, 'if in the short excitement of an angry moment I resorted to an unjustifiable means of suppressing a little outbreak calculated to injure you as well as myself, it's possible I may have done so, perhaps I did. I ask your pardon.' 'A father asking pardon of his child,' said Mr. Pecksniff, 'is, I believe, a spectacle to soften the most rugged nature.' But it didn't at all soften Miss Pecksniff, perhaps because her nature was not rugged enough. On the contrary, she persisted in saying over and over again that she wasn't quite a fool, and wasn't blind, and wouldn't submit to it. 'You labour under some mistake, my child,' said Mr. Pecksniff, 'but I will not ask you what it is. I don't desire to know. No, pray,' he added, holding out his hand and colouring again, 'let us avoid the subject, my dear, whatever it is.' 'It's quite right that the subject should be avoided between us, sir,' said Cherry, 'but I wish to be able to avoid it altogether, and consequently must beg you to provide me with a home.' Mr. Pecksniff looked about the room, and said, 'A home, my child?' 'Another home, papa,' said Cherry, with increasing stateliness. 'Place me at Mrs. Todgers's, or somewhere, on an independent footing, but I will not live here, if such is to be the case.' It is possible that Miss Pecksniff saw in Mrs. Todgers a vision of enthusiastic men pining to fall in adoration at her feet. It is possible that Mr. Pecksniff in his new-born juvenility saw in the suggestion of that same establishment an easy means of relieving himself from an irksome charge in the way of temper and watchfulness. It is undoubtedly a fact that in the attentive ears of Mr. Pecksniff the proposition did not sound quite like the dismal knell of all his hopes. But he was a man of great feeling and acute sensibility, and he squeezed his pocket-handkerchief against his eyes with both hands, as such men always do, especially when they are observed. 'One of my birds,' Mr. Pecksniff said, 'has left me for the stranger's breast. The other would take wing to Todgers. Well, well, what am I? I don't know what I am exactly. Never mind.' Even this remark, made more pathetic perhaps by his breaking down in the middle of it, had no effect upon Charity. She was grim, rigid, and inflexible. 'But I have ever,' said Mr. Pecksniff, 'sacrificed my children's happiness to my own. I mean my own happiness to my children's, and I will not begin to regulate my life by other rules of conduct now. If you could be happier at Mrs. Todgers than in your father's house, my dear, go to Mrs. Todgers. Do not think of me, my girl,' said Mr. Pecksniff with emotion. 'I shall get on pretty well, no doubt.' Miss Charity, who knew he had a secret pleasure in the contemplation of the proposed change, suppressed her own, and went on to negotiate the terms. His views upon this subject were at first so very limited that another difference, involving possibly another shaking, threatened to ensue, but by degrees they came to something like an understanding, and the storm blew over. Indeed, Miss Charity's idea was so agreeable to both, that it would have been strange if they had not come to an amicable agreement. It was soon arranged between them that the project should be tried, and that immediately, and that Cherry's not being well, and needing change of scene, and wishing to be near her sister, should form the excuse for her departure to Mr. Chuzzlewit and Mary, to both of whom she had pleaded indisposition for some time past. These premises agreed upon, Mr. Pecksniff gave her his blessing, with all the dignity of a self-denying man who had made a hard sacrifice, but comforted himself with the reflection that virtue is its own reward. Thus they were reconciled for the first time since that not easily forgiven night when Mr. Jonas, repudiating the elder, had confessed his passion for the younger sister, and Mr. Pecksniff had abetted him on moral grounds. But how happened it, in the name of an unexpected addition to that small family, the 7 wonders of the world, whatever and wherever they may be, how happened it that Mr. Pecksniff and his daughter were about to part? How happened it that their mutual relations were so greatly altered? Why was Miss Pecksniff so clamorous to have it understood that she was neither blind nor foolish, and she wouldn't bear it? It is not possible that Mr. Pecksniff had any thought of marrying again, or that his daughter, with the sharp eye of a single woman, fathomed his design. Let us inquire into this. Mr. Pecksniff was a man without reproach, from whom the breath of slander passed like common breath from any other polished surface, could afford to do what common men could not. He knew the purity of his own motives, and when he had a motive worked at it as only a very good man or a very bad one can. Did he set before himself any strong and palpable motives for taking a second wife? Yes, and not 1 or 2 of them, but a combination of very many. Old Martin Chuzzlewit had gradually undergone an important change. Even upon the night when he made such an ill-timed arrival at Mr. Pecksniff's house, he was comparatively subdued and easy to deal with.
This Mr. Pecksniff attributed at the time to the effect his brother's death had had upon him, but from that hour his character seemed to have modified by regular degrees, and to have softened down into a dull indifference for almost every one but Mr. Pecksniff. His looks were much the same as ever, but his mind was singularly altered. It was not that this or that passion stood out in brighter or in dimmer hues, but that the colour of the whole man was faded. As one trait disappeared, no other trait sprung up to take its place. His senses dwindled too. He was less keen of sight, was deaf sometimes, took little notice of what passed before him, and would be profoundly taciturn for days altogether. The process of this alteration was so easy that almost as soon as it began to be observed it was complete, but Mr. Pecksniff saw it first, and having Anthony Chuzzlewit fresh in his recollection, saw in his brother Martin the same process of decay. To a gentleman of Mr. Pecksniff's tenderness this was a very mournful sight. He could not but foresee the probability of his respected relative being made the victim of designing persons, and of his riches falling into worthless hands. It gave him so much pain that he resolved to secure the property to himself, to keep bad testamentary suitors at a distance, to wall up the old gentleman as it were for his own use. By little and little, therefore, he began to try whether Mr. Chuzzlewit gave any promise of becoming an instrument in his hands, and finding that he did, and indeed that he was very supple in his plastic fingers, he made it the business of his life, kind soul, to establish an ascendancy over him, and every little test he durst apply meeting with a success beyond his hopes, he began to think he heard old Martin's cash already chinking in his own unworldly pockets. But when Mr. Pecksniff pondered on this subject, as in his zealous way he often did, and thought with an uplifted heart of the train of circumstances which had delivered the old gentleman into his hands for the confusion of evil-doers and the triumph of a righteous nature, he always felt that Mary Graham was his stumbling-block. Let the old man say what he would, Mr. Pecksniff knew that he had a strong affection for her. He knew that he showed it in 1,000 little ways, that he liked to have her near him, that he had ever really sworn to leave her nothing in his will. Mr. Pecksniff greatly doubted that even if he had, there were many ways by which he could evade the oath and satisfy his conscience. Mr. Pecksniff knew that her unprotected state was no light burden on the old man's mind. He also knew, for Mr. Chuzzlewit had plainly told him so. Then, said Mr. Pecksniff, what if I married her? What, repeated Mr. Pecksniff, sticking up his hair and glancing at his bust by Spoker, what if, making sure of his approval first, he is nearly imbecile, poor gentleman, I married her? Mr. Pecksniff had a lively sense of the beautiful, especially in women. His manner toward the sex was remarkable for its insinuating character. It is recorded of him in another part of these pages that he embraced Mrs. Todgers on the smallest provocation, and that it was a way he had. It was a part of the gentle placidity of his disposition. Before any thought of matrimony was in his mind, he had bestowed on Mary many little tokens of his spiritual admiration. They had been indignantly received, but that was nothing. True, as the idea expanded within him, these had become too ardent to escape the piercing eye of Cherry, who read his scheme at once, but he had always felt the power of Mary's charms. So interest and inclination made a pair, and drew the curricle of Mr. Pecksniff's plan. As to any thought of revenging himself on young Martin for his insolent expressions when they parted, and of shutting him out still more effectually from any hope of reconciliation with his grandfather, Mr. Pecksniff was much too meek and forgiving to be suspected of harbouring it. As if being refused by Mary, Mr. Pecksniff was quite satisfied that in her position she could never hold out if he and Mr. Chuzzlewit were both against her. As to consulting the wishes of her heart in such a case, it formed no part of Mr. Pecksniff's moral code, for he knew what a good man he was, and what a blessing he must be to anybody. His daughter having broken the ice, and the murder being out between them, Mr. Pecksniff had now only to pursue his design as cleverly as he could, and by the craftiest approaches. "Well, my good sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, meeting old Martin in the garden, for it was his habit to walk in and out by that way as the fancy took him, "and how is my dear friend this delicious morning?" "Do you mean me?" asked the old man. "Ah," said Mr. Pecksniff, "one of his deaf days, I see.
Could I mean any one else, my dear sir?' 'You might have meant Mary,' said the old man. 'Indeed I might, quite true. I might speak of her as a dear, dear friend, I hope,' observed Mr. Pecksniff. 'I hope so,' returned old Martin. 'I think she deserves it.' 'Think!' cried Pecksniff. 'Think, Mr. Chuzzlewit!' 'You are speaking, I know,' returned Martin, 'but I don't catch what you say. Speak up.' 'He's getting deafer than a flint,' said Pecksniff. 'I was saying, my dear sir, that I'm afraid I must make up my mind to part with Cherry.' 'What has she been doing?' asked the old man. 'He puts the most ridiculous questions I ever heard,' muttered Mr. Pecksniff. 'He's a child to-day.' After which, he added in a mild roar, 'She hasn't been doing anything, my dear friend.' 'What are you going to part with her for?' demanded Martin. 'She hasn't her health by any means,' said Mr. Pecksniff. 'She misses her sister, my dear sir. They doted on each other from the cradle, and I think of giving her a run in London, for a change, a good long run, sir, if I find she likes it.' 'Quite right!' cried Martin. 'It's judicious.' 'I'm glad to hear you say so. I hope you mean to bear me company in this dull part while she's away?' said Mr. Pecksniff. 'I have no intention of removing from it,' was Martin's answer. 'Then why,' said Mr. Pecksniff, taking the old man's arm in his, and walking slowly on, 'why, my good sir, can't you come and stay with me? I am sure I could surround you with more comforts, lowly as is my cot, than you can obtain at a village house of entertainment. And pardon me, Mr. Chuzzlewit, pardon me if I say that such a place as the Dragon, however well conducted, and as far as I know Mrs. Lupin is one of the worthiest creatures in this county, is hardly a home for Miss Graham.' Martin mused a moment, and then said, as he shook him by the hand, 'No, you're quite right, it is not.' 'The very sight of Skittles,' Mr. Pecksniff eloquently pursued, 'is far from being congenial to a delicate mind.' 'It's an amusement of the vulgar,' said old Martin. 'Certainly.' 'Of the very vulgar,' Mr. Pecksniff answered. 'Then why not bring Miss Graham here, sir? Here is the house. Here am I alone in it. For Thomas Pinch I do not count as any one. Our lovely friend shall occupy my daughter's chamber. You shall choose your own. We shall not quarrel, I hope?' 'We are not likely to do that,' said Martin. Mr. Pecksniff pressed his hand. 'We understand each other, my dear sir, I see. I can wind him,' he thought with exultation, 'round my little finger.' 'You leave the recompense to me,' said the old man, after a moment's silence. 'Oh, do not speak of recompense!' cried Pecksniff. 'I say,' repeated Martin, with a glimmer of his old obstinacy, 'you leave the recompense to me, do you?' 'Since you desire it, my good sir.' 'I always desire it,' said the old man. 'You know I always desire it. I wish to pay as I go, even when I buy of you. Not that I do not leave a balance to be settled one day, Pecksniff.' The architect was too much overcome to speak. He tried to drop a tear upon his patron's hand, but couldn't find one in his dry distillery. 'May that day be very distant!' was his pious exclamation. 'Ah, sir, if I could say how deep an interest I have in you and yours, I allude to our beautiful young friend.' 'True,' he answered, 'true. She needs some one interested in her. I did her wrong to train her as I did. Orphan though she was, she would have found some one to protect her whom she might have loved again. When she was a child, I pleased myself with the thought that in gratifying my whim of placing her between me and false-hearted knaves, I had done her a kindness. Now she is a woman. I have no such comfort. She has no protector but herself. I have put her at such odds with the world that any dog may bark or fawn upon her at his pleasure. Indeed, she stands in need of delicate consideration. Yes, indeed, she does.' 'If her position could be altered and defined, sir,' Mr. Pecksniff hinted. 'How can that be done? Shall I make a seamstress of her, or a governess?
"Heaven forbid!" said Mr. Pecksniff. "My dear sir, there are other ways, there are indeed, but I am much excited and embarrassed at present, and would rather not pursue the subject. I scarcely know what I mean. Permit me to resume it another time." "You are not unwell?" asked Martin anxiously. "No, no," cried Pecksniff. "No. Permit me to resume it at another time. I'll walk a little. Bless you!" Old Martin blessed him in return, and squeezed his hand. As he turned away and slowly walked towards the house, Mr. Pecksniff stood gazing after him, being pretty well recovered from his late emotion, which, in any other man, one might have thought had been assumed as a machinery for feeling Martin's pulse. The change in the old man found such a slight expression in his figure that Mr. Pecksniff, looking after him, could not help saying to himself, "And I can wind him round my little finger, only think!" Old Martin happened to turn his head, saluted him affectionately. Mr. Pecksniff returned the gesture. "Why, the time was," said Mr. Pecksniff, "and not long ago, when he wouldn't look at me. How soothing is this change! Such is the delicate texture of the human heart, so complicated is the process of its being softened. Externally he looks the same, and I can wind him round my little finger, only think!" In sober truth, there did appear to be nothing on which Mr. Pecksniff might not have ventured with Martin Chuzzlewit, for whatever Mr. Pecksniff said or did was right, and whatever he advised was done. Martin had escaped so many snares from needy fortune hunters, and had withered in the shell of his suspicion and distrust for so many years, but to become the good man's tool and plaything. With the happiness of this conviction painted on his face, the architect went forth upon his morning walk. The summer weather in his bosom was reflected in the breast of nature, though deep green vistas where the boughs arched overhead and showed the sunlight flashing in the beautiful perspective, through deep green vistas where the boughs arched overhead and showed the sunlight flashing in the beautiful perspective, through dewy fern from which the startled hares leaped up and fled at his approach, by matted pools and fallen trees, and down in hollow places, rustling among last year's leaves, whose scent woke memory of the past, the placid Pecksniff strolled. By meadow gates and hedges fragrant with wild roses, and by thatched roof cottages, whose inmates humbly bowed before him as a man both good and wise, the worthy Pecksniff walked in tranquil meditation. The bee passed onward, humming of the work he had to do. The idle gnats, for ever going round and round in one contracting and expanding ring, yet always going on as fast as he, danced merrily before him. The colour of the long grass came and went as if the light clouds made it timid as they floated through the distant air. The birds, so many Pecksniff consciences, sang gaily upon every branch, and Mr. Pecksniff paid his homage to the day by ruminating on his projects as he walked along. Chancing to trip in his abstraction over the spreading root of an old tree, he raised his pious eyes to take a survey of the ground before him. It startled him to see the embodied image of his thoughts not far ahead, Mary herself, and alone. At first Mr. Pecksniff stopped, as if with the intention of avoiding her, but his next impulse was to advance, which he did at a brisk pace, carolling as he went so sweetly and with so much innocence that he only wanted feathers and wings to be a bird. Hearing notes behind her, not belonging to the songsters of the grove, she looked round. Mr. Pecksniff kissed his hand, and was at her side immediately. "Communing with nature," said Mr. Pecksniff. "So am I." She said the morning was so beautiful that she had walked further than she intended and would return. Mr. Pecksniff said it was exactly his case, and he would return with her. "Take my arm, sweet girl," said Mr. Pecksniff. Mary declined it, and walked so very fast that he remonstrated. "You were loitering when I came upon you," Mr. Pecksniff said. "Why be so cruel as to hurry now? You would not shun me, would you?" "Yes, I would," she answered, turning her glowing cheek indignantly upon him. "You know I would. Release me, Mr. Pecksniff. Your touch is disagreeable to me." His touch! What! That chaste, patriarchal touch! which Mrs. Todgers, surely a discreet lady, had endured not only without complaint but with apparent satisfaction. This was positively wrong. Mr. Pecksniff was sorry to hear her say it. "If you have not observed," said Mary, "that it is so, pray take assurance from my lips, and do not, as you are a gentleman, continue to offend me." "Well, well," said Mr. Pecksniff mildly, "I feel that I might consider this becoming in a daughter of my own, and why should I object to it in one so beautiful? It's harsh, it cuts me to the soul," said Mr. Pecksniff, "but I cannot quarrel with you, Mary." She tried to say she was sorry to hear it, but burst into tears. Mr. Pecksniff now repeated the Todgers performance on a comfortable scale, as if he intended it to last some time, and in his disengaged hand, catching hers, employed himself in separating the fingers with his own, and sometimes kissing them as he pursued the conversation thus: "I am glad we met, I am very glad we met. I am able now to ease my bosom of a heavy load, and speak to you in confidence. Mary," said Mr. Pecksniff in his tenderest tones, indeed they were so very tender that he almost squeaked, "my soul, I love you." A fantastic thing, that maiden affectation. She made believe to shudder. "I love you," said Mr. Pecksniff, "my gentle life, with a devotion which is quite surprising even to myself. I did suppose that the sensation was buried in the silent tomb of a lady, only second to you in qualities of the mind and form, but I find I am mistaken." She tried to disengage her hand, but might as well have tried to free herself from the embrace of an affectionate boa constrictor, if anything so wily may be brought into comparison with Pecksniff. "Although I am a widower," said Mr. Pecksniff, examining the rings upon her fingers and tracing the course of one delicate blue vein with his fat thumb, "a widower with 2 daughters, since I am not encumbered, my love. One of them, as you know, is married, the other by her own desire, but with a view, I will confess, why not, to my altering my condition, is about to leave her father's house. I have a character, I hope. People are pleased to speak well of me, I think. My person and manner are not absolutely those of a monster, I trust." "Ah, naughty hand!" said Mr. Pecksniff, apostrophising the reluctant prize. "Why did you take me prisoner? Go, go!" He slapped the hand to punish it, but relenting, folded it in his waistcoat to comfort it again. "Blessed in each other, and in the society of our venerable friend, my darling," said Mr. Pecksniff, "we shall be happy. When he is wafted to a haven of rest we will console each other. My pretty Primrose, what do you say?" "It is possible," Mary answered in a hurried manner, "that I ought to feel grateful for this mark of your confidence. I cannot say that I do, but I am willing to suppose you may deserve my thanks. Take them, and pray leave me, Mr. Pecksniff." The good man smiled a greasy smile, and drew her closer to him. "Pray release me, Mr. Pecksniff. I cannot listen to your proposal. I cannot receive it. There are many to whom it may be acceptable, but it is not so to me. As an act of kindness and an act of pity, leave me." Mr. Pecksniff walked on, with his arm round her waist, and her hand in his, as contentedly as if they had been all in all to each other, and were joined in the bonds of truest love. "If you force me by your superior strength," said Mary, who, finding that good words had not the least effect upon him, made no further effort to suppress her indignation, "if you force me by your superior strength to accompany you back, and to be the subject of your insolence upon the way, you cannot constrain the expression of my thoughts. I hold you in the deepest abhorrence. I know your real nature, and despise it." "No, no," said Pecksniff sweetly. "No, no, no. By what acts or unhappy chances you have gained your influence over Mr. Chuzzlewit, I do not know," said Mary. "It may be strong enough to soften even this, but he shall know of this. Trust me, sir." Mr. Pecksniff raised his heavy eyelids languidly, and let them fall again. It was saying with perfect coldness, "Ay, ay, indeed." "Is it not enough," said Mary, "that you warp and change his nature, adapt his every prejudice to your bad ends, and harden a heart naturally kind by shutting out the truth, and allowing none but false and distorted views to reach it? Is it not enough that you have the power of doing this, and that you exercise it, but must you also be so coarse, so cruel, and so cowardly to me?" Still Mr. Pecksniff led her calmly on, and looked as mild as any lamb that ever pastured in the fields. "Will nothing move you, sir?" My dear, observed Mr. Pecksniff with a placid leer, a habit of self-examination or the practice of, shall I say, of virtue, of hypocrisy, said Mary. No, no, resumed Mr. Pecksniff, chafing the captive hand reproachfully, of virtue, have enabled me to set such guards upon myself that it is really difficult to ruffle me. It is a curious fact, but it is difficult, you know, for any one to ruffle me. And did she think, said Mr. Pecksniff with a playful tightening of his grasp, that she could? How little did she know his heart! Little indeed. Her mind was so strangely constituted that she would have preferred the caresses of a toad, an adder, or a serpent, nay, the hug of a bear, to the endearments of Mr. Pecksniff. Come, come, said that good gentleman, a word or two will set this matter right, and establish a pleasant understanding between us. I am not angry, my love. You angry? No, said Mr. Pecksniff, I am not. I say so. Neither are you. There was a beating heart beneath his hand that told another story, though. I am sure you are not, said Mr. Pecksniff, and I will tell you why. There are two Martin Chuzzlewits, my dear, and your carrying your anger to one might have a serious effect, who knows, upon the other. You wouldn't wish to hurt him, would you? She trembled violently, and looked at him with such a proud disdain that he turned his eyes away, no doubt lest he should be offended with her in spite of his better self. A passive quarrel, my love, said Mr. Pecksniff, may be changed into an active one, remember. It would be sad to blight even a disinherited young man in his already blighted prospects, but how easy to do it, ah, how easy! Have I influence with our venerable friend, do you think? Well, perhaps I have, perhaps I have. He raised his eyes to hers, and nodded with an air of banter that was charming. No, he continued thoughtfully, upon the whole, my sweet, if I were you, I'd keep my secret to myself. I am not at all sure, very far from it, that it would surprise our friend in any way, for he and I have had some conversation together only this morning, and he is anxious, very anxious, to establish you in some more settled manner. But whether he was surprised or not surprised, the consequence of your imparting it might be the same. Martin Junior might suffer severely. I'd have compassion on Martin Junior, do you know?" said Mr. Pecksniff, with a persuasive smile. "Yes, he don't deserve it, but I would." She wept so bitterly now, and was so much distressed, that he thought it prudent to unclasp her waist, and hold her only by the hand. "As to our own share in the precious little mystery," said Mr. Pecksniff, "we will keep it to ourselves, and talk of it between ourselves, and you shall think it over. You will consent, my love, you will consent, I know. Whatever you may think, you will. I seem to remember you have heard, I really don't know where or how," he added, with bewitching frankness, "that you and Martin Junior, when you were children, had a sort of childish fondness for each other. When we are married you shall have the satisfaction of thinking that it didn't last to ruin him, but passed away to do him good, for we'll see then what we can do to put some trifling help in Martin Junior's way. Have I influence with our venerable friend? Well, perhaps I have, perhaps I have." The outlet from the wood in which these tender passages occurred were close to Mr. Pecksniff's house. They were now so near it that he stopped, and holding up her little finger, said in playful accents as a parting fancy, "Shall I bite it?" Receiving no reply, he kissed it instead, and then stooping down inclined his flabby face to hers (he had a flabby face, although he was a good man), and with a blessing which from such a source was quite enough to set her up in life, and prosper her from that time forth, permitted her to leave him. Gallantry in its true sense is supposed to ennoble and dignify a man, and love has shed refinements on innumerable Simmons; but Mr. Pecksniff, perhaps because to one of his exalted nature these were mere grossnesses, certainly did not appear to any unusual advantage now that he was left alone. On the contrary, he seemed to be shrunk and reduced, to be trying to hide himself within himself, and to be wretched at not having the power to do it. His shoes looked too large, his sleeve looked too long, his hair looked too limp, his features looked too mean, his exposed throat looked as if a halter would have done it good. For a minute or two, in fact, he was hot and pale and mean and shy and slinking, and consequently not at all Pecksniffian. But after that he recovered himself, and went home with as beneficent an air as if he had been the high priest of the summer weather. "I have arranged to go, papa," said Charity, "to-morrow." "So soon, my child?" "I can't go too soon," said Charity, "under the circumstances. I have written to Mrs. Todgers to propose an arrangement, and have requested her to meet me at the coach, at all events. You'll be quite your own master now, Mr. Pinch." Mr. Pecksniff had just gone out of the room, and Tom had just come out of it. "My own master?" repeated Tom. "Yes, you'll have nobody to interfere with you," said Charity. "At least I hope you won't. It's a changing world." "What, are you going to be married, Miss Pecksniff?" asked Tom, in great surprise. "Not exactly," faltered Cherry. "I haven't made up my mind to be. I believe I could if I chose, Mr. Pinch." "Of course you could," said Tom, and as he said it in perfect good faith, he believed it from the bottom of his heart. "No," said Cherry, "I am not going to be married. Nobody is that I know of. But I'm not going to live with papa. I have my reasons, but it's all a secret. I shall always feel very kindly towards you, I assure you, for the boldness you showed that night. As to you and me, Mr. Pinch, we part the best friends possible." Tom thanked her for her confidence and for her friendship, but there was a mystery in the former which perfectly bewildered him. In his extravagant devotion to the family, he had felt the loss of Mary more than any one but those who knew that for all the slights he underwent he thought his own demerits were to blame, could possibly have understood. He had scarcely reconciled himself to that when here was Charity about to leave them. She had grown up, as it were, under Tom's eye. The sisters were a part of Pecksniff and a part of Tom, items in Pecksniff's goodness and in Tom's service. He couldn't bear it. Not 2 hours' sleep had Tom that night, though dwelling in his bed upon these dreadful changes. When morning dawned, he thought he must have dreamed this place of ambiguity, but no. On going downstairs he found them packing trunks and corning boxes and making other preparations for Miss Charity's departure, which lasted all day long. In good time for the evening coach, Miss Charity deposited her housekeeping keys with much ceremony upon the parlour table, took a gracious leave of all the house, and quitted her paternal roof, a blessing for which the Pecksniffian servant was observed by some profane persons to be particularly active in the thanksgiving at church next Sunday. End of chapter 30. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 31. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 31. Mr. Pinch is discharged of a duty which he never owed to anybody, and Mr. Pecksniff discharges a duty which he owes to society. The closing words of the last chapter lead naturally to the commencement of this, its successor, for it has to do with a church, with the church so often mentioned heretofore, in which Tom Pinch played the organ for nothing. One sultry afternoon, about a week after Miss Charity's departure for London, Mr. Pecksniff, being out walking by himself, took it into his head to stray into the churchyard. As he was lingering among the tombstones, endeavouring to extract an available sentiment or two from the epitaphs, for he never lost an opportunity of making up a few moral crackers to be let off as occasion served, Tom Pinch began to practise. Tom could run down to the church and do so whenever he had time to spare, for it was a simple little organ, provided with wind by the action of the musician's feet, and he was independent even of a bellows-blower. Though if Tom had wanted one at any time, there was not a man or boy in all the village and away to the turnpike, tollman included, but would have blown away for him till he was black in the face. Mr. Pecksniff had no objection to music, not in the least. He was tolerant of everything, he often said so. He considered it a vagabond kind of trifling, in general, just suited to Tom's capacity.
But in regard to Tom's performance upon this same organ, he was remarkably lenient, singularly amiable, for when Tom played it on Sundays, Mr. Pecksniff, in his unbounded sympathy, felt as if he played it himself, and were a benefactor to the congregation. So whenever it was impossible to devise any other means of taking the value of Tom's wages out of him, Mr. Pecksniff gave him leave to cultivate this instrument, for which mark of his consideration Tom was very grateful. The afternoon was remarkably warm, and Mr. Pecksniff had been strolling a long way. He had not what may be called a fine ear for music, but he knew when it had a tranquilizing influence on his soul, and that was the case now, for it sounded to him like a melodious snore. He approached the church, and looking through the diamond lattice of a window near the porch, saw Tom, with the curtains in the loft drawn back, playing away with great expression and tenderness. The church had an inviting air of coolness. The old oak roof supported by cross-beams, the hoary walls, the marble tablets, and the cracked stone pavement were refreshing to look at. There were leaves of ivy tapping gently at the opposite windows, and the sun poured in through only one, leaving the body of the church in tempting shade. But the most tempting spot of all was one red-curtained and soft-cushioned pew, wherein the official dignitaries of the place, of whom Mr. Pecksniff was the head and chief, enshrined themselves on Sundays. Mr. Pecksniff's seat was in the corner, a remarkably comfortable corner, where his very large prayer-book was at that minute making the most of its quarto self upon the desk. He determined to go in and rest. He entered very softly, in part because it was a church, in part because his tread was always soft, in part because Tom played a solemn tune, in part because he thought he would surprise him when he stopped. Unbolting the door of the high pew of state, he glided in and shut it after him. Then, sitting in his usual place, and stretching out his legs upon the hassocks, he composed himself to listen to the music. It is an unaccountable circumstance that he should have felt drowsy there, where the force of association might surely have been enough to keep him wide awake, but he did. He had not been in the snug little corner 5 minutes before he began to nod. He had not recovered himself 1 minute before he began to nod again. In the very act of opening his eyes indolently, he nodded again. In the very act of shutting them, he nodded again. So he fell out of one nod into another, until at last he ceased to nod at all, and was as fast as the church itself. He had a consciousness of the organ long after he fell asleep, though as to its being an organ he had no more idea of that than he had of its being a bull. After a while he began to have at intervals the same dreamy impressions of voices, and awakened to an indolent curiosity upon the subject, opened his eyes. He was so indolent that after glancing at the hassocks and the pew, he was already half-way off to sleep again, when it occurred to him that there really were voices in the church, low voices, talking earnestly hard by, while the echoes seemed to mutter responses. He roused himself and listened. Before he had listened half a dozen seconds, he became as broad awake as ever he had been in all his life. With eyes and ears and mouth wide open, he moved himself a very little with the utmost caution, and gathering the curtain in his hand, peeped out. Tom Pinch and Mary. Of course, he had recognized their voices and already knew the topic they discussed. Looking like the small end of a guillotined man, with his chin on a level with the top of the pew, so that he might duck down immediately in case of either of them turning round, he listened with such concentrated eagerness that his very hair and shirt-collar stood bristling up to help him. "No," cried Tom, "no letters have ever reached me, except that one from New York, but don't be uneasy on that account, for it's very likely they have gone away to some far-off place where the posts are neither regular nor frequent. He said in that very letter that it might be so, even in that city to which they thought of travelling, Eden, you know." "It is a great weight upon my mind," said Mary. "Oh, but you mustn't let it be," said Tom. "There's a true saying that nothing travels so fast as ill news, and if the slightest harm had happened to Martin, you may be sure you would have heard of it long ago. I have often wished to say this to you," Tom continued with an embarrassment that became him very well, "but you have never given me an opportunity." "I have sometimes been almost afraid," said Mary, "that you might suppose I hesitated to confide in you, Mr. Pinch." "No," Tom stammered, "I am not aware that I ever supposed that. I am sure that if I have checked the thought directly, as an injustice to you. I feel the delicacy of your situation in having to confide in me at all," said Tom, "but I would risk my life to save you from one day's uneasiness, indeed I would." Poor Tom! "I have dreaded sometimes," Tom continued, "that I might have displeased you by having the boldness to try and anticipate your wishes now and then. At other times I have fancied that your kindness prompted you to keep aloof from me. Indeed, it was very foolish, very presumptuous and ridiculous to think so," Tom pursued, "but I feared you might suppose it possible that I should admire you too much for my own peace, and so denied yourself the slight assistance you would otherwise have accepted from me. If such an idea has ever presented itself to you," faltered Tom, "pray dismiss it. I am easily made happy, and I shall live contented here long after you and Martin have forgotten me. I am a poor, shy, awkward creature, not at all a man of the world, and you should think no more of me, bless you, than if I were an old friar." "If friars bear such hearts as thine, Tom, let friars multiply, though they have no such rule in all their stern arithmetic." "Dear Mr. Pinch," said Mary, giving him her hand, "I cannot tell how your kindness moves me. I have never wronged you by the lightest doubt, and have never for an instant ceased to feel that you were all, much more than all, that Martin found you. Without the silent care and friendship I have experienced from you, my life here would have been unhappy. But you have been a good angel to me, filling me with gratitude of heart, hope, and courage." "I am as little like an angel, I am afraid," replied Tom, shaking his head, "as any stone cherubim among the gravestones, and I don't think there are many real angels of that pattern. But I should like to know, if you will tell me, why you have been so very silent about Martin." "Because I have been afraid," said Mary, "of injuring you." "Of injuring me?" cried Tom. "Of doing you an injury with your employer." The gentleman in question dived. "With Pecksniff?" rejoined Tom, with cheerful confidence. "Oh dear, he'd never think of us. He's the best of men. The more at ease you were, the happier he would be. Oh dear, you needn't be afraid of Pecksniff. He is not a spy." Many a man in Mr. Pecksniff's place, if he could have dived through the floor of the pew of state, and come out at Calcutta or any inhabited region on the other side of the earth, would have done it instantly. Mr. Pecksniff sat down upon a hassock, and listening more attentively than ever, smiled. Mary seemed to have expressed some dissent in the meanwhile, for Tom went on to say, with honest energy, "Well, I don't know how it is, but it always happens, whenever I express myself in this way to anybody almost, that I find they won't do justice to Pecksniff. It is one of the most extraordinary circumstances that ever came within my knowledge, but it is so. There's John Westlock, who used to be a pupil here, one of the best-hearted young men in the world. In all other matters, I really believe John would have Pecksniff flogged at the cart's tail if he could. And John is not a solitary case, for every pupil we have had in my time has gone away with the same inveterate hatred of him. There was Mark Tapley, too, in quite another station of life," said Tom. The mockery he used to make of Pecksniff when he was at the Dragon was shocking. Martin, too. Martin was worse than any of 'em. But I forgot. He prepared you to dislike Pecksniff, of course, so you came with a prejudice, you know, Miss Graham, and are not a fair witness.' Tom triumphed very much in this discovery, and rubbed his hands with great satisfaction. 'Mr. Pinch,' said Mary, 'you mistake him.' 'No, no,' cried Tom, 'you mistake him. But,' he added, with a rapid change in his tone, 'what is the matter, Miss Graham, what is the matter?' Mr. Pecksniff brought up to the top of the pew by slow degrees his hair, his forehead, his eyebrow, his eye. She was sitting on a bench beside the door with her hands before her face, and Tom was bending over her. 'What is the matter?' cried Tom. 'Have I said anything to hurt you? Has any one said anything to hurt you? Don't cry. Pray tell me what it is. I cannot bear to see you so distressed. Mercy on us, I never was so surprised and grieved in all my life.' Mr. Pecksniff kept his eye in the same place. He could have moved it now for nothing short of a gimlet or a red-hot wire. 'I wouldn't have told you, Mr. Pinch,' said Mary, 'if I could have helped it. But your delusion is so absorbing, and it is so necessary that we should be upon our guard, that you should not be compromised, and to that end that you should know by whom I am beset, that no alternative is left me. I came here purposely to tell you, but I think I should have wanted courage if you had not chanced to lead me so directly to the object of my coming.' Tom gazed at her steadfastly, and seemed to say, 'What else?' but he said not a word. 'That person whom you think the best of men,' said Mary, looking up and speaking with a quivering lip and flashing eye. 'Lord bless me!' muttered Tom, staggering back. 'Wait a moment. That person whom I think the best of men, you mean Pecksniff, of course. Yes, I see you mean Pecksniff. Good gracious me, don't speak without authority. What has he done? If he is not the best of men, what is he?' 'The worst, the falsest, craftiest, meanest, cruellest, most sordid, most shameless,' said the trembling girl, trembling with her indignation. Tom sat down on a seat and clasped his hands. 'What is he,' said Mary, 'who, receiving me in his house as his guest, his unwilling guest, knowing my history and how defenceless and alone I am, presumes before his daughters to affront me so, that if I had a brother but a child who saw it, he would instinctively have helped me?' 'He is a scoundrel!' exclaimed Tom. 'Whoever he may be, he is a scoundrel.' Mr. Pecksniff dived again. 'What is he,' said Mary, 'who, when my only friend, a dear and kind one too, was in full health of mind, humbled himself before him, but was spurned away, for he knew him then, like a dog; who, in his forgiving spirit, now that that friend is sunk into a failing state, can crawl about him again and use the influence he basely gains for every base and wicked purpose, and not for one, not one, that's true or good?' 'I say he is a scoundrel,' answered Tom. 'But what is he? Oh, Mr. Pinch, what is he, who, thinking he could compass these designs the better if I were his wife, assails me with the coward's argument that if I marry him, Martin, on whom I have brought so much misfortune, shall be restored to something of his former hopes, and if I do not, shall be plunged into deeper ruin? What is he who makes my very constancy to one I love with all my heart a torture to myself and wrong to him? Who makes me, do what I will, the instrument to hurt a head I would heap blessings on? What is he who, winding all these cruel snares about me, explains their purpose to me, with a smooth tongue and a smiling face in the broad light of day, dragging me on the while in his embrace, and holding to his lips a hand,' pursued the agitated girl, extending it, 'which I would have struck off, if with it I could lose the shame and degradation of his touch.' 'I say,' cried Tom, in great excitement, 'he is a scoundrel and a villain. I don't care who he is. I say he is a double-dyed and most intolerable villain.
Covering her face with her hands again, as if the passion which had sustained her through these disclosures lost itself in an overwhelming sense of shame and grief, she abandoned herself to tears. Any sight of distress was sure to move the tenderness of Tom, but this especially. Tears and sobs from her were arrows in his heart. He tried to comfort her, sat down beside her, expended all his store of homely eloquence, and spoke in words of praise and hope of Martin. Ay, though he loved her from his soul, with such a self-denying love as woman seldom wins, he spoke from first to last of Martin. Not the wealth of the rich Indies would have tempted Tom to shirk one mention of her lover's name. When she was more composed, she impressed upon Tom that this man she had described was Pecksniff in his real colours, and word by word and phrase by phrase, as well as she remembered it, related what had passed between them in the wood, which was no doubt a source of high gratification to that gentleman himself, who in his desire to see, and his dread of being seen, was constantly diving down into the state pew, and coming up again, like the intelligent householder in Pinch's show, who avoids being knocked on the head with a cudgel. When she had concluded her account, and had besought Tom to be very distant and unconscious in his manner towards her after this explanation, and had thanked him very much, they parted on the alarm of footsteps in the burial-ground, and Tom was left alone in the church again. And now the full agitation and misery of the disclosure came rushing upon Tom indeed. The star of his whole life from boyhood had become, in a moment, putrid vapour. It was not that Pecksniff, Tom's Pecksniff, had ceased to exist, but that he never had existed. In his death, Tom would have had the comfort of remembering what he used to be, but in this discovery he had the anguish of recollecting what he never was, for as Tom's blindness in this matter had been total and not partial, so was his restored sight. His Pecksniff could never have worked the wickedness of which he had just now heard, but any other Pecksniff could, and the Pecksniff who could do that could do anything, and no doubt had been doing anything and everything except the right thing, all through his career. From the lofty heights on which poor Tom had placed his idol, it was tumbled down headlong, and not all the king's horses nor all the king's men could have set Mr. Pecksniff up again. Legions of Titans couldn't have got him out of the mud and serve him right. But it was not he who suffered, it was Tom. His compass was broken, his chart destroyed, his chronometer had stopped, his masts were gone by the board, his anchor was adrift, 10,000 leagues away. Mr. Pecksniff watched him with a lively interest, for he divined the purpose of Tom's ruminations, and was curious to see how he conducted himself. For some time Tom wandered up and down the aisle like a man demented, stopping occasionally to lean against a pew and think it over. Then he stood staring at a blank old monument bordered tastefully with skulls and crossbones, as if it were the finest work of art he had ever seen, although at other times he held it in unspeakable contempt. Then he sat down, then walked to and fro again, then went wandering up into the organ loft, and touched the keys. But their minstrelsy was changed, their music gone, and sounding one long melancholy chord, Tom drooped his head upon his hands, and gave it up as hopeless. "I wouldn't have cared," said Tom Pinch, rising from his stool and looking down into the church as if he had been the clergyman, "I wouldn't have cared for anything he might have done to me, for I have tried his patience often, and have lived upon his sufferance, and have never been the help to him that others could have been. I wouldn't have minded, Pecksniff," Tom continued, little thinking who heard him, "if you had done me any wrong. I could have found plenty of excuses for that, and though you might have hurt me, could still have gone on respecting you. But why did you ever fall so low as this in my esteem? Oh, Pecksniff, Pecksniff, there is nothing I would not have given to have had you deserve my old opinion of you, nothing." Mr. Pecksniff sat upon the hassock pulling up his shirt-collar, while Tom, touched to the quick, delivered this apostrophe. After a pause he heard Tom coming down the stairs, jingling the church keys, and bringing his eye to the top of the pew again, saw him go slowly out and lock the door. Mr. Pecksniff durst not issue from his place of concealment, for through the windows of the church he saw Tom passing on among the graves, and sometimes stopping at a stone and leaning there as if he were a mourner who had lost a friend. Even when he had left the churchyard, Mr. Pecksniff still remained shut up, not being at all secure but that in his restless state of mind Tom might come wandering back. At length he issued forth and walked with a pleasant countenance into the vestry, where he knew there was a window near the ground by which he could release himself by merely stepping out. He was in a curious frame of mind, Mr. Pecksniff, being in no hurry to go, but rather inclining to a dilatory trifling with the time, which prompted him to open the vestry cupboard and look at himself in the parson's little glass that hung within the door. Seeing that his hair was rumpled, he took the liberty of borrowing the canonical brush and arranging it. He also took the liberty of opening another cupboard, but he shut it up again quickly, being rather startled by the sight of a blackened wax surplice dangling against the wall, which had very much the appearance of two curates who had committed suicide by hanging themselves. Remembering that he had seen in the first cupboard a port-wine bottle and some biscuits, he peeped into it again, and helped himself with much deliberation, cogitating all the time, though in a very deep and weighty manner, as if his thoughts were otherwise employed. He soon made up his mind, if it had ever been in doubt, and putting back the bottle and biscuits, opened the casement. He got out into the churchyard without any difficulty, shut the window after him, and walked straight home. "Is Mr. Pinch indoors?" asked Pecksniff of his serving-maid. "Just come in, sir." "Just come in, eh?" repeated Mr. Pecksniff cheerfully. "And gone upstairs, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, gone upstairs. Shall I call him, sir?" "No," said Mr. Pecksniff, "no. You needn't call him, Jane. Thank you, Jane. How are your relations, Jane?" "Pretty well, I thank you, sir." "I am glad to hear it. Let them know I asked about them, Jane. Is Mr. Chuzzlewit in the way, Jane?" "Yes, sir, he's in the parlour, reading." "He's in the parlour, reading, is he, Jane?" said Mr. Pecksniff. "Very well. Then I think I will go and see him, Jane." Never had Mr. Pecksniff been beheld in a more pleasant humour. But when he walked into the parlour where the old man was engaged, as Jane had said, with pen and ink and paper on a table close at hand, for Mr. Pecksniff was always very particular to have him well supplied with writing materials, he became less cheerful. He was not angry, he was not vindictive, he was not cross, he was not moody, but he was grieved. He was sorely grieved. As he sat down by the old man's side, 2 tears, not tears like those with which recording angels blot their entries out, but drops so precious that they use them for their ink, stole down his meritorious cheeks.
"What is the matter?" asked old Martin. "Pecksniff, what ails you, man?"
"I am sorry to interrupt you, my dear sir, but I am still more sorry for the cause. My good, my worthy friend, I am deceived."
"You are deceived?"
"Ah!" cried Mr. Pecksniff in an agony. "Deceived into the tenderest point, cruelly deceived in that quarter, sir, in which I placed the most unbounded confidence. Deceived, Mr. Chuzzlewit, by Thomas Pinch."
"Oh, bad, bad, bad," said Martin, laying down his book. "Very bad. I hope not. Are you certain?"
"Certain, my good sir. My eyes and ears are witnesses. I wouldn't have believed it otherwise. I wouldn't have believed it, Mr. Chuzzlewit, if a fiery serpent had proclaimed it from the top of Salisbury Cathedral. I would have said," cried Mr. Pecksniff, "that the serpent lied. Such was my faith in Thomas Pinch, that I would have cast the falsehood back into the serpent's teeth, and would have taken Thomas to my heart. But I am not a serpent, sir, myself, I grieve to say, and no excuse or hope is left me." Martin was greatly disturbed to see him so much agitated, and to hear such unexpected news. He begged him to compose himself, and asked him upon what subject Mr. Pinch's treachery had been developed. "That is among the worst of all, sir," Mr. Pecksniff answered, "on a subject nearly concerning you. Oh, it is not enough," said Mr. Pecksniff, looking upward, "that these blows must fall on me, but must they also hit my friends?"
"You alarm me," cried the old man, changing colour. "I am not so strong as I was. You terrify me, Pecksniff." "Cheer up, my noble sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, taking courage, "and we will do what is required of us. You shall know all, sir, and shall be righted. But first excuse me, sir, excuse me. I have a duty to discharge which I owe to society." He rang the bell, and Jane appeared. "Send Mr. Pinch here, if you please, Jane." Tom came, constrained and altered in his manner, downcast and dejected, visibly confused, not liking to look Pecksniff in the face. The honest man bestowed a glance on Mr. Chuzzlewit, as who should say, "You see," and addressed himself to Tom in these terms: "Mr. Pinch, I have left the vestry window unfastened. Will you do me the favour to go and secure it, then bring the keys of the sacred edifice to me?" "The vestry window, sir!" cried Tom. "You understand me, Mr. Pinch, I think," returned his patron. "Yes, Mr. Pinch, the vestry window. I grieve to say that sleeping in the church after a fatiguing ramble, I overheard just now some fragments," he emphasized the word, "of a dialogue between two parties, and one of them locking the church when he went out, I was obliged to leave it myself in the vestry window. Do me the favour to secure that vestry window, Mr. Pinch, and then come back to me." No physiognomist that ever dwelt on earth could have construed Tom's face when he heard these words. Wonder was in it, and a mild look of reproach, but certainly no fear or guilt, although a host of strong emotions struggled to display themselves. He bowed, and without saying one word, good or bad, withdrew. "Pecksniff," cried Martin in a tremble, "what does all this mean? You are not going to do anything in haste you may regret?" "No, my good sir," said Mr. Pecksniff firmly, "no, but I have a duty to discharge which I owe to society, and it shall be discharged, my friend, at any cost." O late remembered, much forgotten, mouthing, braggart duty, always owed and seldom paid in any other coin than punishment and wrath, when will mankind begin to know thee? When will men acknowledge thee in thy neglected cradle, and thy stinted youth, and not begin their recognition in thy sinful manhood and thy desolate old age? O ermined judge, whose duty to society is, now to doom the ragged criminal to punishment and death, hadst thou never, man, a duty to discharge in barring up the 100 open gates that wooed him to the felon's dock, and throwing but ajar the portals to a decent life? O prelate, prelate, whose duty to society is to mourn in melancholy phrase the sad degeneracy of those bad times in which thy lot of honours has been cast, did nothing go before thy elevations to the lofty seat, from which thou dealest out thy homilies to other tarriers for dead man's shoes, whose duty to society has not begun? O magistrate, so rare a country gentleman and brave a squire, had you no duty to society before the ricks were blazing and the mob were mad? Or did it spring up, armed and booted from the earth, a corps of yeomanry full grown? Mr. Pecksniff's duty to society could not be paid till Tom came back. The interval which preceded the return of that young man, he occupied in a close conference with his friend, so that when Tom did arrive he found the two quite ready to receive him. Mary was in her own room above, whither Mr. Pecksniff, always considerate, had besought old Martin to entreat her to remain some half hour longer that her feelings might be spared. When Tom came back, he found old Martin sitting by the window and Mr. Pecksniff in an imposing attitude at the table. On one side of him was his pocket-handkerchief, and on the other a little heap, a very little heap, of gold and silver, and odd pence. Tom saw at a glance that it was his own salary for the current quarter. "Have you fastened the vestry window, Mr. Pinch?" said Pecksniff. "Yes, sir." "Thank you. Put down the keys, if you please, Mr. Pinch." Tom placed them on the table. He held the bunch by the key of the organ-loft, though it was one of the smallest, and looked hard at it as he laid it down. It had been an old friend of Tom's, a kind companion to him many and many a day. "Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff, shaking his head. "Oh, Mr. Pinch, I wonder you can look me in the face." Tom did it though, and notwithstanding that he has been described as stooping generally, he stood as upright then as man could stand. Mr. Pinch, said Pecksniff, taking up his handkerchief, as if he felt that he should want it soon, I will not dwell upon the past. I will spare you, and I will spare myself that pain at least. Tom's was not a very bright eye, but it was a very expressive one when he looked at Mr. Pecksniff and said, "Thank you, sir. I am very glad you will not refer to the past." "The present is enough," said Mr. Pecksniff, dropping a penny, "and the sooner that is past, the better. Mr. Pinch, I will not dismiss you without a word of explanation. Even such a course would be quite justifiable under the circumstances, but it might wear an appearance of hurry, and I will not do it, for I am," said Mr. Pecksniff, knocking down another penny, "perfectly self-possessed. Therefore, I will say to you what I have already said to Mr. Chuzzlewit." Tom glanced at the old gentleman, who nodded now and then as approving of Mr. Pecksniff's sentences and sentiments, but interposed between them in no other way. "From fragments of a conversation which I overheard in the church just now, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff, "between yourself and Miss Graham, I say fragments because I was slumbering at a considerable distance from you when I was roused by your voices, and from what I saw I ascertained, I would have given a great deal not to have ascertained, Mr. Pinch, that you, forgetful of all ties of duty and of honour, sir, regardless of the sacred laws of hospitality to which you were pledged as an inmate of this house, have presumed to address Miss Graham with unreturned professions of attachment and proposals of love." Tom looked at him steadily. "Do you deny it, sir?" asked Mr. Pecksniff, dropping £1 2 and fourpence, and making a great business of picking it up again. "No, sir," replied Tom, "I do not." "You do not," said Mr. Pecksniff, glancing at the old gentleman. "Oblige me by counting this money, Mr. Pinch, and putting your name to this receipt. You do not?" No, Tom did not. He scorned to deny it. He saw that Mr. Pecksniff, having overheard his own disgrace, cared not a jot for sinking lower yet in his contempt. He saw that he had devised this fiction as the readiest means of getting rid of him at once, but that it must end in that any way. He saw that Mr. Pecksniff reckoned on his not denying it, because his doing so and explaining would incense the old man more than ever against Martin and against Mary, while Pecksniff himself would only have been mistaken in his fragments. Deny it? No. "You find the amount correct, do you, Mr. Pinch?" said Pecksniff. "Quite correct, sir," answered Tom. "A person is waiting in the kitchen," said Mr. Pecksniff, "to carry your luggage wherever you please. We part, Mr. Pinch, at once, and are strangers from this time." Something without a name, compassion, sorrow, old tenderness, mistaken gratitude, habit, none of these, and yet all of them, smote upon Tom's gentle heart at parting. There was no such soul as Pecksniff's in that carcass, and yet, though his speaking out had not involved the compromise of one he loved, he couldn't have denounced that very shape and figure of the man, not even then. "I will not say," cried Mr. Pecksniff, shedding tears, "what a blow this is. I will not say how much it tries me, how it works upon my nature, how it grates upon my feelings. I do not care for that. I can endure as well as another man. But what I have to hope, and what you have to hope, Mr. Pinch, otherwise a great responsibility rests upon you, is, that this deception may not alter my ideas of humanity, that it may not impair my freshness or contract, if I may use the expression, my pinions. I hope it will not. I don't think it will. It may be a comfort to you, if not now, at some future time, to know that I shall endeavour not to think the worse of my fellow creatures in general for what has passed between us. Farewell." Tom had meant to spare him one little puncturation with a lancet, which he had in his power to administer, but he changed his mind on hearing this, and said, "I think you left something in the church, sir." "Thank you, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff. "I am not aware that I did." "This is your double eyeglass, I believe," said Tom. "Oh!" cried Pecksniff, with some degree of confusion. I'm obliged to you. Put it down, if you please. I found it,' said Tom slowly, 'when I went to bolt the vestry window, in the pew.' So he had. Mr. Pecksniff had taken it off when he was bobbing up and down, lest it should strike against the panelling, and had forgotten it. Going back to the church with his mind full of having been watched, and wondering very much from what part, Tom's attention was caught by the door of the state pew standing open. Looking into it he found the glass, and thus he knew, and by returning it gave Mr. Pecksniff the information that he knew where the listener had been, and that instead of overhearing fragments of the conversation, he must have rejoiced in every word of it. "I am glad he's gone," said Martin, drawing a long breath when Tom had left the room. "It is a relief," assented Mr. Pecksniff. "It is a great relief. But having discharged, I hope with tolerable firmness, the duty which I owed to society, I will now, my dear sir, if you will give me leave, retire to shed a few tears in the back garden, as an humble individual." Tom went upstairs, cleared his shelf of books, packed them up with his music and an old fiddle in his trunk, got out his clothes (they were not so many that they made his head ache), put them on the top of his books, and went into the workroom for his case of instruments. There was a ragged stool there, with the horsehair all sticking out of the top like a wig, a very beast of a stool in itself, in which he had taken up his daily seat, year after year, during the whole period of his service. They had grown older and shabbier in company. Pupils had served their time, seasons had come and gone, Tom and the worn-out stool had held together through it all. That part of the room was traditionally called Tom's Corner. It had been assigned to him at first because of its being situated in a strong draught and a great way from the fire, and he had occupied it ever since. There were portraits of him on the walls, with all his weak points monstrously portrayed. Diabolical sentiments, foreign to his character, were represented as issuing from his mouth in fat balloons. Every pupil had added something, even unto fancy portraits of his father with one eye, and of his mother with a disproportionate nose, and especially of his sister, who was always presented as extremely beautiful, made full amends to Tom for any other jokes. Under less uncommon circumstances, it would have cut Tom to the heart to leave these things and think that he saw them for the last time, but it didn't now. There was no Pecksniff, there never had been a Pecksniff, and all his other griefs were swallowed up in that. So when he returned into the bedroom, and having fastened his box and a carpet-bag, put on his walking gaiters and his great-coat and his hat, and taken his stick in his hand, looked round it for the last time. Early on summer mornings, and by the light of private candle-ends on winter nights, he had read himself half blind in this same room. He had tried in this same room to learn the fiddle under the bedclothes, but yielding to objections from the other pupils, had reluctantly abandoned his design. At any other time he would have parted from it with a pang, thinking of all he had learned there, of the many hours he had passed there, for the love of his very dreams. But there was no Pecksniff. There never had been a Pecksniff, and the unreality of Pecksniff extended itself to the chamber in which, sitting on one particular bed, the thing supposed to be that great abstraction had often preached morality with such effect that Tom had felt a moisture in his eyes while hanging breathless on the words. The man engaged to bear his box, Tom knew him well, a dragon man, came stamping up the stairs and made the roughish bow to Tom, to whom in common times he would have nodded with a grin, as though he were aware of what had happened, and wished him to perceive it made no difference to him. It was clumsily done. It was a mere waterer of horses, but Tom liked the man for it, and felt it more than going away. Tom would have helped him with the box, but he made no more of it, though it was a heavy one, than an elephant would have made of a castle, just swinging it on his back and bowling downstairs, as if, being naturally a heavy sort of fellow, he could carry a box infinitely better than he could go alone. Tom took the carpet-bag and went downstairs along with him. At the outer door stood Jane, crying with all her might, and on the steps was Mrs. Lupin, sobbing bitterly, and putting out her hand for Tom to shake. "You're coming to the Dragon, Mr. Pinch?" "No," said Tom, "no. I shall walk to Salisbury to-night. I couldn't stay here. For goodness' sake, don't make me so unhappy, Mrs. Lupin. But you'll come to the Dragon, Mr. Pinch, if it's only for to-night, to see me, you know, not as a traveller." "God bless my soul!" said Tom, wiping his eyes. "The kindness of people is enough to break one's heart. I mean to go to Salisbury to-night, my dear good creature. If you'll take care of my box for me till I write for it, I shall consider it the greatest kindness you can do me." "I wish," cried Mrs. Lupin, "there were 20 boxes, Mr. Pinch, that I might have 'em all." "Thank'ee," said Tom. "It's like you. Good-bye, good-bye." There were several people, young and old, standing about the door, some of whom cried with Mrs. Lupin, while others tried to keep up a stout heart as Tom did, and others were absorbed in admiration of Mr. Pecksniff, a man who could build a church, as one may say, by squinting at a sheet of paper, and others were divided between that feeling and sympathy with Tom. Mr. Pecksniff had appeared on the top of the stairs simultaneously with his old pupil, and while Tom was talking with Mrs. Lupin kept his hand stretched out as though he said, "Go forth." When Tom went forth and had turned the corner, Mr. Pecksniff shook his head, shut his eyes, and, heaving a deep sigh, shut the door, on which the best of Tom's supporters said he must have done some dreadful deed, or such a man as Mr. Pecksniff could never have felt like that. If it had been a common quarrel, they observed, he would have said something, but when he didn't, Mr. Pinch must have shocked him dreadfully. Tom was out of hearing of their shrewd opinions, and plodded on as steadily as he could go, until he came within sight of the turnpike where the Tolmans family had cried out "Mr. Pinch" that frosty morning when he went to meet young Martin. He had got through the village, and this toll-bar was his last trial, but when the infant toll-takers came screeching out, he had half a mind to run for it and make a bolt across the country. "Why, dreary Mr. Pinch, oh dreary sir!" cried the tollman's wife. "What an unlikely time for you to be a-going this way with a bag!" "I am going to Salisbury," said Tom. "Why, goodness, where's the gig, then?" cried the tollman's wife, looking down the road as if she thought Tom might have been upset without observing it. "I haven't got it," said Tom. He couldn't evade it. He felt she would have him in the next question if he got over this one. "I have left Mr. Pecksniff." The tollman, a crusty customer, always smoking solitary pipes in a Windsor chair inside, set artfully between two little windows that looked up and down the road, so that when he saw anything coming up he might hug himself on having toll to take, and when he saw it going down might hug himself on having taken it. The tollman was out in an instant. "Left Mr. Pecksniff?" cried the tollman. "Yes," said Tom, "left him." The tollman looked at his wife, uncertain whether to ask her if she had anything to suggest, or to order her to mind the children. Astonishment making him surly, he preferred the latter, and sent her into the toll-house with a flea in her ear. "You left Mr. Pecksniff?" cried the tollman, folding his arms and spreading his legs. "I should as soon have thought of his head leaving him." "Aye," said Tom, "so should I, yesterday. Good night." If a heavy drove of oxen hadn't come by immediately, the tollman would have gone down to the village straight to inquire into it. As things turned out, he smoked another pipe, and took his wife into his confidence, but their united sagacity could make nothing of it, and they went to bed, metaphorically, in the dark. But several times that night, when a waggon or other vehicle came through and the driver asked the toll-keeper what news, he looked at the man by the light of his lantern to assure himself that he had an interest in the subject, and then said, wrapping his watch-coat round his legs, "You've heard of Mr. Pecksniff down yonder? Ah, surely. And of his young man, Mr. Pinch, perhaps? Ah, they've parted." After every one of these disclosures, the tollman plunged into his house again and was seen no more, while the other side went on in great amazement. But this was long after Tom was abed, and Tom was now with his face towards Salisbury, doing his best to get there. The evening was beautiful at first, but it became cloudy and dull at sunset, and the rain fell heavily soon afterwards. For 10 long miles he plodded on, wet through, until at last the lights appeared, and he came into the welcome precincts of the city. He went to the inn where he had waited for Martin, and briefly answering their inquiries after Mr. Pecksniff, ordered a bed. He had no heart for tea or supper, meat or drink of any kind, but sat by himself before an empty table in the public room while the bed was getting ready, revolving in his mind all that had happened that eventful day, and wondering what he could or should do for the future. It was a great relief when the chambermaid came in and said the bed was ready. It was a low four-poster, shelving downward in the centre like a trough, and the room was crowded with impracticable tables and exploded chests of drawers full of damp linen. A graphic representation in oil of a remarkably fat ox hung over the fireplace, and the portrait of some former landlord, who might have been the ox's brother he was so like him, stared roundly in at the foot of the bed. A variety of queer smells were partially quenched in the prevailing scent of very old lavender, and the window had not been opened for such a long space of time that it pleaded immemorial usage, and wouldn't come open now. These were trifles in themselves, but they added to the strangeness of the place, and did not induce Tom to forget his new position. Pecksniff had gone out of the world, had never been in it, and it was as much as Tom could do to say his prayers without him, but he felt happier afterwards, and went to sleep, and dreamed about him as he never was. End of chapter 31.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 32. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 32, treats of Todgers again, and of another blighted plant besides the plants upon the leads. Early on the day after that on which she bade adieu to the halls of her youth and the scenes of her childhood, Miss Pecksniff, arriving safely at the coach-office in London, was there received and conducted to her peaceful home beneath the shadow of the Monument by Mrs. Todgers. Mrs. Todgers looked a little worn by cares of gravy and other such solicitudes arising out of her establishment, but displayed her usual earnestness and warmth of manner. "And how, my sweet Miss Pecksniff," said she, "how is your princely pa?" Miss Pecksniff signified, in confidence, that he contemplated the introduction of a princely ma, and repeated the sentiment that she wasn't blind and wasn't quite a fool, and wouldn't bear it. Mrs. Todgers was more shocked by the intelligence than anyone could have expected. She was quite bitter. She said there was no truth in man, and that the warmer he expressed himself as a general principle, the falser and more treacherous he was. She foresaw with astonishing clearness that the object of Mr. Pecksniff's attachment was designing, worthless, and wicked, and receiving from Charity the fullest confirmation of these views, protested with tears in her eyes that she loved Miss Pecksniff like a sister, and felt her injuries as if they were her own. "Your real darling sister. I have not seen her more than once since her marriage," said Mrs. Todgers, "and then I thought her looking poorly. My sweet Miss Pecksniff, I always thought that you was to be the lady." "Oh dear no," cried Cherry, shaking her head. "Oh no, Mrs. Todgers, thank you, no, not for any consideration he could offer." "I dare say you are right," said Mrs. Todgers with a sigh. "I feared it all along, but the misery we have had from that match here among ourselves in this house, my dear Miss Pecksniff, nobody would believe." "Law, Mrs. Todgers, awful, awful," repeated Mrs. Todgers with strong emphasis. "You recollect our youngest gentleman, my dear?" "Of course I do," said Cherry. "You might have observed," said Mrs. Todgers, "how he used to watch your sister, and that a kind of stony dumbness came over him whenever she was in company." "I am sure I never saw anything of the sort," said Cherry, in a peevish manner. "What nonsense, Mrs. Todgers!" "My dear," returned that lady in a hollow voice, "I have seen him again and again, sitting over his pie at dinner, with his spoon a perfect fixture in his mouth, looking at your sister. I have seen him standing in a corner of our drawing-room gazing at her in such a lonely, melancholy state, that he was more like a pump than a man, and might have drawed tears. I never saw it," cried Cherry, "that's all I can say." "But when the marriage took place," said Mrs. Todgers, proceeding with her subject, "when it was in the paper and was read out here at breakfast, I thought he had taken leave of his senses, I did indeed. The violence of that young man, my dear Miss Pecksniff, the frightful opinions he expressed upon the subject of self-destruction, the extraordinary actions he performed with his tea, the clenching way in which he bit his bread and butter, the manner in which he taunted Mr. Jinkins, all combined to form a picture never to be forgotten." "It's a pity he didn't destroy himself, I think," observed Miss Pecksniff. "Himself!" said Mrs. Todgers. "It took another turn at night. He was for destroying other people then. There was a little chaffing going on. I hope you don't consider that a low expression, Miss Pecksniff. It is always in our gentlemen's mouths. A little chaffing going on, my dear, among 'em, all in good nature, when suddenly he rose up, foaming with his fury, and but for being held by three would have had Mr. Jinkins's life with a bootjack." Miss Pecksniff's face expressed supreme indifference. "And now," said Mrs. Todgers, "now he is the meekest of men. You can almost bring the tears into his eyes by looking at him. He sits with me the whole day long on Sundays, talking in such a dismal way that I find it next to impossible to keep my spirits up equal to the accommodation of the boarders. His only comfort is in female society. He takes me half price to the play, to an extent which I sometimes fear is beyond his means, and I see the tears a standing in his eyes during the whole performance, particularly if it is anything of a comic nature. The turn I experienced only yesterday," said Mrs. Todgers, putting her hand to her side, "when the housemaid threw his bedside carpet out of the window of his room, while I was sitting here, no one can imagine. I thought it was him, and that he had done it at last." The contempt with which Miss Charity received this pathetic account of the state to which the youngest gentleman in company was reduced, did not say much for her powers of sympathizing with that unfortunate character. She treated it with great levity, and went on to inform herself then and afterwards whether any other changes had occurred in the commercial boarding-house. Mr. Bailey was gone, and had been succeeded, such is the decay of human greatness, by an old woman whose name was reported to be Tamaroo, which seemed an impossibility. Indeed, it appeared in the fullness of time that the jocular boarders had appropriated the word from an English ballad, in which it is supposed to express the bold and fiery nature of a certain hackney coachman, and that it was bestowed upon Mr. Bailey's successor by reason of her having nothing fiery about her, except an occasional attack of that fire which is called St. Anthony's. This ancient female had been engaged in fulfilment of a vow registered by Mrs. Todgers that no more boys should darken the commercial doors, and that he was chiefly remarkable for a total absence of all comprehension upon every subject whatever. She was a perfect tomb for messages and small parcels, and when dispatched to the post office with letters, had been frequently seen endeavouring to insinuate them into casual chinks in private doors, under the delusion that any door with a hole in it would answer the purpose. She was a very little old woman, and always wore a very coarse apron with a bib before and a loop behind, together with bandages on her wrists, which appeared to be afflicted with an everlasting sprain. She was on all occasions chary of opening the street door, and ardent to shut it again, and she waited at table in a bonnet. This was the only great change, over and above the change which had fallen on the youngest gentleman. As for him, he more than corroborated the account of Mrs. Todgers, possessing greater sensibility than even she had given him credit for. He entertained some terrible notions of destiny among other matters, and talked much about people's missions, upon which he seemed to have some private information not generally attainable, as he knew it had been poor Mary's mission to crush him in the bud. He was very frail and tearful, for being aware that a shepherd's mission was to pipe to his flocks, and that a boatswain's mission was to pipe all hands, and that one man's mission was to be a paid piper, and another man's mission was to pay the piper, so he had got it into his head that his own peculiar mission was to pipe his eye, which he did perpetually. He often informed Mrs. Todgers that the sun had set upon him, that the billows had rolled over him, that the car of Juggernaut had crushed him, and also that the deadly upas tree of Java had blighted him. His name was Moddle. Towards this most unhappy Moddle, Miss Pecksniff conducted herself at first with distant haughtiness, being in no humour to be entertained with dirges of honour of her married sister. The poor young gentleman was additionally crushed by this, and remonstrated with Mrs. Todgers on the subject. "Even she turns from me, Mrs. Todgers," said Moddle. "Then why don't you try and be a little bit more cheerful, sir?" retorted Mrs. Todgers. "Cheerful, Mrs. Todgers, cheerful!" cried the youngest gentleman, "when she reminds me of days for ever fled, Mrs. Todgers." "Then you had better avoid her for a short time if she does," said Mrs. Todgers, "and come to know her again by degrees. That's my advice." "But I can't avoid her," replied Moddle. "I haven't strength of mind to do it. Oh, Mrs. Todgers, if you knew what a comfort her nose is to me!" "Her nose, sir!" Mrs. Todgers cried. "Her profile in general," said the youngest gentleman, "but particularly her nose. It's so like," here he yielded to a burst of grief, "it's so like hers who is another's, Mrs. Todgers." The observant matron did not fail to report this conversation to Charity, who laughed at the time, but treated Mr. Moddle that very evening with increased consideration, and presented her side face to him with as much as possible. Mr. Moddle was not less sentimental than usual, was rather more so, if anything, but he sat and stared at her with glistening eyes, and seemed grateful. "Well, sir," said the lady of the boarding-house next day, "you held up your head last night. You're coming round, I think." "Only because she's so like her who is another's, Mrs. Todgers," rejoined the youth. "When she talks and when she smiles, I think I'm looking on her brow again, Mrs. Todgers." This was likewise carried to Charity, who talked and smiled next evening in her most engaging manner, and rallying Mr. Moddle on the lowness of his spirits, challenged him to play a rubber at cribbage. Mr. Moddle taking up the gauntlet, they played several rubbers for sixpences, and Charity won them all. This may have been partially attributable to the gallantry of the youngest gentleman, but it was certainly referable to the state of his feelings also, for his eyes being frequently dimmed by tears, he thought that aces were tens and knaves queens, which at times occasioned some confusion in his play. On the 7th night of cribbage, when Mrs. Todgers, sitting by, proposed that instead of gambling they should play for love, Mr. Moddle was seen to change colour. On the 14th night he kissed Miss Pecksniff's snuffers in the passage when she went upstairs to bed, meaning to have kissed her hand, but missing it. In short, Mr. Moddle began to be impressed with the idea that Miss Pecksniff's mission was to comfort him, and Miss Pecksniff began to speculate on the probability of its being her mission to become ultimately Mrs. Moddle. He was a young gentleman, Miss Pecksniff was not a very young lady, with rising prospects and almost enough to live on. Really, it looked very well. Besides, he had been regarded as devoted to Mary. Mary had joked about him, and had once spoken of it to her sister as a conquest. He was better looking, better shaped, better spoken, better tempered, better mannered than Jonas. He was easy to manage, could be made to consult the humours of his betrothed, and could be shown off like a lamb when Jonas was a bear. There was the rub. In the meantime the cribbage went on, and Mrs. Todgers went off, for the youngest gentleman, dropping her society, began to take Miss Pecksniff to the play. He also began, as Mrs. Todgers said, to slip home in his dinner times, and to get away from the office at unholy seasons, and twice, as he informed Mrs. Todgers himself, he received anonymous letters, enclosing cards from furniture warehouses, clearly the act of that ungentlemanly ruffian Jinkins, only he hadn't evidence enough to call him out upon. All of which, so Mrs. Todgers told Miss Pecksniff, spoke as plain English as the shining sun. "My dear Miss Pecksniff, you may depend upon it," said Mrs. Todgers, "that he is burning to propose." "My goodness me, why don't he then?" cried Cherry. "Men are so much more timid than we think 'em, my dear," returned Mrs. Todgers. "They balk themselves continually. I saw the words on Todgers's lips for months and months and months before he said 'em." Miss Pecksniff submitted that Todgers might not have been a fair specimen. "Oh yes, he was. Oh bless you, yes, my dear. I was very particular in those days, I assure you," said Mrs. Todgers, bridling. No, no, you give Mr. Moddle a little encouragement, Miss Pecksniff, if you wish him to speak, and he'll speak fast enough, depend upon it." "I am sure I don't know what encouragement he would have, Mrs. Todgers," returned Charity. "He walks with me, and plays cards with me, and he comes and sits alone with me." "Quite right," said Mrs. Todgers. "That's indispensable, my dear." "And he sits very close to me." "Also quite correct," said Mrs. Todgers. "And he looks at me." "To be sure he does," said Mrs. Todgers. "And he has his arm upon the back of the chair or sofa, or whatever it is, behind me, you know." "I should think so," said Mrs. Todgers. "And then he begins to cry." Mrs. Todgers admitted that he might do better than that, and might undoubtedly profit by the recollection of the great Lord Nelson's signal at the Battle of Trafalgar. Still, she said, he would come round, or, not to mince the matter, would be brought round, if Miss Pecksniff took up a decided position, and plainly showed him that it must be done. Determined to regulate her conduct by this opinion, the young lady received Mr. Moddle, on the easiest subsequent occasion, with an air of constraint, and gradually leading him to inquire in a dejected manner why she was so changed, confessed to him that she felt it necessary for their mutual peace and happiness to take a decided step. They had been much together lately, she observed, much together, and had tasted the sweets of a genuine reciprocity of sentiment. She never could forget him, nor could she ever cease to think of him with feelings of the liveliest friendship, but people had begun to talk, the thing had been observed, and it was necessary that they should be nothing more to each other than any gentleman and lady in society usually are. She was glad she had had the resolution to say thus much before her feelings had been tried too far. They had been greatly tried, she would admit, but though she was weak and silly, she would soon get the better of it, she hoped. Moddle, who had by this time become in the least degree maudlin, and wept abundantly, inferred from the foregoing avowal that it was his mission to communicate to others the blight which had fallen on himself, and that, being a kind of unintentional vampire, he had had Miss Pecksniff assigned to him by the Fates as victim number one. Miss Pecksniff controverting this opinion as sinful, Moddle was goaded on to ask whether she could be contented with a blighted heart, and it appearing on further examination that she could be, plighted his dismal troth, which was accepted and returned. He bore his good fortune with the utmost moderation. Instead of being triumphant, he shed more tears than he had ever been known to shed before, and sobbing said, "Oh, what a day this has been! I can't go back to the office this afternoon. Oh, what a trying day this has been! Good gracious!" End of chapter 32. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 33. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 33. Further Proceedings in Eden, and a Proceeding out of it. Martin makes a discovery of some importance. From Mr. Moddle to Eden is an easy and natural transition. Mr. Moddle, living in the atmosphere of Miss Pecksniff's love, dwelt, if he had but known it, in a terrestrial paradise. The thriving city of Eden was also a terrestrial paradise, upon the showing of its proprietors. The beautiful Miss Pecksniff might have been poetically described as a something too good for man in his fallen and degraded state. That was exactly the character of the thriving city of Eden, as poetically heightened by Zephaniah Scadder, General Choke, and other worthies, part and parcel of the talons of that great American eagle which is always airing itself sky high in purest ether, and never, no never, never tumbles down with draggled wings into the mud. When Mark Tapley, leaving Martin in the architectural and surveying offices, had effectually strengthened and encouraged his own spirits by the contemplation of their joint misfortunes, he proceeded with new cheerfulness in search of help, congratulating himself as he went along on the enviable position to which he had at last attained. "I used to think sometimes," said Mr. Tapley, "as a desolate island would suit me, but I should only have had myself to provide for there, and being naturally an easy man to manage, there wouldn't have been much credit in that.
Now here I've got my partner to take care on, and he's something like the sort of man for the purpose. I want a man as is always a sliding off his legs when he ought to be on 'em. I want a man as is so low down in the school of life that he's always a making figures of one in his copy book and can't get no further. I want a man as is his own great coat and cloak, and is always a wrapping himself up in himself. And I have got him too,' said Mr. Tapley after a moment's silence. 'What a happiness!' He paused to look round, uncertain to which of the log houses he should repair. 'I don't know which to take,' he observed. 'That's the truth. They're equally prepossessing outside and equally commodious, no doubt, within, being fitted up with every convenience that an alligator, in a state of nature, could possibly require. Let me see. The citizen as turned out last night lives under water in the right-hand dog kennel at the corner. I don't want to trouble him if I can help it, poor man, for he is a melancholy object, a regular settler in every respect. There's a house with a winder, but I'm afraid of their being proud. I don't know whether a door ain't too aristocratic, but here goes for the first one.' He went up to the nearest cabin and knocked with his hand. Being desired to enter, he complied. 'Neighbour,' said Mark, 'for I am a neighbour, though you don't know me, I've come a begging. Hallo! Hallo! Am I abed and dreaming?' He made this exclamation on hearing his own name pronounced, and finding himself clasped about the skirts by two little boys, whose faces he had often washed, and whose suppers he had often cooked, on board of that noble and fast-sailing line of packet ship the Screw. 'My eyes is wrong,' said Mark. 'I don't believe 'em. That ain't my fellow passenger yonder, a nursing a little girl who I am sorry to see is so delicate, and that ain't her husband as come to New York to fetch her, nor these,' he added, looking down upon the boys, 'ain't them two young shavers as was so familiar to me, though they are uncommon like 'em, that I must confess.' The woman shed tears in very joy to see him. The man shook both his hands and would not let them go. The two boys hugged his legs. The sick child in the mother's arms stretched out her burning little fingers, and muttered in her hoarse dry throat his well-remembered name. It was the same family, sure enough, altered by the salubrious air of Eden, but the same. 'This is a new sort of morning call,' said Mark, drawing a long breath. 'It strikes one all of a heap. Wait a little bit, I'm a coming round fast. That'll do. These gentlemen ain't my friends. Are they on the visiting list of the house?' The inquiry referred to certain gaunt pigs who had walked in after him, and were much interested in the heels of the family. As they did not belong to the mansion, they were expelled by the two little boys. 'I ain't superstitious about toads,' said Mark, looking round the room, 'but if you could prevail upon the two or three I see in company to step out at the same time, my young friends, I think they'd find the open air refreshing. Not that I at all object to 'em. A very handsome animal is a toad,' said Mr. Tapley, sitting down upon a stool. 'Very spotted, very like a particular style of old gentleman about the throat, very bright-eyed, very cool, and very slippy. But one sees 'em to the best advantage out of doors, perhaps.' While pretending, with such talk as this, to be perfectly at his ease, and to be the most indifferent and careless of men, Mark Tapley had an eye on all around him. The wan and meagre aspect of the family, the changed looks of the poor mother, the fevered child she held in her lap, the air of great despondency and little hope on everything, were plain to him, and made a deep impression on his mind. He saw it all as clearly and as quickly, as with his bodily eyes he saw the rough shelves supported by pegs driven between the logs, of which the house was made, the flour cask in the corner, serving also for a table, the blankets, spades, and other articles against the walls, the damp that blotched the ground, or the crop of vegetable rottenness in every crevice of the hut. 'How is it that you have come here?' asked the man, when their first expressions of surprise were over. 'Why, we come by the steamer last night,' replied Mark. 'Our intention is to make our fortunes with punctuality and dispatch, and to retire upon our property as soon as ever it's realised. But how are you all? You're looking noble. We are but sickly now,' said the poor woman, bending over her child, "but we shall do better when we are seasoned to the place." "There are some here," thought Mark, "whose seasoning will last for ever." But he said cheerfully, "Do better, to be sure you will. We shall all do better. What we've got to do is to keep up our spirits and be neighbourly. We shall come all right in the end, never fear. That reminds me, by the by, that my partner's all wrong just at present, and that I looked in to beg for him. I wish you'd come and give me your opinion of him, master." That might have been a very unreasonable request on the part of Mark Tapley, with which, in their gratitude for his kind offices on board the ship, they would not have complied instantly. The man rose to accompany him without a moment's delay. Before they went, Mark took the sick child in his arms and tried to comfort the mother, but the hand of death was on it then, he saw. They found Martin in the house, lying wrapped up in his blanket on the ground. He was to all appearance very ill indeed, and shook and shivered horribly, not as people do from cold, but in a frightful kind of spasm or convulsion that racked his whole body. Mark's friend pronounced his disease an aggravated kind of fever, accompanied with ague, which was very common in those parts, and which he predicted would be worse to-morrow and for many more to-morrows. He had had it himself off and on, he said, for a couple of years or so, but he was thankful that, while so many he had known had died about him, he had escaped with life. "And with not too much of that," thought Mark, surveying his emaciated form. "Eden for ever!" They had some medicine in their chest, and this man of sad experience showed Mark how and when to administer it, and how he could best alleviate the sufferings of Martin. His attentions did not stop there, for he was backwards and forwards constantly, and rendered Mark good service in all his brisk attempts to make their situation more endurable. Hope or comfort for the future he could not bestow. The season was a sickly one, the settlement a grave. His child died that night, and Mark, keeping the secret from Martin, helped to bury it beneath a tree next day. With all his various duties of attendance upon Martin, who became the more exacting in his claims the worse he grew, Mark worked out of doors early and late, and with the assistance of his friends and others laboured to do something with their land. Not that he had the least strength of heart or hope or steady purpose in so doing, beyond the habitual cheerfulness of his disposition, and his amazing power of self-sustainment, for within himself he looked on their condition as beyond all hope, and in his own words, came out strong in consequence. "As to coming out as strong as I could wish, sir," he confided to Martin in a leisure moment, that is to say, one evening while he was washing the linen at the establishment after a hard day's work, "that I give up. It's a piece of good fortune as never is to happen to me, I see." "Would you wish for circumstances stronger than these?" Martin retorted with a groan from underneath his blanket. "I only see how easy they might have been stronger, sir," said Mark, "if it wasn't for the envy of that uncommon fortune of mine, which is always after me and tripping me up. The night we landed here I thought things did look pretty jolly, I won't deny it. I thought they did look pretty jolly." "How do they look now?" groaned Martin. "Ah!" said Mark. "Ah! To be sure, that's the question. How do they look now? On the very first morning of my going out, what do? Stumble on a family I know, who are constantly assisting of us in all sorts of ways, from that time to this. That won't do, you know. That ain't what I'd a right to expect. If I had stumbled on a serpent and got bit, or stumbled on a first-rate patriot and got bowie-knifed, or stumbled on a lot of sympathizers with inverted shirt-collars and got made a lion of, I might have distinguished myself and earned some credit. As it is, the great object of my voyage is knocked on the head. So it would be wherever I went. How do you feel to-night, sir?" "Worse than ever," said poor Martin. "That's something," returned Mark, "but not enough. Nothing but being very bad myself and jolly to the last will ever do me justice." "In Heaven's name, don't talk of that," said Martin, with a thrill of terror. "What should I do, Mark, if you were taken ill?" Mr. Tapley's spirits appeared to be stimulated by this remark. although it was not a very flattering one. He proceeded with his washing in a brighter mood, and observed that his glass was a-rising. "There's one good thing in this place, sir," said Mr. Tapley, scrubbing away at the linen, "as disposes me to be jolly, and that is that it's a regular little United States in itself. There's 2 or 3 American settlers left, and they coolly comes over one, even here, sir, as if it was the wholesomest and loveliest spot in the world, but they're like the cock that went and hid himself to save his life, and was found out by the noise he made. They can't help crowing. They was born to it, and do it they must whatever comes of it." Glancing from his work out at the door as he said these words, Mark's eyes encountered a lean person in a blue frock and a straw hat, with a short black pipe in his mouth, and a great hickory stick studded all over with knots, in his hand, who, smoking and chewing as he came along and spitting frequently, recorded his progress by a train of decomposed tobacco on the ground. "Here's one on 'em," cried Mark. "Hannibal Chollop." "Don't let him in," said Martin, feebly. "He won't want any letting in," replied Mark. "He'll come in, sir," which turned out to be quite true, for he did. His face was almost as hard and knobby as his stick, and so were his hands. His head was like an old black hearth broom. He sat down on the chest with his hat on, and crossing his legs, and looking up at Mark, said, without removing his pipe, "Well, Mr. Coe, and how do you get along, sir?" It may be necessary to observe that Mr. Tapley had gravely introduced himself to all strangers by that name. "Pretty well, sir, pretty well," said Mark. "If this ain't Mr. Chuzzlewit, ain't it?" exclaimed the visitor. "How do you get along, sir?" Martin shook his head and drew the blanket over it involuntarily, for he felt that Hannibal was going to spit, and his eye, as the song says, was upon him. "You need not regard me, sir," observed Mr. Chollop, complacently. "I am fever-proof, and likewise agur." "Mine was a more selfish motive," said Martin, looking out again. "I was afraid you were going to—" "I can calculate my distance, sir," returned Mr. Chollop, "to an inch," with a proof of which happy faculty he immediately favoured him. "I require, sir," said Hannibal, 2 foot clear in a circular direction, and can engage myself to keep within it. I have gone 10 foot in a circular direction, but that was for a wager." "I hope you won it, sir." "Well, sir, I realise the stakes," said Chollop. "Yes, sir." He was silent for a time, during which he was actively engaged in the formation of a magic circle round the chest on which he sat. When it was completed, he began to talk again. "How do you like our country, sir?" he inquired, looking at Martin. "Not at all," was the invalid's reply. Chollop continued to smoke without the least appearance of emotion, until he felt disposed to speak again. That time at length arising, he took his pipe from his mouth, and said, "I am not surprised to hear you say so. It requires an elevation, and a preparation of the intellect. The mind of man must be prepared for freedom, Mr. Coe." He addressed himself to Mark, because he saw that Martin, who wished him to go, being already half mad with feverish irritation, which the droning voice of the new horror rendered almost insupportable, had closed his eyes and turned on his uneasy bed. "A little bodily preparation wouldn't be amiss either, would it, sir?" said Mark, "in the case of a blessed old swamp like this." "Do you consider this a swamp, sir?" inquired Chollop, gravely. "Why, yes, sir," returned Mark. "I haven't a doubt about it myself." "The sentiment is quite European," said the Major, "and does not surprise me. What would your English millions say to a swamp in England, sir?" "They'd say it was an uncommon nasty one, I should think," said Mark, "and that they would be rather inoculated for fever in some other way." "European," remarked Chollop, with sardonic pity. "Quite European." And there he sat, silent and cool as if the house were his, smoking away like a factory chimney. Mr. Chollop was, of course, one of the most remarkable men in the country,
but he really was a notorious person besides. He was usually described by his friends in the South and West as a splendid sample of our native raw materials, sir, and was much esteemed for his devotion to rational liberty, for the better propagation whereof he usually carried a brace of revolving pistols in his coat pocket, with 7 barrels apiece. He also carried, amongst other trinkets, a sword stick which he called his tickler, and a great knife which, for he was a man of pleasant turn of humour, he called Ripper, in allusion to its usefulness as a means of ventilating the stomach of any adversary in a close contest. He had used these weapons with distinguished effect in several instances, all duly chronicled in the newspapers, and was greatly beloved for the gallant manner in which he had jobbed out the eye of one gentleman as he was in the act of knocking at his own street door. Mr. Chollop was a man of a roving disposition, and in any less advanced community might have been mistaken for a violent vagabond, but his fine qualities being perfectly understood and appreciated in those regions where his lot was cast, and where he had many kindred spirits to consort with, he may be regarded as having been born under a fortunate star, which is not always the case with a man so much before the age in which he lives, preferring, with a view to the gratification of his tickling and ripping fancies, to dwell upon the outskirts of society, and in the more remote towns and cities. He was in the habit of emigrating from place to place, and establishing in each some business, usually a newspaper, which he presently sold, for the most part closing the bargain by challenging, stabbing, pistoling, or gouging the new editor before he had quite taken possession of the property. He had come to Eden on a speculation of this kind, but had abandoned it and was about to leave. He always introduced himself to strangers as a worshipper of freedom, was the consistent advocate of lynch law and slavery, and invariably recommended both in print and speech the tarring and feathering of any unpopular person who differed from himself. He called his planting the standard of civilization in the wilder gardens of my country. There is little doubt that Chollop would have planted this standard in Eden at Mark's expense, in return for his plainness of speech, for the genuine freedom is dumb, save when she vaunts herself, but for the utter desolation and decay prevailing in the settlement, and his own approaching departure from it. As it was, he contented himself with showing Mark one of the revolving pistols, and asking him what he thought of that weapon. "It ain't long since I shot a man down with that, sir, in the state of Illinois," observed Chollop. "Did you indeed?" said Mark, without the smallest agitation. "Very free of you, and very independent." "I shot him down, sir," pursued Chollop, "for asserting in the Spartan Portico, a tri-weekly journal, that the ancient Athenians went ahead of the present Locofoco ticket." "And what's that?" asked Mark. "European not to know," said Chollop, smoking placidly. "European quite." After a short devotion to the interests of the magic circle, he resumed the conversation by observing, "You won't half feel yourself at home in Eden now?" "No," said Mark, "I don't." "You miss the imposts of your country, you miss the horse dues," observed Chollop. "And the houses, rather," said Mark. "No window dues here, sir," observed Chollop. "And no windows to put 'em on," said Mark. "No stakes, no dungeons, no blocks, no racks, no scaffolds, no thumbscrews, no pikes, no pillories," said Chollop. "Nothing but revolvers and bowie knives," returned Mark. "And what are they? Not worth mentioning." The man who had met them on the night of their arrival came crawling up at this juncture and looked in at the door. "Well, sir," said Chollop, "how do you get along?" He had considerable difficulty in getting along at all, and said as much in reply. "Mr. Coe and me, sir," observed Chollop, "are disputating a piece. He ought to be slicked up pretty smart to disputate between the old world and the new, I do expect." "Well," returned the miserable Shadow, "so he had." "I was merely observing, sir," said Mark, addressing this new visitor, "that I looked upon the city in which we have the honour to live as being swampy. What's your sentiments?" "I opinionate it's moist, perhaps, at certain times," returned the man.
But not as moist as England, sir?" cried Chollop, with a fierce expression in his face.
"Oh no, not as moist in England, let alone its institutions," said the man.
"I should hope there ain't a swamp in all America as don't whip that small island into mush and molasses," observed Chollop decisively. "You bought Slick straight and right away of Scadder, sir?" to Mark. He answered in the affirmative. Mr. Chollop winked at the other citizen.
"Scadder is a smart man, eh? He is a rising man? He is a man as will come up'ards right side up, sir?" Mr. Chollop winked again at the other citizen. "He should have his right side very high up if I had my way," said Mark. "As high as the top of a good tall gallows, perhaps." Mr. Chollop was so delighted at the smartness of his excellent countryman having been too much for the Britisher, and at the Britisher's resenting it, that he could contain himself no longer, and broke forth in a shout of delight. But the strangest exposition of this ruling passion was in the other, the pestilence-stricken, broken, miserable shadow of a man, who derived so much entertainment from the circumstance that he seemed to forget his own ruin in thinking of it, and laughed outright when he said that Scadder was a smart man, and had drawed a lot of British capital that way as sure as sun-up. After a full enjoyment of this joke, Mr. Hannibal Chollop sat smoking and improving the circle, without making any attempts either to converse or to take leave, apparently labouring under the most uncommon delusion that for a free and enlightened citizen of the United States to convert another man's house into a spittoon for 2 or 3 hours together was a delicate attention full of interest and politeness, of which nobody could ever tire. At last he rose. "I am a-going easy," he observed. Mark entreated him to take particular care of himself. "Afore I go," he said sternly, "I've got a little word to say to you. You are darnation cute, you are." Mark thanked him for the compliment. "But you are too much cute to last. I can't conceive of any spotted painter in the bush as ever was so riddled through and through as you will be, I bet." "What for?" asked Mark. "We must be cracked up, sir," retorted Chollop in a tone of menace. "You are not now in a despotic land. We are a model to the earth, and must be just cracked up, I tell you." "What? I speak too free, do I?" cried Mark. "I have drawed upon a man, and fired upon a man for less," said Chollop, frowning. "I have knowed strong men obleeged to make themselves uncommon scase for less. I have known men lynched for less, and beaten into pumpkin sarce for less, by enlightened people. We are the intellect and virtue of the earth, the cream of human nature, and the flower of moral force. Our backs is easy riz. We must be cracked up, or they rises, and we snarls. We shows our teeth, I tell you, fierce. You'd better crack us up, you had." After the delivery of this caution, Mr. Chollop departed, with Ripper, Tickler, and the revolvers, all ready for action on the shortest notice. "Come out from under the blankets, sir," said Mark. "He's gone. What's this?" he added softly, kneeling down to look into his partner's face and taking his hot hand. "What's come of all that chattering and swaggering? He's wandering in his mind to-night and don't know me." Martin, indeed, was dangerously ill, very near his death. He lay in that state many days, during which time Mark's poor friends, regardless of themselves, attended him. Mark, fatigued in mind and body, working all the day and sitting up at night, worn with hard living and the unaccustomed toil of his new life, surrounded by dismal and discouraging circumstances of every kind, never complained or yielded in the least degree. If ever he had thought Martin selfish or inconsiderate, or had deemed him energetic only by fits and starts, and then too passive for their desperate fortunes, he now forgot it all. He remembered nothing but the bitter qualities of his fellow wanderer, and was devoted to him heart and hand. Many weeks elapsed before Martin was strong enough to move about with the help of a stick and Mark's arm, and even then his recovery for want of wholesome air and proper nourishment was very slow. He was yet in a feeble and weak condition when the misfortune he had so much dreaded fell upon him. Mark was taken ill. Mark fought against it, but the malady fought harder, and his efforts were in vain.
"Floored for the present, sir," he said one morning, sinking back upon his bed, "but jolly." Floored indeed, and by a heavy blow, as any one but Martin might have known beforehand. If Mark's friends had been kind to Martin, and they had been very, they were 20 times kinder to Mark. And now it was Martin's turn to work and sit beside the bed and watch, and listen through the long, long nights to every sound in the gloomy wilderness, and hear poor Mr. Tapley in his wandering fancy playing at skittles in the dungeon, making love remonstrances to Mrs. Lupin, getting his sea legs on board the Screw, travelling with old Tom Pinch on English roads, and burning stumps of trees in Eden all at once. But whenever Martin gave him drink or medicine, or tended him in any way, or came into the house returning from some drudgery without, the patient Mr. Tapley brightened up and cried, "I'm jolly, sir, I'm jolly." Now when Martin began to think of this, and to look at Martin as he lay there, never reproaching him by so much as an expression of regret, never murmuring, always striving to be manful and staunch, he began to think, how was it that this man who had had so few advantages was so much better than he who had had so many? And attendance upon a sick bed, but especially the sick bed of one whom we have been accustomed to see in full activity and vigour, being a great breeder of reflection, he began to ask himself in what they differed. He was assisted in coming to a conclusion on this head by the frequent presence of Mark's friend, their fellow passenger across the ocean, which suggested to him that in regard to having aided her, for example, they had differed very much. Somehow he coupled Tom Pinch with this train of reflection, and thinking that Tom would be very likely to have struck up the same sort of acquaintance under similar circumstances, began to think in what respects two people so extremely different were like each other, and were unlike him. At first sight there was nothing very distressing in these meditations, but they did undoubtedly distress him for all that. Martin's nature was a frank and generous one, but he had been bred up in his grandfather's house, and it will usually be found that the meaner domestic vices propagate themselves to be their own antagonists. Selfishness does this especially, so do suspicion, cunning, stealth, and covetous propensities. Martin had unconsciously reasoned as a child, "My guardian takes so much thought of himself that unless I do the like by myself I shall be forgotten," so he had grown selfish. But he had never known it. If one had taxed him with the vice, he would have indignantly repelled the accusation, and conceived himself unworthily aspersed. He never would have known it, but that being newly risen from a bed of dangerous sickness, to watch by such another couch, he felt how nearly self had dropped into the grave, and what a poor dependent miserable thing it was. It was natural for him to reflect, he had months to do it in, upon his own escape and Mark's extremity. This led him to consider which of them could be the better spared, and why. Then the curtain slowly rose a very little way, and self was shown below. He asked himself besides, when dreading Mark's decease, as all men do and must at such a time, whether he had done his duty by him, and had deserved and made a good repose to his fidelity and zeal. No. Short as their companionship had been, he felt in many, many instances that there was blame against himself, and still inquiring why, the curtain slowly rose a little more, and self dilated on the scene. It was long before he fixed the knowledge of himself so firmly in his mind that he could thoroughly discern the truth. But in the hideous solitude of that most hideous place, with hope so far removed, ambition quenched, and death beside him rattling the very door, reflection came, as in a plague-beleaguered town, and so he felt and knew the failing of his life, and saw distinctly what an ugly spot it was. Eden was a hard school to learn so hard a lesson in, but there were teachers in the swamp and thicket, and the pestilential air, who had a searching method of their own. He made a solemn resolution that when his strength returned, he would not dispute the point or resist the conviction, but would look upon it as an established fact that selfishness was in his breast and must be rooted out. He was so doubtful, and with justice, of his own character, that he determined not to say one word of vain regret or good resolve to Mark, but steadily to keep his purpose before his own eyes solely, and there was not a jot of pride in this, nothing but humility and steadfastness. the best armour he could wear, so low had Eden brought him down, so high had Eden raised him up. After a long and lingering illness, in certain forlorn stages of which, when too far gone to speak, he had feebly written Jolly on a slate, Mark showed some symptoms of returning health. They came and went, and flickered for a time, but he began to mend at last decidedly, and after that continued to improve from day to day. As soon as he was well enough to talk without fatigue, Martin consulted him upon a project he had in his mind, and which a few months back he would have carried into execution without troubling anybody's head but his own. "Ours is a desperate case," said Martin, "plainly. The place is deserted. Its failure must have become known, and selling what we have bought to any one for anything is hopeless, even if it were honest. We left home on a mad enterprise and have failed. The only hope left us, the only one end for which we have now to try, is to quit this settlement for ever and get back to England. Anyhow, by any means, only to get back there, Mark." "That's all, sir," returned Mr. Tapley, with a significant stress upon the words. "Only that." "Now, upon this side of the water," said Martin, "we have but one friend who can help us, and that is Mr. Bevan." "I thought of him when you was ill," said Mark. "But for the time that would be lost, I would even write to my grandfather," Martin went on to say, "and implore him for money to free us from this trap into which we were so cruelly decoyed. Shall I try Mr. Bevan first?" "He's a very pleasant sort of a gentleman," said Mark. "I think so." "The few goods we brought here, and in which we spent our money, would produce something if sold," resumed Martin, "and whatever they realize shall be paid instantly. But they can't be sold here." "There's nobody but corpses to buy 'em," said Mr. Tapley, shaking his head with a rueful air, "and pigs." "Shall I tell him so, and only ask him for money enough to enable us by the cheapest means to reach New York, or any port from which we may hope to get a passage home, by serving in any capacity, explaining to him at the same time how I am connected, and that I will endeavour to repay him, even through my grandfather, immediately on our arrival in England?" "Why, to be sure," said Mark, "he can only say no, and he may say yes, if you don't mind trying him, sir." "Mind!" exclaimed Martin. "I am to blame for coming here, and I would do anything to get away. I grieve to think of the past. If I had taken your opinion sooner, Mark, we never should have been here, I am certain." Mr. Tapley was very much surprised at this admission, but protested with great vehemence that they would have been there all the same, and that he had set his heart upon coming to Eden from the first word he ever heard of it. Martin then read him a letter to Mr. Bevan, which he had already prepared. It was frankly and ingeniously written, and described their situation without the least concealment, plainly stated the miseries they had undergone, and preferred their request in modest but straightforward terms. Mark highly commended it, and they determined to dispatch it by the next steamboat going the right way, that might call to take in wood at Eden, where there was plenty of wood to spare. Not knowing how to address Mr. Bevan at his own place of abode, Martin superscribed it to the care of the memorable Mr. Norris of New York, and wrote upon the cover an entreaty that it might be forwarded without delay. More than a week elapsed before a boat appeared, but at length they were awakened very early one morning by the high-pressure snorting of the Esau Slodge, named after one of the most remarkable men in the country, who had been very eminent somewhere. Hurrying down to the landing-place, they got it safe on board, and waiting anxiously to see the boat depart, stopped up the gangway, an instance of neglect which caused the capting of the Esau Slodge to wish he might be sifted as fine as flour and whittled small as chips, that if they didn't come off that they're fixing right smart too, he'd spill 'em in the drink, whereby the captain metaphorically said he'd throw them in the river. They were not likely to receive an answer for 8 or 10 weeks at the earliest. In the meantime they devoted such strength as they had to the attempted improvement of their land, to clearing some of it and preparing it for useful purposes. Monstrously defective as their farming was, still it was better than their neighbours', for Mark had some practical knowledge of such matters, and Martin learned of him, whereas the other settlers who remained upon the putrid swamp, a mere handful, and those withered by disease, appear to have wandered there with the idea that husbandry was the natural gift of all mankind. They helped each other after their own manner in these struggles, and in all others,
but they worked as hopelessly and sadly as a gang of convicts in a penal settlement. Often at night, when Mark and Martin were alone, and lying down to sleep, they spoke of home, familiar places, houses, roads, and people whom they knew, sometimes in the lively hope of seeing them again, and sometimes with a sorrowful tranquillity, as if that hope were dead. It was a source of great amazement to Mark Tapley to find, pervading all these conversations, a singular alteration in Martin. "I don't know what to make of him," he thought one night. "He ain't what I supposed. He don't think of himself half as much. I'll try him again. Asleep, sir?" "No, Mark." "Thinking of home, sir?" "Yes, Mark." "So was I, sir. I was wondering how Mr. Pinch and Mr. Pecksniff gets on now." "Poor Tom," said Martin, thoughtfully. "Weak-minded man, sir," observed Mr. Tapley. "Plays the organ for nothing, sir. Takes no care of himself." "I wish he took a little more indeed," said Martin, "though I don't know why I should. We shouldn't like him half as well, perhaps." "He gets put upon, sir," hinted Mark. "Yes," said Martin, after a short silence. "I know that, Mark." He spoke so regretfully that his partner abandoned the theme, and was silent for a short time until he thought of another. "Ah, sir," said Mark with a sigh, "dear me, you've ventured a good deal for a young lady's love." "I tell you what, I'm not so sure of that, Mark," was the reply, so hastily and energetically spoken that Martin sat up in his bed to give it. "I begin to be far from clear upon it. You may depend upon it she is very unhappy. She has sacrificed her peace of mind, she has endangered her interests very much, she can't run away from those who are jealous of her and opposed to her, as I have done. She has to endure, Mark, to endure without the possibility of action, poor girl. I begin to think she has more to bear than ever I had, upon my soul I do." Mr. Tapley opened his eyes wide in the dark, but did not interrupt. "And I'll tell you a secret, Mark," said Martin, "since we are upon this subject. That ring—" "Which ring, sir?" Mark inquired, opening his eyes still wider. "That ring she gave me when we parted, Mark. She bought it, knowing I was poor and proud, heaven help me, proud, and wanted money." "Who says so, sir?" asked Mark. "I say so. I know it. I thought of it, my good fellow, hundreds of times while you were lying ill, and like a beast I took it from her hand and wore it on my own, and never dreamed of this even at the moment when I parted with it, when some faint glimmering of the truth might surely have possessed me." "But it's late," said Martin, checking himself, "and you are weak and tired, I know. You only talk to cheer me up. Good night. God bless you, Mark." "God bless you, sir. But I'm regularly defrauded," thought Mr. Tapley, turning round with a happy face. "It's a swindle. I never enter for this sort of service. There'll be no credit in being jolly with him." The time wore on, and other steamboats, coming from the point on which their hopes were fixed, arrived to take in wood, but still no answer to the letter. Rain, heat, foul slime, and noxious vapour, with all the ills and filthy things they bred, prevailed. The earth, the air, the vegetation, and the water that they drank, all teemed with deadly properties. Their fellow passenger had lost 2 children long before, and buried now her last. Such things are much too common to be widely known or cared for. Smart citizens grow rich, and friendless victims smart and die, and are forgotten. That is all. At last a boat came panting up the ugly river, and stopped at Eden. Mark was waiting at the wood hut when it came, and had a letter handed to him from on board. He bore it off to Martin. They looked at one another, trembling. "It feels heavy," faltered Martin, and opening it, a little roll of dollar notes fell out upon the ground. What either of them said or did or felt at first neither of them knew. All Mark could ever tell was that he was at the river's bank again, out of breath, before the boat had gone, inquiring when it would retrace its track and put in there. The answer was in 10 or 12 days, notwithstanding, when they began to get their goods together and to tie them up that very night. When this stage of excitement was past, each of them believed, they found this out in talking of it afterwards, that he would surely die before the boat returned. They lived, however, and it came after the lapse of 3 long crawling weeks,
At sunrise on an autumn's day they stood upon her deck. "Courage! We shall meet again," cried Marvin, waving his hand to two thin figures on the bank, "in the old world." "Or in the next one," added Mark below his breath. "To see them standing side by side so quiet is almost the worst of all." They looked at one another as the vessel moved away, and then looked backwards at the spot from which it hurried fast. The log house with the open door, and drooping trees about it, the stagnant morning mist and red sun dimly seen beyond, the vapour rising up from land and river, the quick stream making the loathsome banks it washed more flat and dull. How often they returned in dreams! How often it was happiness to wake and find them shadows that had vanished! End of chapter 33.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 34. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 34, in which the travellers move homeward, and encounter some distinguished characters upon the way. Among the passengers on board the steamboat there was a faint gentleman sitting on a low camp-stool, with his legs on a high barrel of flour, as if he were looking at the prospect with his ankles, who attracted their attention speedily. He had straight black hair parted up the middle of his head, and hanging down upon his coat, a little fringe of hair upon his chin, wore no neckcloth, a white hat, a suit of black, long in the sleeves and short in the legs, soiled brown stockings and laced shoes. His complexion, naturally muddy, was rendered muddier by too strict an economy of soap and water, and the same observation will apply to the washable part of his attire, which he might have changed with comfort to himself and gratification to his friends. He was about 35, was crushed and jammed up in a heap, under the shade of a large green cotton umbrella, and ruminated over his tobacco plug like a cow. He was not singular, to be sure, in these respects, for every gentleman on board appeared to have had a difference with his laundress, and to have left off washing himself in early youth. Every gentleman, too, was perfectly stopped up with tight plugging, and was dislocated in the greater part of his joints. But about this gentleman there was a peculiar air of sagacity and wisdom, which convinced Martin that he was no common character, and this turned out to be the case. "How do you do, sir?" said a voice in Martin's ear. "How do you do, sir?" said Martin. It was a tall, thin gentleman who spoke to him, with a carpet cap on, and a loose coat of green baize, ornamented about the pockets with black velvet. "You air from Yorp, sir?" "I am," said Martin. "You air fortunate, sir." Martin thought so too, but he soon discovered that the gentleman and he attached different meanings to this remark. "You are fortunate, sir, in having an opportunity of beholding our Elijah Pogram, sir." "Your Elijah Pogram?" said Martin, thinking it was all one word, and a building of some sort. "Yes, sir." Martin tried to look as if he understood him, but he couldn't make it out. "Yes, sir," repeated the gentleman. "Our Elijah Pogram, sir, is at this minute identically sittin' by the engine biler." The gentleman under the umbrella put his right forefinger to his eyebrow, as if he were revolving schemes of state. "That is Elijah Pogram, is it?" said Martin. "Yes, sir," replied the other. "That is Elijah Pogram." "Dear me," said Martin, "I am astonished." But he had not the least idea who this Elijah Pogram was, having never heard the name in all his life. "If the biler of this vessel was to bust, sir," said his new acquaintance, "and to bust now, this would be a festival day in the calendar of despotism, pretty nigh equalling, sir, in its effects upon the human race, our 4th of glorious July. Yes, sir, that is the Honourable Elijah Pogram, Member of Congress, one of the master minds of our country, sir. There is a brow, sir, there." "Quite remarkable," said Martin. "Yes, sir. Our own immortal Chiggle, sir,
is said to have observed when he made the celebrated programme scatter in marble, which rose so much contest and prejudice in Europe, that the brow was more than mortal. This was before the programme defiance, and was, therefore, a prediction, cruel smart. "What is the programme defiance?" asked Martin, thinking perhaps it was the sign of a public-house. "An oration, sir," returned his friend. "Oh, to be sure!" cried Martin. "What am I thinking of? It defied the world, sir," said the other gravely. "Defied the world in general to compete with our country upon any hook, and developed our internal resources for making war upon the universal earth. You would like to know Elijah Pogram, sir?" "If you please," said Martin. "Mr. Pogram," said the stranger, Mr. Pogram having overheard every word of the dialogue, "this is a gentleman from Europe, sir, from England, sir, but generous enemies may meet upon the neutral side of private life, I think." The languid Mr. Pogram shook hands with Martin like a clockwork figure that was just running down, but he made amends by chewing like one that was just wound up. "Mr. Pogram," said the introducer, "is a public servant, sir. When Congress is recessed, he makes himself acquainted with those free United States of which he is the gifted son." It occurred to Martin that if the Honourable Elijah Pogram had stayed at home and sent his shoes upon a tour, they would have answered the same purpose, for they were the only part of him in a situation to see anything. In course of time, however, Mr. Pogram rose, and having ejected certain plugging consequences which would have impeded his articulation, took up a position where there was something to lean against, and began to talk to Martin, shading himself with the green umbrella all the time. As he began with the words, "How do you like," Martin took him up and said, "The country, I presume?" "Yes, sir," said Elijah Pogram. A knot of passengers gathered round to hear what followed, and Martin heard his friend say, as he whispered to another friend, and rubbed his hand, "Pogram will smash 'em into sky-blue fits, I know." "Why," said Martin, after a moment's hesitation, "I have learned by experience that you take an unfair advantage of a stranger when you ask that question. You don't mean it to be answered except in one way. Now I don't choose to answer it in that way, for I cannot honestly answer it in that way, and therefore I would rather not answer it at all." But Mr. Pogram was going to make a great speech in the next session about foreign relations, and was going to write strong articles on the subject, and as he greatly favoured the free and independent custom, a very harmless and agreeable one, of procuring information of any sort at any kind of confidence, and afterwards perverting it publicly in any manner that happened to suit him, he had determined to get at Martin's opinion somehow or other, for if he could have got nothing out of him, he would have had to invent it for him, and that would have been laborious. He made a mental note of his answer and went in again. "You are from Eden, sir. How did you like Eden?" Martin said what he thought of that part of the country in pretty strong terms. "It is strange," said Pogram, looking round upon the group, "this hatred of our country and her institutions, this national antipathy is deeply rooted in the British mind." "Good heavens, sir!" cried Martin. "Is the Eden Land Corporation, with Mr. Scadder at its head, and all the misery it has worked, at its door, an institution of America? A part of any form of government that ever was known or heard of?" "I consider the cause of this to be," said Pogram, looking round again and taking himself up where Martin had interrupted him, "partly jealousy and prejudice, and partly the natural unfitness of the British people to appreciate the exalted institutions of our native land. I expect, sir," turning to Martin again, "that a gentleman named Chollop happened in upon you during your location in the town of Eden." "Yes," answered Martin, "but my friend can answer this better than I can, for I was very ill at the time. Mark, the gentleman is speaking of Mr. Chollop." "Oh, yes, sir, yes, I see him," observed Mark. "A splendid example of our native raw material, sir?" said Pogram interrogatively. "Indeed, sir," cried Mark. The Honourable Elijah Pogram glanced at his friends as though he would have said,
Observe this, see what follows," and they rendered tribute to the pogrom genius by a gentle murmur. "Our fellow countryman is a model of a man, quite fresh from nature's mould," said Pogram with enthusiasm. "He is a true-born child of this free hemisphere, verdant as the mountains of our country, bright and flowing as our mineral licks, unspoiled by withering conventionalities as are our broad and boundless Pereiras. Rough he may be, so air our bars. Wild he may be, so are our buffalers. But he is a child of nature, and a child of freedom, and his boastful answer to the despot and the tyrant is, that his bright home is in the settin' sun." Part of this referred to Chollop, and part to a western postmaster, who, being a public defaulter not very long before, a character not at all uncommon in America, had been removed from office, and on whose behalf Mr. Pogram (he voted for Pogram) had thundered the last sentence from his seat in Congress at the head of an unpopular president. It told brilliantly, for the bystanders were delighted, and one of them said to Martin that he guessed he had now seen something of the eloquential aspect of our country, and was chawed up pretty small. Mr. Pogram waited until his hearers were calm again, before he said to Mark, "You do not seem to coincide, sir?" "Why," said Mark, "I didn't like him much, and that's the truth, sir. I thought he was a bully, and I didn't admire his carrying the murderous little persuaders, and being so ready to use 'em." "It's sing'lar," said Pogram, lifting his umbrella high enough to look all round from under it. "It's strange. You observe the settled opposition to our institutions which pervades the British mind." "What an extraordinary people you are!" cried Martin. "Are Mr. Chollop and the class he represents an institution here? Are pistols with revolving barrels, sword sticks, bowie knives, and such things, institutions on which you pride yourselves? Are bloody duels, brutal combats, savage assaults, shooting down, and stamping in the streets your institutions? Why, I shall hear next that dishonour and fraud are among the institutions of the great republic." The moment the words passed his lips, the Honourable Elijah Pogram looked round again. "This morbid hatred of our institutions," he observed, "is quite a study for the psychological observer. He's alludin' to repudiation now." "Oh, you may make anything an institution if you like," said Martin, laughing, "and I confess you had me there, for you certainly have made that one. But the greater part of these things are one institution with us, and we call it by the generic name of Old Bailey." The bell being rung for dinner at this moment, everybody ran away into the cabin, whither the Honourable Elijah Pogram fled with such precipitation that he forgot his umbrella was up, and fixed it so tightly in the cabin door that it could neither be let down nor got out. For a minute or so, this accident created a perfect rebellion among the hungry passengers behind, who, seeing the dishes and hearing the knives and forks at work, well knew what would happen unless they got there instantly, and were nearly mad, while several virtuous citizens at the table were in deadly peril of choking themselves in their unnatural efforts to get rid of all the meat before these others came. They carried the umbrella by storm, however, and rushed in at the breach. The Honourable Elijah Pogram and Martin found themselves, after a severe struggle, side by side, as they might have come together in the pit of a London theatre, and for 4 whole minutes afterwards Pogram was snapping up great blocks of everything he could get hold of, like a raven. When he had taken this unusually protracted dinner, he began to talk to Martin, and begged him not to have the least delicacy in speaking with perfect freedom to him, for he was a calm philosopher, which Martin was extremely glad to hear, for he had begun to speculate on Elijah being a disciple of that other school of republican philosophy whose noble sentiments are carved with knives upon a pupil's body, and written not with pen and ink, but tar and feathers. "What do you think of my countrymen who are present, sir?" inquired Elijah Pogram. "Oh, very pleasant," said Martin. They were a very pleasant party. No man had spoken a word. Every one had been intent, as usual, on his own private gorging, and the greater part of the company were decidedly dirty feeders. The Honourable Elijah Pogram looked at Martin as if he thought, "You don't mean that, I know," and he was soon confirmed in this opinion. Sitting opposite to them was a gentleman in a high state of tobacco, who wore quite a little beard, composed of the overflowing of that weed, as they had dried about his mouth and chin, so common an ornament that it would scarcely have attracted Martin's observation, but that this good citizen, burning to assert his equality against all comers, sucked his knife for some moments, and made a cut with it at the butter, just as Martin was in the act of taking some. There was a juiciness about the deed that might have sickened a scavenger. When Elijah Pogram, to whom this was an everyday incident, saw that Martin put the plate away and took no butter, he was quite delighted, and said, "Well, the morbid hatred of you British to the institutions of our country is astonishing." "Upon my life," cried Martin in his turn, "this is the most wonderful community that ever existed. A man deliberately makes a hog of himself, and that's an institution." "We have no time to acquire forms, sir," said Elijah Pogram. "Acquire!" cried Martin. "But it's not a question of acquiring anything. It's a question of losing the natural politeness of a savage, and that instinctive good breeding which admonishes one man not to offend and disgust another. Don't you think that man over the way, for instance, naturally knows better, but considers it a very fine and independent thing to be a brute in small matters? He is a native of our country, and is naturally bright and spry, of course," said Mr. Pogram. "Now observe what this comes to, Mr. Pogram," pursued Martin. "The mass of your countrymen begin by stubbornly neglecting little social observances which have nothing to do with gentility, custom, usage, government, or country, but are acts of common, decent, natural, human politeness. You abet them in this by resenting all attacks upon their social offences as if they were a beautiful national feature. From disregarding small obligations they come in regular course to disregard great ones, and so refuse to pay their debts. What they may do, or what they may refuse to do next, I don't know, but any man may see if he will that it will be something following in natural succession, and a part of one great growth which is rotten at the root." The mind of Mr. Pogram was too philosophical to see this, so they went on deck again, where, resuming his former post, he chewed until he was in a lethargic state, amounting to insensibility. After a weary voyage of several days, they came again to that same wharf where Mark had been so nearly left behind on the night of starting for Eden. Captain Kedgick, the landlord, was standing there, and was greatly surprised to see them coming from the boat. "Well, what the tarnal!" cried the captain. "Well, I do admire it, this I do." "We can stay at your house until to-morrow, captain, I suppose?" said Martin. "I reckon you can stay there for a twelvemonth if you like," retorted Kedgick coolly, "but our people won't best like your coming back." "Won't like it, Captain Kedgick?" said Martin. "They did expect you was a-going to settle," Kedgick answered, as he shook his head. "They've been took in, you can't deny." "What do you mean?" cried Martin. "You didn't ought to have received 'em," said the captain. "No, you didn't." "My good friend," returned Martin, "did I want to receive them? Was it any act of mine? Didn't you tell me they would rile up, and that I should be flayed like a wild-cat, and threaten all kinds of vengeance if I didn't receive them?" "I don't know about that," returned the captain, "but when our people's frills is out, they've starched up pretty stiff, I tell you." With that he fell into the rear to walk with Mark, while Martin and Elijah Pogram went on to the National. "We've come back alive, you see," said Mark. "It ain't the thing I did expect," the captain grumbled. "A man ain't got no right to be a public man unless he meets the public views. Our fashionable people wouldn't have attended his levee if they'd have known it." Nothing mollified the captain, who persisted in taking it very ill that they had not both died in Eden. The boarders at the National felt strongly on the subject too, but it happened by good fortune that they had not much time to think about this grievance, for it was suddenly determined to pounce upon the Honourable Elijah Pogram and give him a levee forthwith. As the general evening meal of the house was over before the arrival of the boat, Martin, Mark, and Pogram were taking tea and fixings at the public table by themselves, when the deputation entered to announce this honour, consisting of 6 gentlemen boarders and a very shrill boy. "Sir," said the spokesman. "Mr. Pogram!" cried the shrill boy. The spokesman, thus reminded of the shrill boy's presence, introduced him. Dr. Ginnery Dunkle, sir, a gentleman of great poetical elements. He has recently joined us here, sir, and is an acquisition to us, sir, I do assure you. Yes, sir, Mr. George, sir, Mr. Izzard, sir, Mr. Julius Bibb, sir. Julius Washington Merryweather Bibb, said the gentleman himself, to himself. I beg your pardon, sir, excuse me, Mr. Julius Worthington Merryweather Bibb, sir, a gentleman in the lumber line, sir, and much esteemed. Colonel Groper, sir, Professor Piper, sir. My own name, sir, is Oscar Buffum. Each man took one slide forward as he was named, butted at the Honourable Elijah Pogram with his head, shook hands, and slid back again. The introductions being completed, the spokesman resumed. Sir, Mr. Pogram, cried the shrill boy. Perhaps, said the spokesman with a hopeful look, you will be so good, Dr. Ginnery Dunkle, as to charge yourself with the execution of our little office, sir? As there was nothing the shrill boy desired more, he immediately stepped forward. Mr. Pogram, sir, a handful of your fellow citizens, sir, hearing of your arrival at the National Hotel, and feeling the patriotic character of your public services, wish, sir, to have the gratification of beholding you and mixing with you, sir, and unbending with you, sir, in those moments which— air, suggested Buffum, which air so peculiarly the lot, sir, of our great and happy country. Hear, cried Colonel Groper in a loud voice. Good, hear him, good. And therefore, sir, pursued the doctor, they request, as a mark of their respect, the honour of your company at a little levee, sir, in the ladies' ordinary at 8 o'clock. Mr. Pogram bowed and said, Fellow countrymen. Good, cried the colonel. Hear him, good. Mr. Pogram bowed to the colonel individually, and then resumed. Your approbation of my labours in the common cause go to my heart. At all times and in all places, in the ladies' ordinary, my friends, and in the battlefield. Good, very good. Hear him, said the colonel. The name of Pogram will be proud to join you, and may it, my friends, be written on my tomb, he was a member of the Congress of our common country, and was active in his trust. The committee, sir, said the shrill boy, will wait upon you at 5 minutes afore 8. I take my leave, sir. Mr. Pogram shook hands with him and everybody else once more, and when they came back again at 5 minutes before 8, they said one by one in a melancholy voice, How do you do, sir? And shook hands with Mr. Pogram all over again, as if he had been abroad for a 12-month in the meantime, and they met now at a funeral. But by this time Mr. Pogram had freshened himself up, and composed his hair and features after the Pogram statue, so that any one with half an eye might cry out, There he is, as he delivered the defiance. The committee were embellished also, and when they entered the ladies' ordinary in a body, there was much clapping of hands from ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by cries of Pogram, Pogram, and some standing up on chairs to see him. The object of the popular caress looked round the room as he walked up to it, and smiled, at the same time observing to the shrill boy that he knew something of the beauty of the daughters of their common country, but had never seen it in such lustre and perfection as at that moment, which the shrill boy put in the paper the next day, to Elijah Pogram's great surprise. We will request you, sir, if you please, said Buffum, laying hands on Mr. Pogram as if he were taking his measure for a coat, to stand up with your back agin the wall right in the farthest corner, that there may be room for our fellow citizens. If you could set your back right slap agin that curtain peg, sir, keeping your left leg everlastingly behind the stove, we should be fixed quite slick. Mr. Pogram did as he was told, and wedged himself into such a little corner that the Pogram statue wouldn't have known him. The entertainments of the evening then began. Gentlemen brought ladies up, and brought themselves up, and brought each other up, and asked Elisha Pogram what he thought of this political question, and what he thought of that, and looked at him, and looked at one another, and seemed very unhappy indeed. The ladies on the chairs looked at Elijah Pogram through their glasses, and said audibly, I wish he'd speak. Why don't he speak? Oh, do ask him to speak. and Elijah Pogram looked sometimes at the ladies and sometimes elsewhere, delivering senatorial opinions as he was asked for them, but the great end and object of the meeting seemed to be, not to let Elijah Pogram out of the corner on any account, so there they kept him, hard and fast. A great bustle at the door, in the course of the evening, announced the arrival of some remarkable person, and immediately afterwards an elderly gentleman, much excited, was seen to precipitate himself upon the crowd, and battle his way towards the Honourable Elijah Pogram. Martin, who had found a snug place of observation in a distant corner, where he stood with Mark beside him, for he did not so often forget him now as formerly, though he still did sometimes, thought he knew this gentleman, but had no doubt of it, when he cried as loud as he could, with his eyes starting out of his head, "Sir, Mrs. Hominy!" "Lord bless that woman, Mark, she has turned up again." "Here she comes, sir," answered Mr. Tapley. "Pogram knows her, a public character, always got her eye upon the country, sir. If that there lady's husband is of my opinion, what a jolly old gentleman he must be." A lane was made, and Mrs. Hominy, with the aristocratic stalk, the pocket handkerchief, the clasped hands, and the classical cap, came slowly up it, in a procession of one. Mr. Pogram testified emotions of delight on seeing her, and a general hush prevailed. For it was known that when a woman like Mrs. Hominy encountered a man like Pogram, something interesting must be said. Their first salutations were exchanged in a voice too low to reach the impatient ears of the throng, but they soon became audible, for Mrs. Hominy felt her position, and knew what was expected of her. Mrs. H. was hard upon him at first, and put him through a rigid catechism in reference to a certain vote he had given, which she had found it necessary, as the mother of the modern Gracchi, to deprecate in a line by itself set up expressly for the purpose in German text, but Mr. Pogram, evading it by a well-timed allusion to the Star-Spangled Banner, which, it appeared, had the remarkable peculiarity of flouting the breeze whenever it was hoisted where the wind blew, she forgave him. They now enlarged on certain questions of tariff, commercial treaty, boundary, importation, and exportation, with great effect, and Mrs. Hominy not only talked, as the saying is, like a book, but actually did talk her own books, word for word. "My, what is this?" cried Mrs. Hominy, opening a little note which was handed her by her excited gentleman usher. "Do tell! Oh, well now, only think!" And then she read aloud as follows: "Two literary ladies present their compliments to the mother of the modern Gracchi, and claim her kind introduction, as their talented countrywoman, to the Honourable and distinguished Elijah Pogram, whom the two L.L.'s have often contemplated in the speaking marble of the soul-subduing Chiggle. On a verbal intimation from the mother of the M.G. that she will comply with the request of the two L.L.'s, they will have the immediate pleasure of joining the galaxy assembled to do honour to the patriotic conduct of a Pogram. It may be another bond of union between the two L.L.'s and the mother of the M.G. to observe that the two L.L.'s are transcendental." Mrs. Hominy promptly rose and proceeded to the door, whence she returned, after a minute's interval, with the two L.L.'s, whom she led through the lane in the crowd, with all that stateliness of deportment which was so remarkably her own, up to the great Elijah Pogram. It was, as the shrill boy cried out in an ecstasy, quite the last scene from Coriolanus. One of the L.L.'s wore a brown wig of uncommon size. Sticking on the forehead of the other by invisible means was a massive cameo, in size and shape like the raspberry tart, which is ordinarily sold for a penny, representing on its front the Capitol at Washington. "Miss Toppet and Miss Codger," said Mrs. Hominy. "Codger's the lady so often mentioned in the English newspapers, I should think, sir," whispered Mark. "The oldest inhabitant as never remembers anything." "To be present to a pogrom," said Miss Codger, "by a hominy indeed, a thrilling moment is it in its impressiveness on what we call our feelings. But why we call them so, or why impressed they are, or if impressed they are at all, or if at all we are, or if there really is, O gasping one, a pogrom, or a hominy, or any active principle to which we give those titles, is a topic. Spirit searching, light abandoned, much too vast to enter on at this unlooked for crisis. Mind and matter, said the lady in the wig, glide swift into the vortex of immensity. Howls the sublime, and softly sleeps the calm ideal in the whispering chamber of imagination. To hear it, sweet it is, but then out laughs the stern philosopher, and saith to the grotesque, What ho! Arrest me for that agency, go bring it here, and so the vision fadeth. After this they both took Mr. Pogram by the hand, and pressed it to their lips as a patriotic palm. That homage paid, the mother of the modern Gracchi called for chairs, and the three literary ladies went to work in earnest to bring poor Pogram out, to make him show himself in all his brilliant colours. How Pogram got out of his depth instantly, and how the three LLs were never in theirs, is a piece of history not worth recording. Suffice it, that being all four out of their depths, and all unable to swim, they splashed upwards in all directions, and floundered about famously. On the whole, it was considered to have been the severest mental exercise ever heard in the National Hotel. Tears stood in the shrill boys' eyes several times, and the whole company observed that their heads ached with the effort, as well they might. When it at last became necessary to release Elijah Pogram from the corner, and the committee saw him safely back again to the next room, they were fervent in their admiration. "Which," said Mr. Buffum, "must have vent or it will bust. To you, Mr. Pogram, I am grateful. Towards you, sir, I am inspired with lofty veneration and with deep emotion. The sentiment to which I would propose to give expression, sir, is this. May you ever be as firm, sir, as your marble stature. May it never be as great a terror to its enemies as you." There is some reason to suppose that it was rather terrible to its friends, being a statue of the elevated or goblin school in which the Honourable Elijah Pogram was represented as in a very high wind, with all his hair standing on end, and his nostrils blown wide open. But Mr. Pogram thanked his friends and countrymen for the aspiration to which he had given utterance, and the committee, after another solemn shaking of hands, retired to bed, except the doctor, who immediately repaired to the newspaper office, and there wrote a short poem suggested by the events of the evening, beginning with 14 stars, and headed "A Fragment, suggested by witnessing the Honourable Elijah Pogram engaged in a philosophical disputation with 3 of Columbia's fairest daughters, by Dr. Ginnery Dunkel of Troy." If Pogram was as glad to get to bed as Martin was, he must have been well rewarded for his labours. They started off again next day, Martin and Mark previously disposing of their goods to the storekeepers of whom they had purchased them, for anything they would bring, and were fellow travellers to within a short distance of New York. When Pogram was about to leave them he grew thoughtful, and after pondering for some time took Martin aside. "We are going to part, sir," said Pogram. "Pray don't distress yourself," said Martin. "We must bear it." "It ain't that, sir," returned Pogram. "Not at all. But I should wish you to accept a copy of my oration." "Thank you," said Martin. "You are very good. I shall be most happy." "It ain't quite that, sir, neither," resumed Pogram. "Are you bold enough to introduce a copy into your country?" "Certainly," said Martin. "Why not?" "Its sentiments air strong, sir," hinted Pogram, darkly. "That makes no difference," said Martin. "I'll take a dozen if you like." "No, sir," retorted Pogram, "not a dozen. That is more than I require. If you are content to run the hazard, sir, here is one for your Lord Chancellor," producing it, "and one for your principal Secretary of State. I should wish them to see it, sir, as expressing what my opinions air. That they may not plead ignorance at a future time. But don't get into danger, sir, on my account." "There is not the least danger, I assure you," said Martin. So he put the pamphlets in his pocket, and they parted. Mr. Bevan had written in his letter that at a certain time, which fell out happily just then, he would be at a certain hotel in the city, anxiously expecting to see them. To this place they repaired without a moment's delay. they had the satisfaction of finding him within, and of being received by their good friend with his own warmth and heartiness. "I am truly sorry and ashamed," said Martin, "to have begged of you. But look at us, see what we are, and judge to what we are reduced." "So far from claiming to have done you any service," returned the other, "I reproach myself with having been unwittingly the original cause of your misfortunes. I no more supposed you would go to Eden on such representations as you received, or indeed that you would do anything but be dispossessed, by the readiest means, of your idea that fortunes were so easily made here, that I thought of going to Eden myself." "The fact is, I closed with the thing in a mad and sanguine manner," said Martin, "and the less said about it the better for me. Mark here hasn't a voice in the matter." "Well, but he hadn't a voice in any other matter, had he?" returned Bevan, laughing with an air that showed his understanding of Mark and Martin too. "Not a very powerful one, I'm afraid," said Martin with a blush. "But live and learn, Mr. Bevan. Nearly die and learn. We learn the quicker. Now," said their friend, "about your pains. You mean to return home at once?" "Oh, I think so," returned Martin hastily, for he turned pale at the thought of any other suggestion. "That is your opinion too, I hope?" "Unquestionably, for I don't know why you ever came here, though it's not such an unusual case, I am sorry to say, that we need go any farther into that. You don't know that the ship in which you came over with our great friend General Fladdock is in port, of course?" "Indeed," said Martin. "Yes, and is advertised to sail to-morrow." This was tempting news, but tantalizing too, for Martin knew that his getting any employment on board a ship of that class was hopeless. The money in his pocket would not pay 1/4 of the sum he had already borrowed, and if it had been enough for their passage money he could hardly have resolved to spend it. He explained this to Mr. Bevan, and stated what their project was. "Why, that's as wild as Eden every bit," returned his friend. "You must take your passage like a Christian at least, as like a Christian as a fore-cabin passenger can, and owe me a few more dollars than you intend. If Martin will go down to the ship and see what passengers there are, and find that you can go in her without being actually suffocated, my advice is go. You and I will look about us in the meantime, we won't call at the Norrises unless you like, and you will all three dine together in the afternoon." Martin had nothing to express but gratitude, and so it was arranged. But he went out of the room after Mark, and advised him to take their passage in the Screw, though they lay upon the bare deck, which Mr. Tapley, who needed no entreaty on the subject, readily promised to do. When he and Martin met again and were alone, he was in high spirits, and evidently had something to communicate, in which he gloried very much. "I've done Mr. Bevan, sir," said Mark. "Done Mr. Bevan?" repeated Martin. "The cook of the Screw went and got married yesterday, sir," said Mr. Tapley. Martin looked at him for further explanation. "And when I got on board, and the word was passed that it was me," said Mark, "the mate he comes and asked me whether I'd engaged to take this said cook's place upon the passage home. 'For you're well used to it,' he says. 'You were always a cooking for everybody on your passage out.' And so I was," said Mark, "although I never cooked before, I'll take my oath." "What did you say?" demanded Martin. "Say!" cried Mark. "That I'd take anything I could get. 'If that's so,' said the mate, 'why bring a glass of rum,' which they brought accordin', and my wages, sir," said Mark in high glee, "pays your passage, and I've put the rolling pin in your berth to take it. It's the easy one up in the corner, and there we are. Rule Britannia and Britain strike home." "There never was such a good fellow as you are," cried Martin, seizing him by the hand. "But what do you mean by doing Mr. Bevan, Mark?" "Why, don't you see?" said Mark. "We don't tell him, you know. We take his money, but we don't spend it, we don't keep it. What we do is, write him a little note, explaining this engagement, and roll it up, and leave it at the bar, to be given to him after we're gone, don't you see?" Martin's delight in this idea was not inferior to Mark's. It was all done as he proposed. They passed a cheerful evening, slept at the hotel, left the letter as arranged, and went off to the ship betimes next morning, with such light hearts as the weight of their past miseries engendered. "Good-bye, 100,000 times good-bye," said Martin to their friend. "How shall I remember all your kindness? How shall I ever thank you?" "If you ever become a rich man or a powerful one," returned his friend, "you shall try to make your government more careful of its subjects when they roam abroad to live. Tell it what you know of emigration in your own case, and impress upon it how much suffering may be prevented with a little pains. Cheerily, lads, cheerily. Anchor weighed, ship in full sail, her sturdy bowsprit pointing true to England, America a cloud upon the sea behind them. "Why, cook, what are you thinking of so steadily?" said Martin. "Why, I was a thinking, sir," returned Mark, "that if I was a painter, and was called upon to paint the American eagle, how should I do it?" "Paint it as like an eagle as you could, I suppose." "No," said Mark, "that wouldn't do for me, sir. I should want to draw it like a bat for its short-sightedness, like a bantam for its bragging, like a magpie for its honesty, like a peacock for its vanity, like an ostrich for its putting its head in the mud and thinking nobody sees it, and like a phoenix for its power of springing from the ashes of its faults and vices and soaring up anew into the sky," said Martin. "Well, Mark, let us hope so." Chapter 34